Greetings and welcome to the live stream. How are you all doing today? How are you all? How was your Fridays? How was your Friday beans? Hey Toad, hey Goss. So, how was your Fridays? What are your plans for the weekends? And will we explode today trying to set this rocket up? Because we have to do fuel mixing today and decide if we can do it near the base or away from the base or whatever we're going to do with the fuel mixing stuff. But we're getting very close to launching the rocket and it should hopefully be launched today. I say hopefully launch today, it really should hopefully be launched today. Hey there, Cap.
Aloha.
How are you doing?
I am good. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Alright. There we go. Ooh. Looked like a command seat and I had no head for a second. It gave me a third person view and I could see there was no head.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't work Fridays if I can help it now, so today's been pretty good.
Wish I had that luxury.
Business partner was getting like really fatigued a lot, and so the suggestion was made that we don't work Fridays if we can help it, and that way we get 3-day weekends on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And it's really helping out a lot with productivity because getting more energy during the week to actually do the stuff in the 4 days we're there rather than dragging it out over 5 days and reducing overall productivity.
Yeah.
So it's working out, at the moment it's working out quite well. We'll see how it handles when we get into the crunch periods when a lot of work comes in at once. Alright, trying to remember where we got to. Well, crops need checking out first thing because they weren't checked out for quite a while. I'll do a few to connect so I can grab you and pull you out.
I am connected.
Okay, the food in the fridges is about to go off in a stream or two. So that's going to need eating or selling.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I need something to eat, so.
If you look at the progress bar on them, you'll notice how low they are.
Yes.
If they go off, they'll just turn to rot. So we need to either sell them and can new stuff, or we need to just eat the food. But I don't think we can eat that much food that quickly. We've got Meta here. We haven't got a DJ to consume all the food, you see, so it's been lasting longer than expected.
Yeah.
You know, if we had a DJ on staff regularly, we'd be going through like 3 lots of food by now. That'd be our third restock of the fridges. Not because it's like an extra person, just because it's a DJ. The amount of food they require.
You did that on purpose, didn't you?
We do what way?
Change the style of the grating.
The crate? What?
On the floor.
Oh, down by the furnace?
Yes.
Yes I did. Ooh, looks like some of this food's about to go off. Corn especially. Alright, best close that fridge up, pretend we never looked in there before. Eat some of this food. Yeah, so we've got almost a fridge full of food over here that needs ideally selling. And we just need new cans and make some new food from it, basically. Is what we need to do. So said, I thought you were trying to see if Cap could make it out himself this time. Oh, he made it out himself. Oh, I mean to get out of the bed. It was up to him to try, and we haven't decided if we're going to force him to or not. We'll get Mate to try it if he connects. He says he's going to be a bit late today, but he's going to turn up today. So hopefully we'll see him, and then we'll both find out if he can get stuck in there. All right, so let's just dump my entire inventory downstairs through this chute system we got upstairs. I'm carrying a lot of inventory stuff, but I need new crop harvesting. I need the inventory space for the crops. This little chute up here, I've never used it for crops because they go off and hit the ground. You need somebody downstairs to deal with it. But having I've done my infantry downstairs, so I can do the harvest. Go downstairs with the harvest stuff in my pocket, and then all my infantry stuff be downstairs waiting for me. It's great. Okay, let's. These are at halfway, but I'm going to harvest some just to get some crop in the actual stock that's about to go off. That I need to be placing.
Ah, okay. We're out of gold.
Yeah, I think we need a mining run this time around. I think even iron's low now because we put so much of it into steel.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, I'll say that. There's like 300 in stock, but 300 can go a bit quickly, can't it?
Yes.
Right, potatoes are harvested. Potatoes. It's up to tomatoes. See, I don't really want to have the bots to do the farming, but this is a stage where now with the integration, like having bots actually would be quite useful.
Yeah.
I think you have to have some kind of logic in place that says make sure they don't have too much in stock, because I know the way the harvests work is they store the seeds in their inventory and then plant it when they harvest all the crop and put it into the conveyors, and then they take it from their inventory. The problem is that the inventory can go off and then they'll have nothing but rotten food in their inventory. So if I was to do it, I'd like to find a way to get them down to having only one seed in their inventory. That way it would only have the one to plant immediately rather than having the whole lot to go off.
Yeah.
You can't just have them harvest and drop, because it lasts longer if you give them a chance to decay in the crop first. You get that extra time then, whether they're in the plant. Alright, soybeans are almost planted. Now for the corn, which is the one that's downstairs, it's almost run out. I prefer planting during the day because then you see immediately that you planted something because it pops up.
Yeah, I noticed that when I was doing the ferns. Yes, Wednesday.
Yeah, whereas at night time they don't pop up at all, so you
Yeah.
you have no idea they're there until you look at your cursor and it says clear corn instead of plant corn. Overall, I would say corn's pretty useless as a food to plant, because it takes the same amount of time to harvest and plant and everything else. But at the same time, you have to spend so much time. Ooh, can't do that. You only get like 2 out of it, whereas with the tomatoes you get 3, and with the potatoes you get 3.
Yeah. Would be good if there was like some sort of cryogenic storage for like seeds.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that myself. I'm waiting for some kind of proper storage, long-term storage, or even just having actual seeds in the game.
Yeah.
Because having seeds would be great, because then you'd be able to say, okay, I'm going to put seeds down, and then maybe put them through like the food processor or something. Clay. If you put like a food through the food processor and get the seeds out, and that way you could then store them at chilled temperatures for like a year.
Yeah.
Then you couldn't eat them, so you'd have to plant them. Because I'd love to be able to just. The only reason I'm doing all this cropping isn't because we need the food. It's because if we lose the seeds, then we can't regrow them. So what I would have happily done with this is planted this entire place with ferns, which is actually what my original plan was to replant this once we had enough food in stock. Is to replant it with nothing but ferns.
Yeah.
And then come back here and plant tomatoes or potatoes when we needed more food. But the food degradation system means the food actually rots. So when we need new supply of food every so often, I mean, I've been planting these pretty much every stream, twice a stream, and it's been fine. But I've never actually made any more food since day one. When I made a whole bunch of food, filled the fridge up, and haven't made any food since. The cans we've got are the same cans. So the food itself in the fridge has lasted long enough. It's just that I have to keep doing the harvest so we don't lose the seeds.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would like to be able to say make a whole bunch of cans of food, and then when your cans of food are down to like 5 or 10% health, come and get some of the seeds out and plant them. And that way I can keep ferns in the system, because the ferns are good for what we're doing here. I'm going to chuck this rice in there. Hop to the infinite space for the ferns that are over here. The ferns are great because they produce 4 seeds per plant. And since their only job is to make oxygen or meds, they're great. Do we need any of these foods to go for charcoal production, or do you not need any more charcoal?
I don't think we need any more, do we?
So I'm not sure if we kept enough around for making stuff, or you wanted me to bring a stack or so.
No, I think we had like 200 left still after we did our last steal.
Yeah, I think I left one stack of 200. If that's enough to keep, that's fine. If not, I'll bring another 200 across.
I would say is enough.
Because when I finish averaging here, I'm going to have enough for like 1 million.
I don't actually know where it is because I'm out mining at the moment.
Yeah, it's in the wood in the production room, I know that. It's just, and I know there's only one stack worth, but I'm not sure if I want another stack or not. That's daytime. I know that, not because it's actually light outside, because I wasn't looking up at the window, but because some of the ferns start growing as soon as I plant them. So from what I understand, you'd be very happy for me to chuck a whole bunch of these biomass into the arc furnaces.
If you want to.
I don't know why the arc furnaces get jammed, but the arc furnace we use for the generator over here doesn't.
Yeah, that's a bit strange. But you can manually unblock them anyway. That's why I put that extra chip there.
Yeah, you can unblock them, but I'm just kind of curious why the one we have gets blocked, but the other ones don't. It's really confusing. You expect them all to get blocked or none to get blocked.
Yeah.
Alright, so inventory management time. There we go, pumpkin there. So I have to, stupidly, I have to grab something so I can drop it. I can't just drop it straight out of the cupboard. Replacing all stock because I think doing what I've been doing, which is sort of overlapping them, has contributed to their slow demise, well, faster demise. Tomatoes. Potatoes. Alright, that's crop rotation done. Nothing that counts as being in the fridge though.
Got if it did.
I love the pumpkins in this level. The wind in the room because of the convection currents blows the pumpkins all over the place. I always have to chase them around. Alright, let's start with the pumpkins since they're single units, and let me go through the recycler first. Alright. Corn, you're in. Soybeans, go. Potatoes, go. There. And finally, boo. There. Did I leave any more on the floor? I'm sure I chucked something through there at some point. Oh, there it is. 8 rice. Try to survive. Alright, that's all done. Farming's done.
Ooh, a storm warning.
You can see the light bulb, can you?
I can hear it.
Oh,
100 seconds.
I checked the thing out after the stream. I kept it running for a while, and we had another storm, and the timer only now plays for a minute. No, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Now. I checked it out. It does work. The light flashed from the very beginning. The little beacon lights that flash. They flashed from the very moment it's detected. But the actual main thing, the buzzer, only sounds at the right time.
Yeah.
The wall, help. Okay. I'm a little bit worried about one thing.
What's that?
The fact that we have a storm coming, which is going to increase our power supply. And we've got I just took all stuff into the generator.
Oh god, yeah.
And it's sunny. I don't think I have a fuse on the main power line coming in to help deal with that. So
We're about to find out if we lose all power.
well, we won't know for a while. Come on, who can give me the thing for a fuse? I need to run out there very, very quickly, put a fuse on the wire. Really should have a fuse on each of the power sources, and then an extra one sort of on the main line.
Yeah.
But the thing's been awkward and not giving me the thing they need to make a fuse. Storm's here. Well, I'm going to make a fuse now. That one flickered in, I tell you.
I was literally just messing with the furnace as well.
I've got black paint. I mean, I don't need the black paint. What I do need is a whole bunch of chutes. Right, I'm going to make 1, 2, 3, 4 fuses and place them in different places along the power line, because there's 3 supplies plus the main line.
Don't forget to change the value on the fuse.
Yes. I can make 1 for that shot. 2, 3. So there's the 4 fuses. And then I can start making chutes. So we're going to need chutes to bring the material from the rocket into the smelters. So here's the question. What's that current power production? $53 kilowatts. So we're way off of the limit.
No, fair.
But I want a fuse on that wire there. I want the fuse probably on the wire coming in here actually. Well, I'm going to do that when we go outside again because it's stormy and that means going out into the sun. By the way, with the new jetpacks, the hardened jetpacks, you can fly basically. Crap, I made a fifth fuse. You can fly in storms.
Alright.
It's slow, you fight the storm all the time, but you can do it.
I've just put stuff into the system.
Iron.
Yeah, I put some iron in. I also put some gold in.
Okay. So I think we were actually out because this only requested 2 grams out of 3 and then didn't get any more, so I ran over there and pressed the button. Right, so I'm going to need to run off and do some basic logic stuff.
Got you.
Hello!
Hello.
How you been? How's your day been?
How I'm being?
Any more insane stuff from the work front? You know, like meetings finishing on time, I guess.
Meeting next week, but that's actually a meeting that I'm honestly more excited about than anything. Because it's a meeting, what was it about? Security awareness or something like that. Like this company that is gonna train us on security awareness or something like that.
Okay.
And meeting today went actually so good that we might actually buy the software I talked about.
Cool. Is it my software?
It's a CM solution. So, yeah.
You say you can,
And also, I got 3 waffles today, so
So the mate is happy because you got something with the word free attached to it.
and I could take as much as I wanted. So I was eating for quite a bit.
So they offered you some free food and now that company's bankrupt.
Oh no, they ate before they called me. Like, they have all eaten before they called me. And they told me, just take as much as you want.
So you went in, you went in there, you went bye, and grabbed the entire table, took it out with you.
I was tempted, honestly, I was tempted to just bring the whole plate with me. The whole plate with the waffles. I got delayed quite a bit because I had to actually... I can't believe how some kids are so shit. But like, someone was getting bullets, I had to step in and all that. So that's why it took longer.
Okay. I don't know if they open the game, it crashed.
Wow.
OBS doesn't like the game sometimes and will just refuse to let me have OBS capture the game, it just crashes it immediately.
I think it's Chocolate trying to hack into your system, being like... he's trying to make you stop playing this game so he can actually watch your stream spawns.
Alright. I have 50 shoots on me, that will be enough to get most of the way already for me.
Yeah. Did I get you with that scream?
No, because I wasn't really focused on anything, so it didn't catch me. Also, and I don't know how to do it. I don't know if it's just me or whether it's the volume, but it never spooks me. Well, it very, very rarely spooks me. And I watch with streamers, and they get theirs, and it spooks the crap out of them. It's just like, okay, it'd be great if we could do that, and then it doesn't work for me. It's probably because I don't play spooky games.
Oh, I kept scaring this one guy earlier today. The new Resident Evil has come out, which is a game. So I kept using the jump scare. Every time he was focused or something, I just like, jump scare.
I still think my best one was the one I did on Blind Gamer. When he was playing Resident Evil. And I just hit him with a little message. It had a scream attached to it. It just went, "Art Attack. It's a 90s TV program that was really good. How did you like yours?" And he told me to fuck off. After clutching his chest for about 10 minutes. I felt like that one was one of the best ones.
That's amazing. I try to scare you when I join like that.
I mean, I hear the notifications for it. It doesn't get me much, and I don't know whether it's just because my volume's a bit lower. Well, even though I've got it at maximum, or whether it's because I'm not playing a spooky game, or whether just that stuff doesn't bother me. I get bothered more by like psychological games rather than straight out jump scare stuff. You know.
Oh, psychological horror is honestly the best horror, but also the worst horror. Because like you just sit there for so long thinking something happens, and it just keeps on going like that until you go insane.
Let's put that in there. I won't be needing that for a while.
So what you up to?
Right now, I'm personally prepping for the fuel control system of the rocket.
Hmm.
Light on.
Logic IO would be those. There. Won't need that many logic IOs, just build excess ones because why not build extra ones, right?
Exactly. I was worried I would miss the launch.
If you miss the launch, suddenly never live it down, you know that, right?
I'll be actually sad if I miss that launch.
Right, I think I need some volume pumps. Do we have a volume pump in stock? We have one volume pump in stock. I probably need two, but so do know this with insulated pipes, because then the fuel doesn't get warmed up or mess with the atmo. Temperature changing.
Okay.
They're expensive, but hey, we've only steel and silicone.
One thing I was going to say is we may need a bigger tank next to the rocket. Because it took 4 tanks to make the fuel tank for the rocket.
Good point. We could put a big tank there. Wait, 4 tanks make a big one as well, isn't it?
I think it's 4, or is it 5?
I can put a big tank out there. I'm just making the pipes so I can get from one place to the other, and I've got a gas mixer out there already. I've got pressure regulators out there already. I just need to take some more piping, some logic circuits to actually build up a... The problem I have with these systems is you put a gas mixer on, and then you forget about it for a bit, and then you've got too much pressure.
Yeah.
And you can't have a pressure regulator on it, because if you put pressure regulator after the system, it will continue. No, I said stop making them. Well, we ran out of silicon anyway, so good you stopped anyway. Yeah, if you put pressure regulator after them, the pipe will just pressure up until it runs out. I swear this machine's trying to kill me. So I ejected my health for no reason. And if you put it before it, pressure's always low because the gas mixer's taking the pressure, so you end up blowing up the tank anyway, either way. So I want to put a volume pump just before the tank itself, and have the volume pump turned on to which the tank has maximum in it, and have the tank send a command that turns off the gas mixer. When the gas mixer's turned off, the volume pump has nothing to pump, so it will be an issue. That's the idea anyway. We need the memory stick. But I have a lot of my inventory for this, and I don't think I'm able to carry everything. I'll leave those 10 behind and use that memory circuit. Wish my space suit had more slots in it, because I'm going to put that suit on and I could get more bits. There we go.
Critical. Temperature critical. Oxygen low.
I didn't see if you were in the game yet, or if you're not connected yet. I didn't see the notification.
I'm just finishing up my food.
Okay.
But I love how you say you wish the spacesuit had more slots.
Mhm.
Remember the first spacesuit we had then?
It's only because I'm carrying stuff that stacks to maximum of 10.
Mhm.
So it's because I'm carrying a lot of stuff that stacks low levels. It's irritating. Mostly I've got 5 stacks of shoot somebody in this stack to 10. I got 2 stacks of pipes on me that's only stacked to 20. So it's it's just annoying that I need a lot of them and they stack to low numbers basically. Right, I need to put that cable there. Give me the wrench there. Dig up that tube so I can put that there. Drop it on the floor, don't give a crap. I need these to be that colour, basically. There we go.
Pete, it's almost like you're playing Tarkov right now. Inventory management.
It does feel that way sometimes with this game. But yeah, all these chutes are black. I was going to make them blue, but we haven't suggested black, so the conveyor belts are all black. So you can barely see them. Well, they actually sound quite well, but they look like they're supposed to be a little bit hidden, especially at night. Like there. I may need to put a ramp on this. Damn it! I needed to not place that last one down. Need the colour change for the others.
Oh yeah, Pete, did you see the message I sent you about Elon talked about he wanting to launch that SN15 again?
Yeah. I mean, I kind of expected they were going to do it anyway. Partly because, from a rocket point of view, proving reusability and reliability is important. So I kind of assumed they were already going to do it anyway, but it wasn't guaranteed.
I thought it would be like, if anything, it would be like at the SN20 stage they would start reusing it. But it's good that they reuse it now.
I mean, I assumed they were going to reuse it anyway, regardless. I just assumed that there'd be a delay, a bigger delay than there was.
But it's not confirmed, he just says he wants to. So,
But when he says he wants to, he probably will.
Elon walks into the office. That SN15, just put it back on the pad. You're just like, why? just do it.
Okay. That lives there now.
Went into the shadow realm.
Well, I picked one up. I had my inventory full, so it normally pops on the surface, but it was below the surface, so it's down there somewhere. And at some point, someone's gonna walk past it and shoot out the ground and murder them.
I have a disgusting, ugly feeling that it's gonna be me. Being that unlucky.
Put a little dip there because that's where the pipe actually goes underground anyway due to the terrain, so it makes a little walkway bit so we can get through without having to jet back over every time we come outside. Put that there. Right. Now this is going to be the supply line coming out from the rocket with all the ores and stuff that it picks up. This will initially, it's going to have ores in it. So these, I think these should go straight to the arc furnace. The reason for that is if it goes to the arc furnace, then when it hits the arc furnace, it'll be processed into the ingots. If it goes to the advanced furnace, it'll be faster, but you then have to do things like pressure changes and stuff depending on what material you are sending.
And also you could start making alloys, which you might not want to.
Well, you have to have a thing in place to sort of make sure it only goes through in certain batches. It's just a lot more fiddly, basically.
Yeah.
A lot more fiddly to send this to the advanced furnace. Cat check. Give me a moment.
We need a cat check.
Camera. Cat check. So, box number 1 is empty. No cats visible. But this way, there is a Toby in a box. There's a Toby.
Oh.
It's been in there about an hour now. Daddy keeps asking for a cat check things I finally made it today for him.
Yeah. I read this thingy, like a cat just like, I was born in a box, I live in a box, I sleep in a box, my food comes from a box, I crap in a box, it's all boxes, man. It ain't wrong.
There. There we go. It doesn't go all the way where I need to go, but it gets us to the base at least. See, with this, it can go up into the roof, connect to the standard shoot system if it needs to, and have a sorter just before the arc furnace that breaks it off to say if it's an ore, send it to the arc furnace, if not, keep going to the production room. Or we can have its own dedicated chute going all the way to arc furnaces. Both work, basically. I think I can see Captain Costa there, mostly because I can see the ground exploding in the distance. Little stones shooting up into the sky.
Do I dare to ask, in a good way or in a bad way?
Just like someone's mining in the distance, you know. Okay.
I am mining, yes.
Okay, I still
Mining
think...
volatiles, because we were quite low on hydrogen.
Yeah, we're going to need a lot of that for the fuel for the rocket.
Yeah.
Okay, so... For the... Sorry, thank you. For the gas mixing, I think we should mix the gas at the edge of the base and send it through a pipe to the tank. A single pipe. Or the other option is to send 2 pipes, one with hydrogen, one with oxidizer, to the tank and have the mixer at the tank. But I feel sending one pipe across is a better option.
I feel like we should do it like halfway, because if they explode, we don't want it exploding near the base, but we also don't want it exploding near the tank.
Okay, I can set up a mini hut, a 1x1 block that's got windows around it and the gas mixer inside, just like this, like I got with the tank on it right now, a little highlighted area. Not a room, but a highlighted area.
Yeah.
Pete, can you come and help me out of the bed?
Yep, I'll be there in a second. Let me just put these little memories down so I don't have to carry them around with me.
I thought you were going to let DJ struggle.
But also, well, there's that as well. But also, the longer I'm doing this, the more chance he has to actually try and struggle.
I mean, you were supposed to let me struggle, but...
I forgot, basically, with that one.
Yeah.
Right, on the way. You're going to give it a try in a minute, mate, before I get there, because I think there's a connecting point where you connect up and then you can actually struggle.
I am in. I'm pressing Q all I can, so...
Okay. I was watching a stream a while ago and somebody connected and they couldn't do anything, and then like a minute or 30 seconds later or so, the game finally let them get out themselves. but there was a delay. Yeah.
Like I'm fully able to do stuff. Like I can take off my armor and such, but
There you
just
go.
can't get out.
Food up floor for you.
Okay, that didn't work.
The food moved by itself. But yeah, if you need food, it's in the fridge behind you. And I believe your crowbar is downstairs because it was in your hand, and anything in your hand falls to the floor when you get in the chamber. Right, I need some of these frames so I can build another platform. I need a steel sheet so I can build it up. I'm going to need the paint for the orange platform. And 3 more tanks to make a big tank. Well, you haven't been here since they captured the automation, have you?
No.
Okay. Any spare ingots or stuff ingots basically, you can throw into there. If you need it,
So we have removed that one in the roof.
yeah, it's been moved over here basically. If you want an ingot for making alloys, for example, pull this lever on the wall, and then just vend the ingot you want from the vending machine.
Okay.
And if you want a ingot for actual production, just set the item you want on the machine, and it will request them automatically. So the machines send the request up, they get vended down automatically into the machines, and then when you finish, you just pull the ejection lever and they go back into the vending machine automatically.
Have we told about the reset?
If you try and vend something and it doesn't send it, there's a button over here on the floor. That's just the reset button that says try and vend it again.
Okay.
Most of the time it's either because the script crashed, and you just press it and resets it, or it's because the ingots just aren't actually in stock.
Okay. Hey, Captain
Yep.
/ Mater, check the gap between the batteries and bombs.
Yes, I've seen that.
Pete! What the?
Cap said we should lock the door and never talk about that place again.
I agree. I fully agree. Alright, so that should be 3 tanks when it comes through. Eventually. Hopefully.
There it is. Takes a while to go through the sorting system. Right. And I know I don't have everything on me I need for this, but I'm going to at least get started with some of this process. I'll probably need. I'm going to guess actually it might be the wrench to pick the tank up and make it a big one. Right, it is the hand drill apparently. Sure, to pick up a tank is a hand drill.
Yes.
Makes sense to somebody.
Well, you've got to puncture a hole in it first, don't you?
It makes almost as much sense as using a drill to pick up a circuit that's on the floor.
You don't?
Well, I've always used tweezers on my hands, personally, but you could use that, I suppose. Right. And then that one will be a processor, and that's the only memory I've got here. The memory is for the purpose of there we go. Offsetting the pressure, the tank pressure. Alright, big tank time. Ooh, it takes more than 4. I bet it's 5. Tank. Tank, 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 tank. Tank, insulated kit. Big. 5. I knew it would be 5 because I have 4 on me. It's that thing when you've got 4 because you thought you needed 4 and it don't work, you know it's 1 more you needed.
Yeah. Oh, that's an airlock. There. Okay.
Yeah, there's no look up by your tank farm now.
Nice.
I was going to build the rocket out that way, but Cap's just building the rocket near the hole, the RGL,
Yeah.
which made perfect sense actually for the the thrust chamber below it.
Honestly, that it fits way too well there.
It does. It really does.
Almost like nullified that death and the explosion I did.
Plus, if the rocket blows up, then that's just a cursed area. Then.
Oh yeah, but if the rocket blows up, our solar panel might go.
It's always it's always a risk.
But our solar panel.
Wait for this. He's waiting for the copper now. Come on, copper. Copper, copper, copper. Are we out of copper? Can't be out of copper. I'm sure I had spec up in there when I finished making it before. Yep, there's copper literally right there. They just said they didn't want to bend it. It didn't know if I press reset. And there's literally enough copper in the system to make 1 more tank. Hey there, Smudgy.
Hey, Smudge. Here we go. Aww. Doesn't bother to jump up. He knows the snipe.
There he is. Oh, happy now. Okay, so that.
Is there like small crunches in the background?
Can you actually hear everything?
I heard it for a sec. But also I have the issue with hearing it because of the fact that I have a 3D printer running in the background.
I'm waiting for delivery for a spool holder for my printer if I can print anything else now. That big spool I bought a while ago, it's just too big to mount on the printer itself. I've tried to print a larger mount for it, but the printer's refusing to actually successfully print anything that has a diagonal starting point for some reason. So I just bought a holder and then wait for it to be delivered so I can put it on the table next to it, next to the printer, rotate the printer 90 degrees, and then just deal with that. It's actually irritating because I thought I would have preferred to print the thing, but I can't print the actual thing itself. The close enough. That's fine, right? I can't print the actual spool holder because the printer's like Nope, if I try and do a starter diagonal, it just errors. But not error, it sort of lifts the corner of the actual print, just to be irritating.
And you have to try to rotate the print.
Yeah, but in the diagonals it doesn't like. It can do straight edge starts and things that are rounded starts, but it's having trouble with the with anything that's a diagonal start. I
Yeah,
have no idea why.
it's really weird.
So I just gave up and said, okay, well, I'll in that case I will just make it buy the thing and make it myself. Make it print the thing I want to print.
You missed 2 pieces.
All right, thank you. I didn't see that.
Well,
do me a
so you
favour?
could see it.
Could you do me a quick favour?
Go and get more orange.
Yeah, I ran out of orange paint. But if you pick paint from the machine, it should just request the parts required for it.
Yeah.
Right, put that there.
Yeah, like for me, I'm tempted to just go the route of buying instead of pre-spooled filament, buy like those massive bulks of the filament and just put it on a reel.
Yeah, that's an option. Definitely is something you can do.
Yeah.
I went down the route of pre-spooled because then I don't have to deal with the without wrapping it properly. Ooh, apparently I'm 2 steel sheets short. Yeah, 2 steel sheets short of being able to weld those up.
Oh, okay, there.
If you could give me 4 steel sheets as well, please. I need 2 for this and 1 for the next place.
You want steel sheets?
Yeah, 4 steel sheets and the orange paint, please.
Yeah, I'll try to get some. But yeah, like I'm tempted to do that because at the moment, like I have to go on Google and try to get like a rough estimate of what's called like how much filament I might have left.
Yeah, actually, you can just make a batch of steel sheets because I think you're going to need more than that. I'll make it an elevated platform here. I wasn't planning on doing it originally, but I decided to do it, so
Yeah.
like 20 or so should be fine. Ah. Stuck. Slow climb. All of it? I think I did. Yeah, that's all of it. That's good. Quite good actually when that's completed. This will be the logic chamber basically for doing the doing the actual piping and logic for the piping. Should be able to get away with a 1 by 1 there. Wrench. Let's take one of these out so I can use it for this part so I can stand on it without falling through constantly. Okay. So I need the fuel mixer to go on here, then bring the 2 pipes in and then send it out over here. So I'm gonna guess drill. Yeah. That'll work fine there. Right. So over here. It needs the gas mixer to be on here. And it needs to go out that way. So that would be the best route for it to go. That would be the best place for it to go there. And I can shoot straight out to that gas ram now. Okay, I do not have enough pipes for this, but it's a start. Right.
I have some pipes if you need.
Insulated pipes.
Nope.
Well,
Hey, Captain.
Hello there.
Alright, so here would be a T-junction there, or should we do it there? Where would it line up best with that? Thank you. Would be best lined up there. Welding dodge. Welded. Whee! Oh, so these cars, I thought they fixed that by now, but apparently haven't. That's
What?
weirdly annoying.
What haven't they fixed yet?
You can't weld up the corner pieces and the edge pieces of the steel blocks. They don't have a second stage.
Ah, that sucks.
Yeah, it's a bit weird because it's been a while now. It's been like that apparently. In that case, I just weld up the grids to be meshed like that. Then that's not the end of the world. Where's the wrench to remove that extra one? There we go. All right. Just need to paint all that orange. Yoink. Okay, that's all painted. Paint this now. Just let us know these are dangerous areas, basically. Sure, game. One day they'll also let you paint them as well. So you can't paint them either.
Nice try, DJ.
Must have been questioning what was going on, considering you looked.
I knew someone was flashing a torch, but I didn't know where it was coming from.
I was standing outside a gas farm and flashing my torch.
Okay, that's gonna drop down at some point. When will it need to drop down, or will it need to drop down? May need to drop down really close to the actual machine. There.
How is the filters looking?
I haven't been there today.
Captain is there, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they just need to replace one filter for the volatile, not volatiles. Fluid
okay,
that's
that
the
one.
one. Yeah, take this with you.
Ah.
One pipe short.
One pipe shot to get.
One pipe short.
One pipe shot to get to that. I mean, I've got a lot more pipe shot to get to the base, but one pipe shot to get to that little bit there. I mean, it still needs to connect to that, and then that to the base. Still, a pipe's needed anyway, but that's one pipe shot to get to that, basically.
We have quite a lot of just biomass laying up here.
Yeah, it's some of it's to be made into coal, and some is chucked into the generator. Well, actually, all needs to make it into coal, but some of the coal needs to go to the generator, and some of the coal needs to go to the thing. I just chucked in a whole bunch of ferns we had spare. Right.
Okay.
How much room do I have left in this board here? No space spare. Okay.
And you say just a bit of fern?
It was a stack of 50.
Yeah, because let's see, we have more than 9 stacks of biomass, and those stack in 50s.
They're stacking 200s, 100s if put into your inventory.
Oh,
Yeah, they eject at 50s, but they stack to 100s. Right, one there.
we still have more than 900 of them.
Okay, that's... We need to get power over there. I think power's already run over here, isn't it? Yes, it is.
So which furnace should I chuck it into?
Advanced. Yeah, it'll make charcoal when you ejects. I tried putting them into the act furnaces, but it annoys Captain Cost that they jammed every 5 seconds.
Do I need to adjust any temperature, do you think?
I shouldn't need to. Just keep an eye on the pressure. If the pressure gets high, start venting it. Oh, it should vent itself automatically. Okay, so I just need more pipes for this run. Oop. Okay, so let's look what I'm going to need anyway. I'm going to need 1 memory to let me know how much pressure to stop at. I'm going to need a reader, a writer, probably an additional reader, additional writer to turn off the other thing. Probably need a math calculator to determine if it's actually a good time to turn it off. Shouldn't need a second math calculator, so that should be all the logic circuits I need. I need a door and some pipes.
Oh god, DJ's messing with the advanced furnace.
I saw that bit.
I think we should change these to blast doors.
Oh, it will fix itself now. What's the worst that could happen? Have fun.
There's already 400 charcoal being brought to the production room from that we've been doing.
Oh yeah. Quite a lot
Right.
more.
I'll be back in a sec, but I need to set up. Ooh. I need to set up some pipe production because I need pipes. Insulate pipes. Request the material for that, and could do with a door as well, but I'll get the door ready in a minute. Alright, back in a sec.
Yep. So how is it going there, Capt?
Actually, it's going alright.
See?
It seems to be handling it fine.
Went well this time.
You broke everything yet?
Now the furnace actually self-regulated.
Right. The door.
All it took was to blow up the previous one.
3 times.
Yes, 3 times.
And set fire to the base.
Only once.
And that was easier to deal with than
Was it? Was it though?
compared to the explosion, yeah.
Okay. The door. Yes, you also need to make a door now. Excellent. Make me 1 door. Right, and that should be everything I need for that. I just need some of these pipes made so I can get out there and run the pipes. What colour did we choose for oxide and hydrogen? Red for hydrogen,
Red for hydrogen, white for oxygen.
white.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right, that will not be enough. I saw that.
You didn't see anything.
As I took us where I saw economy either coming down the ingot slot. So hang on a minute. I waited ages for them actually worthwhile there. Okay, so I've got the door. That'll give me the ability to put a rolling thing for logic. Roll area. And then we can get this connected in. Okay, open. Alright, so over here, let's get these pipes in. There we go, that's the fuel line complete. It's there. Over this side, it needs to go to there and there. I need the wire cutters. Where's the plug on this side? There it is. You go there. Right, and the cable is there. That connects the tank to the logic network, and then I'm just got to get that put in there. So that cable, drill. Need a wrench to move one of those pipes. Probably best to put that there. Volume pump goes there. go, and the wire. Go there. Alright, and then orange paint. There we go. And this will be set to the maximum flow rate. It'll never hit the maximum flow rate, but that just makes sure that pipe doesn't have anything in it.
What was the name of that screen thing we have?
The what?
The screens. What's the name of it?
The ones you put logic behind.
Yeah.
Roll doors or something, but it's a door anyway. It's a door of area.
No, the screens. I mean,
Oh, you mean the consoles?
consoles. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried to figure out what it was, but tried display, I tried monitor, tried screen. Nothing came up, so I was confused.
What are you trying to put onto the screen?
You know, in a tank farm, we have these tanks we can fill up,
Yeah.
and the only way to know if it's like full or like what we want it to be is literally by taking it out and in and out and in and out all the time.
Right. Yeah.
So why not put a console that will tell us?
Yeah.
So that's my job.
Okay. We also need to get rid of the back pressure regulator on the oxygen tank and have that set to a volume pump. Not a volume pump. We need that to be set to a volume pump that's logic driven. Because right now we've maxed out at like around 20 megapascals and 10 can hold near 60. Hey Chatsuga, bye Chatsuga. Enjoy your lurk. Where's me? There it is. Volume pump. Set to maximum. That works fine.
Yeah, I will do that too. I'll just make this since it's really quick to make.
Yeah. Just
We're out of gold.
you say gold.
Yeah. Under the second one. There.
Could bring it from here. There would be shot, but that wouldn't go with the aesthetics of the build, so I'm gonna put it over here and say screw it.
Hey, Chuck. Or Captain.
Records. Right. And that can run pretty much down there. That should be fine. Let's check this side works first before I try and put a cable through there.
So, Captain,
Yes.
where do we want the consoles? Like, where do you think would be fitting? For
Yes.
like, for example, this and this, and the nitrogen over here.
Probably just above them, to be honest.
Okay, I'll try.
Or below them on the floor, it doesn't really matter. Need to be local, I think.
Yeah. This one, I think I will just do. What the fuck is blocking that one? Well, I will fix that later. Can it work like that?
Should be fine to work like that. Don't see a problem with it.
Got the glass.
And cable's almost in place. Then just now running the appropriate logic then. And then
If only I brought my floppy disk with me too.
There we go. Okay, so that's all wired in. Okay, just the plumbing to do and the logic to do.
I've got to say, Pete, the closed captions are terrible.
What I'll do, I'll turn them off because if they're really bad. There we go. That stops them. I'd rather have no closed captions than really bad ones.
Yeah.
But they've always been really, really bad, so I was just trying out a new one that hopefully would be better, but apparently it's not any better than the others have been. The Google one, I've tried the Microsoft one, tried the Google one, and that one is the web one. And they're all just about each other, basically. Right. So, what we're going to need on logic, we need to set the pressure we want on the tank. Then we need to read the pressure of the tank, compare the pressure of the tank, determine if we turn the gas mixer on or not. The question is, do we want to turn off the volume pump as well, or do we want to have the volume pump always run and just drain its pipe?
That's almost left to you.
Well, it's 200 watts power draw, I believe, when it's running. It'll be all the time, but it will mean the pipe is empty, which could be a critical thing. And they could always put another pipe, analyzer on the pipe and say when the pipe is empty, turn the pump off. That'd be a separate logic circuit entirely. So I could do that as a separate logic later on, or even once I've done this one. So I think for this one, I think this will just be for the gas mixer, and it'll read from the tank to say turn off the gas mixer as soon as the tank hits the desired pressure.
You know what we could do, DJ? Instead of doing these gas displays, you could just change the gas canisters to smart gas canisters.
Yeah, that'll do it. They're a little LED on the side.
Sure.
I would recycle the existing ones and then just replace them with the same colour. A spare one for each one.
Yeah, make 4 of each canister.
Yeah, make a replacement smart one for each of us so we can change our existing ones out. And then a spare one in each of the canister slots so we just grab the one that's already there then. So maybe we need, what, 3 each? A waste tank, an air tank, and a propellant tank?
Yep.
And then after you've done those 3, one for each of the holders in the gas fan? Or you can do logic if you want to do logic.
No, it's fine. Ice Crusher will be down for a bit.
Oh god, no.
Don't worry. Yeah, you should have
Could have
power
done with
now.
a bit more warning. There's volatiles in there. That was about
There
to
you
leak
go.
out to the base.
It's back up.
Like that. It's gonna be down for a little while. Well, now we're screwed. Because there were volatiles in the machine, now they're everywhere and they're based on fire.
Alright, last one.
It's almost
You
like
can do what you want.
it's almost like a DJ turned up and set fire to the base.
Almost.
Okay.
Not quite, but almost.
There.
Get rid of that.
Are you happy?
I'm happy. Well, I'm happy now I'm cycling out of the base.
That one there. That one there. That's the. Nope, that one's be writer.
Right, you said we needed gold. Someone did anyway.
Yeah, me.
Hey, Milos, how you doing? Okay, so we have the logic here. Now we need a math processor over here. Well, the pipe go there, so we don't want too close to the edge. Can't go there. Can't really go there. Gonna have to go here, but then the pipe's gonna be in the way because awkwardness. Yeah. Okay, so you will read. So actually, you will read the tank. You will write to that. We need a math processor, which actually could go there. Compare. We could go there. That would be better. Yeah, that could work. Alright, let's get this wired and see if it actually works. I'm fine with you. How are you? I'm doing good, thank you. I'm doing good. Like those. Ah! I'm trying to program in a very small space.
That goes. Ah!
Fine, don't worry about it. All good. It was supposed to be like that.
Are you sure?
I'm gonna run low on cables actually.
Oh, that's not good.
I thought I had enough, but apparently I'm gonna run low. I'm gonna be short by a couple actually. One there, two, 3, 4, and 5. Probably about 10 or so cable short. You... I don't have the pipes to complete the job, but I just need to get the logic up and running so it's prepped. And then I can run the pipes to connect it. But that will require cables. I didn't leave any normal cables in there, did I? No. But I did leave spare pipes though. Yoink.
Okay. I was gonna ask if you need a pipe, but yeah, I remember you can't use those pipes.
Yeah, I can't use the normal pipes, I need to use insulated, so the ones that were there in front of whoever it was that stood there, it's Captain Rink. No, it's you. Those ones here were insulated pipes, that were great. But the ones over here, sadly, I can't use these ones. Not yet, they will be usable in another area shortly.
I just stole all the processors and such.
Wait, I mean, I left a load there because I didn't need them. I built like this.
Actually, I don't need to steal all the processors, thinking about it. Now let's try not to blow up the gas farm with actually trying to do this with the chips instead. Are you using this machine?
As soon as you can make me some copper cables, it'd be great.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. I only need to make a handful and they're quick to make, so give me a sec.
No problem.
Maybe you literally need to go around a corner of some circuits. That's it. So I have like 40 heavy cables, but I don't want to use heavy cables on the logic circuit for no reason. That should do. Thank you.
No problem. Let's see.
we'll get this. Get this logic set up, and then once I connect the actual pipes to it, it'll start filling the tank automatically. So it needs. It needs a curve pipe there. Yeah.
Did you actually look more at that project we talked about? What was it called? Octoprint or something like that?
No, I never got around to looking at it. Have you?
No, but I'm tempted.
I really am.
At the moment, I'm sitting here trying to look how long it's left for a print. I can't see it because it's like the screen is tilted that much that I can't see it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. For me, because of my printer's upstairs in the office, I can't see the status of the print without actually going upstairs and having a look. And I mean, and I'm nosy, and I like to see what's happening with the stuff when it's actively printing. Just like that, it goes there. There's an output over here. Ah.
But yeah, like I'm tempted to do that, like to do that project because it's really interesting one. Can I clear this rocket script?
Yes, you can. It's saved.
Okay. I just did not want to risk it just in case.
Oh, that's not good. They got the wrong place. Need a wrench really quickly.
Make sure when you're using that computer, DJ, that you're right to the correct housing, because there are some housings there that are for the inventory now.
Yep.
Okay. Wire cutters. Wires. They go together quite nicely, don't they?
Usually they do.
You go there, and then you.
Hydration critical.
No, it's not. Stop saying it's critical. God, I hate tight spaces in this game. Okay, now I can put that there, I can put that there, roll that up one notch. There we go. Alright, that's the logic circuitry in place, and it just needs configuring. Before I die of dehydration. Yeah, that's all connected. Okay, so I hit the logic reader, and I read from the tank, which I haven't named yet. I haven't named any of it actually yet. And I want to read the pressure. Pressure, there we go. Right, we've got the pressure. And then we pass that pressure. Oh, we need to get the memory stick connected. The memory stick I want to put over near the tank itself so we can control it near the tank. And there's my extra wire that I needed, which I wasn't aware of, so good to add extra one. Right, let's get the labeler out. Right, so you are max fuel pressure memory. And we'll set that as a copy. And run over here. You are the max fuel pressure reader, writer, and compare. Right, so they're all named. You are there. That's a large hole in the ground. Da, 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 da. You are the mixer. Alright. So, let's get the logic set up here, shall we? You need to read the pressure, which you are doing, which is 0. Then you need to take the reader, and if the reader is greater than the memory, actually it's less than. If you are less than the memory, then turn it on. So that's a 0, that's a 0. Oh yeah, I need to actually set that divide, don't I? Right, I'm going to set it as a 1000 kPa. No, actually, let's go lower than that for the test run. 300 kPa. Right, so you're saying 0. You're saying it's that. It's on. You need to write that then to the gas mixer. So you will take in the compare. You output that to the mixer, and you need to output the on-off status. There we go. Perfect. Turn that logic circuit off for a minute while we're still making stuff, but there we go. Because I haven't got the actual mixer set up with its rate ratios and the right pipes and everything yet. Okay. Now, got that there. Pipes. Now we said that one pipe would be red and one pipe would be white. So you will be the red ones, and you will be the white ones. Right, red pipes, white pipes. There, and the red one. Get down there. If we can get my cursor just lower. There we go. Perfect. Oops, not there. That was a bit too far down. Wrench. Go forward one more. I think we'll dip it down there. Bring it back out one. And then when you're there. There, and then the white pipe. Oops. Would then there, dip down. That would be red because it ignored me. Dip down. And then we would run there. So the two fuel lines will run parallel of each other. Can I walk up that? Good question. I can, okay. I can walk over that. That was actually the most important factor. Can I walk over that pipe? Put the wrench back there, put them in there. And I can't walk over on the way back, sadly. Too high this time, but a little ingenuity and have both pipes side by side actually might actually make it work. Now, what I was wondering is, should we run this through, bring the pollution pipe out, and run this through a heat exchanger and cool down the fuel as well?
Sure.
The alternative is to just put a load of radiators on it and have a little logic that says do or don't chill depending on temperature, but we have heat exchangers and we haven't used them yet, so.
Pollutant pipe is very far away, though, isn't it?
I don't know where the nearest version of it is. But I mean, given how much internet pipe I've used already, I don't think distance is an issue.
I'm thinking more space in the roof area.
Oh yeah. Hey mate, I do a favour, bring the pollutant pipe across.
The what now?
Well, the question is, do we want to chill the fuel using the outside temperature, which will be 20 degrees in the daytime and minus 70 at night? Do we want to put a local cooling system on it with using a bunch of radiators and a cooling mechanism, or do we want to bring the actual chilled pollutant pipe from the gas farm all the way across to the rocket? And then use heat exchangers to do it at that point. It's more a matter of which we would prefer rather than it's not a matter of logistics. We can bring a pipe across easy enough. It's not a matter of materials because we have materials and we can get them anyway. It's more a matter of which do we prefer to do.
I think honestly just
started cycling before you camped.
Thank you.
I swear to God, this
Because we can bring the pipe across without a real issue. It'd just be a bit of weaving in maybe the initial area. It is just a matter of which do we prefer to do.
I think we just cool it over there. I think that would be the easiest.
It's the easiest. I mean, like I say, it was never a matter of logistics, which is the easiness of it. It was more about which we prefer to do.
Yeah.
I will get a local cooling system set up. I will need a canister of, well, I need a few canisters of X at some point, but I'll get those in a bit.
Oh, I hate so much that you can't do the control set in this.
Can't do control setting up.
I just hate it. I'm writing a program, then I type wrong, and then because I type wrong, it just like all, fucks over, and it's just like I have to start over again with that.
Where is that in the MIPS upstairs?
Mm-hmm.
Have you tried using the website for that? It's a much nicer interface.
I'll do that now, because fifth attempt at doing the exact same.
Yeah, I've started writing in their website they've got for it.
Do you
And
have
then-
a link for it?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Where is? Get rid of the junk off the end of the link. That's the. There we go. I'll put it in Twitch chat so everyone else can use it if they want it as well. There you go.
The Twitch chat, you say?
Yep. No, anybody else who wants to use the same simulator has access to the simulator because it's quite useful.
It didn't come up for me.
Yeah, it's in the Twitch chat.
I'll DM you it since you probably never chat open at the time. If you want to open it, if you want to see it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Danke.
So with that, what
Okay.
you do, with that site, what you do is at the top of the site. Actually, bring it across on the screen, you can see it. So it's got this interface, and there's your programming section down on the program. So you write your program in there.
Yep.
And you can actually set up here a value. So you can say this D0. It's gonna have a value of setting and a value of 200. And now your program can read that setting from 200 from D0. So you can put your variables in there so you can see how the program will run as well.
Okay.
So you can actually simulate your program running. So all you do with P, you set your D1, your D2 to like settings and on or off, whatever it is you're looking for. And then you run your program and the program will run and it'll actually update these settings as needed. So it's a nice little simulator. I used it when I was doing I used it when I was doing the emergency power generator code. And the last one is 19. I already have one in stock, so it won't be an issue. It takes a little bit of use to getting used to it at first when you start setting it up, but the website's much easier to program in.
Yeah, I bet it would be. The website, I feel like, or the in-game one is just like I try to write a code and it just messes up.
Yeah. But things you can simulate with that as well. So you can say, well, what if the memory that I've got at D3 were to read this instead? Then you can simulate the program and without actually having to wait for things to actually change in the game world.
Yeah.
I'll say when I was doing the emergency generator, having to wait for the battery to hit below 20% so it would turn on, and then it just wasn't viable basically.
Oh, I bet.
Two, one. Split that stack in half.
The alias thingy is not the registers.
No.
Or the set what the pins are called.
The
No,
alias.
that,
Alias.
The alias for like the R0 and such.
Oh yeah, that's registers as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can alias the pins and alias registers.
Yeah.
Alias is just a friendly name for the pin. You don't even need to use them if you want. If you're happy typing D1 all the time and knowing what D1 is, you don't even need to do the aliases. It's just a way of getting a friendly name for the pin.
But it also helps you when you come to binding, turning the pins. You know what that pin does.
Oh yeah, I'm saying
Accessing the code.
So I'm saying you don't need to do it, but it makes life easier if you do it.
Right, there's 500 gold in the system now.
Hey, Captain, you anywhere near the Adam Furnace?
I will be. Why?
Sounds sketchy.
I just need to know where to put these pipes in the roof because you said there's an oxygen and a hydrogen pipe in the roof.
Yes.
I just need to know where to deliver them to.
Okay.
I can bring up randomly and then try and weave them, but if I can get them as close as possible to the right location.
Right. Swap the drill for that.
Best option here. If I give you a red pipe and a white pipe, if you can shove them through the wall in line with where I need to connect to.
Yep.
Make sure you switch hands, otherwise you'll end up with 2 reds.
Yeah. That one. Need a spanner. Let me get closer.
If you can just shove them through the wall, I can then connect my pipes up to this end. Like, perfect. That's the white one.
And I'll do the red one there.
Okay, red one's right on the roof. Okay, that's not a problem.
And I'll get 2 more pipes to.
Oh, I'm gonna need at my end like another 10 pipes anyway of each, maybe more.
Okay. I'll make 20 pipes then.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, Pete. That thing you talked about this like today about the programming the net core.
Yep.
Is that what's the default on VPF and such?
Default for VPF.
Yeah. When you start making a VPF or yeah.
WPF, you mean?
Yes.
When you say you want to make a WPF application, it'll say what framework do you want to use, and then you choose of the 3 different types of frameworks that are available.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a default, but the migration is really easy as well. So if you already started your application in framework, it's not hard to change it over to thingy to core.
Okay.
That video that I sent you, this makes it really easy. It actually explains the process of converting the app. And it is just literally back up your project file, just a PR or J file, and delete the contents and write about 3 lines in there, and then restart it.
Oh wow.
And then if you've made any imports, any third-party DLLs or class projects that are separate, then just re-import them, and that's it. And if you've written a program recently, it'll probably be up to standard, so it probably won't need any code changes. Okay, what are they doing over here? Right, I need to know what the fuel ratio is for the mixer. I know it's 66/33, but I don't know which one's which.
Have you got the spray paint out there, Pete?
I do.
Okay.
Pipes. So it's 66% hydrogen. Right, input 1, input 2. Your input 2. So input 2 is the hydrogen. And that's the wrong way around. Okay, now I know. So now it's 33.333333. So input 1 is 33%. And Input 2 is technically 37%, but it should be, yeah, decimalized, so that's good. Right.
Hi. Can I have one of each colour, please?
Let me see, put that there, put that there. Pick up that. Pick up that. Just one of each is all you need.
Yep.
Okay. A second, that's a full stack, but it won't let me split them off with 2 sets in my hands. It just transfers them between the 2 sides. Oh, thank you. Ah!
Shall I go and get the terrain manipulator as well?
Well, I was wondering if you was happy with these floaty pipes or not. They might want to not bury them, but make them so you can walk over it.
Yeah.
I'd like to see them, but I want to be able to walk over them. Okay, let's see. I think put them there. Put them there. In with the wrench. That's not a wrench, but sure. That's definitely a welder. Right. So with these two now, if I stick them up there, I can connect them in without going through the window. Because the window, I don't want the pipe going up the window. So we'll do the red one first, since that's going to be in the way mostly.
I messed up, Pete.
How's
Combine both piles. Can I have 2 red ones if you've got them spare?
I won't have them spare, but you can have them for now, and I can get new ones. The airlock's coloured on both sides, isn't it? It's covered there. So I can rip this wall down without an issue.
Good question.
Crowbar. I asked this question because I'm about to. I need to take this band off so I can see where the pipes are going. But I know that it's going to be a major problem if I don't do it right. So.
So what was the question? Sorry, I missed that.
This airlock's lucky for me to just dig straight into, isn't it? It is, don't worry about it. I'm already digging into it now anyway.
I mean, what could go wrong?
Exactly.
765 seconds until the storm comes.
Oh, thank you for the warning.
I just like was tapped out and you said in my ear.
700 seconds?
So- yeah,
It can't be 700 seconds.
it is.
I mean, it can't be 700 seconds. We've got the alarm only goes off with 120 seconds on the clock.
It went off.
The recent change made for Captain Corse's sanity.
I can't
It went
hear the
off.
alarm and it's got 700 seconds.
Mate, did you go insane at some point?
Maybe.
Okay, these are.
No, but I think it went off for a split second.
Oh, it could maybe one little quick
Yeah.
blurb before the logic kicked in and said not to do it.
Otherwise, I would not actually know that it went off. See.
Yeah. I'm gonna need more warning on the arrival though, due to my current position, which is floating above the base with pipes in my hand. Right, you can't go there. We've had this conversation already, King.
How many pipes do you need, Pete?
Probably another 10 maybe. I won't really know until I start laying these in. If this door's being irritating because I can't place the pipes against the edge of the door.
it's called digital valve.
What are we looking for?
No, I'm just trying to remember the names of the components in this. There we go. Oh, this game, I swear. Health low. Hunger.
Right, gonna remove that. There should be a slot right there for it, right? Oxygen pipe should be connected now. Perfect. Hydrogen one's gonna be the one I need to wiggle a little bit. But hey, no one ever said wiggling hydrogen pipe wasn't safe, right?
Pete, didn't we have a water thingy next to the battery?
Yep, it got moved into the cryo bed area,
Okay.
top of the stairs. Mate, it's slowly
You
going
had me
insane.
questioning my
I'm sure we had
memory there
something
for a second.
Yeah, he's slowly going insane. Going, I'm sure we had something here for this.
Make sure you
Yeah, I
close
was-
the fridge, DJ.
Huh?
Make sure you close the fridge.
I would just eat the food first.
Is that my pipes?
Yes.
Can you do me a favour and do a logic check on that gas mixer before I turn it on and it's got the right ratios?
Okay, there you go.
Thank you. I don't want to turn it on and then suddenly start flooding the tank with the wrong mixture of fuel.
So, input 2 is hydrogen. Hydrogen, you put in 67% hydrogen in.
It's supposed to 66 and 33, but you can't get it to
Yeah.
show decimal, so it's. I use the thingy for it, the labeler.
Yeah. So, not, input 1 is oxygen, and oxygen is 33%.
Right, that should be all of the plumbing done. Those should be connected. Let's give it a quick atmo analyzer, shall we? Okay, when I press the button, I want you to do the thing. Right, you are 100% of oxygen, and you are 100% of hydrogen. Alright, so if that mixture is correct, if you're happy with that mixer,
Yep.
we can turn it on for a second and get an idea what fuel's in there.
Yep.
It'll be in the Hi.
It would be where?
Right. So going to this, pipe analyzer is empty. Turn it on for a sec. We'll see if we get some fuel in there. No, you were filling the ground in. I flew away thinking you would turn the pipe on.
Sorry.
Put that in there. Right, turn it on for a second. And then off. So 33% O2, 67% H2. Seems happy with that.
Yep.
Right. We turn on the volume pump over here. So it drains into the fuel tank itself, and that will also put it into the rocket. Okay, volume pumps are way too slow.
Is it?
Well, right now it's dropping at 1 kPa per second, and it filled that up in like 2 seconds to like 100 kPa. So, yeah, this volume pump is way too slow for this. So, I might have to remove this this volume pump and put a straight link from that gas mixer there, and just have that extra in the pipe be just there, basically.
Did you want this covering up?
What?
This pipe?
There was a hill here, so I just went under them. I didn't really care either way on that one. I like to have the things visible, but I'd rather go through that rather than I'd rather go through a hill than make a PV pipe. Right, put the drill there. Disconnect that volume pump, because that volume pump just isn't going to do the job that we wanted to do here today. Put that there. I don't need the wires in, do we? I might end up putting a digital valve here later on to deal with it. Oop, sun's going down.
Light on.
Alright. So the current reading is 7, and I told the memory to be 100. So if I turn this mixer back on again, if I turn the logic circuit on again, did I set memory to 200 or 200? I can't remember. The memory is set to 300. Okay. And currently the tank is at 303 and holding. And if I'm right, that thing over here should now be turned off. It is. Okay, what's our target pressure for the fuel tank, do you think? Go for a couple of megapascals?
Yeah.
Sure.
3 or should we go 4 megapascals?
Go 3, I think.
3 megapascals. Alright,
What?
been set. 3 megapascals of fuel is now requested into the system. You hear creaking and the groaning, you might want to step back from the tank, okay?
Okay. Are you saving?
Yes, I am saving.
That explains why everything just like
Yeah, everything stopped.
oh
Very
no,
weird.
like it.
I got every warning.
Yeah.
Right, we're almost approaching 1 megapascals of fuel in the tank. Ah, up there.
Let's see. I can't.
1.2 megapascals. What's our storm warning if anyone's nearby? If no one's nearby, don't worry about it.
Okay.
I would
No,
imagine
it's
it's going to be soon.
Yeah. What? 919.
$120 seconds. The alarm just starts sounding in a moment.
Yep.
With 124 seconds when I got to it, so. Okay, so this is not filling the rocket up, by the way, this is just filling the fuel tank. The rocket itself is. The pressure regulator is turned off at the moment.
Yeah.
Alright, and the fuel is at 7.4 degrees Celsius. I'm going to stay out here when the storm hits because I want to see this turn off at 3 megapascals before I leave it alone.
I don't know what I'm missing. Let's see, copy, paste.
2.74 megapascals. It's getting there. 2.8. Yeah, this mixer can mix the gases a lot faster than the system can output, than the volume pump could have even done. And 3 megapascals. Circuit is off. 3.02 megapascals and it turned off. Alright, I'm happy with that logic circuit. That's what we can find. That's the happily creating fuel mixture for the rocket. And we've got the chutes going up there. We've got the pressure regulator over there, which will be able to fill the rocket when we're ready to turn it on. That's going to probably be super slow to fill the rocket, but at that point, we shouldn't be doing refueling rapidly anyway. We should be refueling every so often once it lands and then top it up. Storm time.
Yes. Okay.
Do you think a padded room's quieter in a storm?
I don't know. I don't even know what padded walls do, to tell you the truth.
No, nor do I. It's a place to put tie RJ up and leave. Right, I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Okay. I'll send command to device and restart this. But what?
Should put that on there. You right there, mate? Need any help?
It does not recognize digital valve, which is starting. Oh wait, no, forget it. If only I just read the code.
It's over there.
Valve.
Yeah, shoots.
Where is that from? No. Where did that come from?
I'm gonna go do something stupid and we've got outside in the storm.
Good luck, have fun.
Thanks.
Pressure critical. Temperature critical.
Okay, if we try to comment those two out, what happens then? We set up onto 5,000. This one 6. Yes. Shuffle happen. What? Did I? Reset.
Light on.
Yes.
You right there?
Yeah. I am.
Okay, jumping over the chutes was a bad idea in a storm. Okay, so we have a choice now. I can either run a line of chutes down to the arc furnace from the rocket, or
Okay.
I can run a chute to the common chutes that are already there, but we need to put a sorter on there to make sure that only ingots make it this far and all ores are taken off early. The main reason being that when you when you unload the rocket, all the ores will come out of the rocket and they go down the chute. Then when they hit they need to go down the chute into the arc furnaces. In the roof of the corridor between the airlock and the arc furnace, there's already some chutes that go from the advanced furnace. They come here to the production room. Okay.
Okay.
Those chutes could have a splitter on them at the junction to the arc furnace, then break off there, so they can share the same chute. Or I'd put some chutes in the ground where the power cables are and have them go into the arc furnace and not worry about overlapping. Ow. Mean.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Okay, we can try an ore.
Stop that. Right, Cap, question for you.
Yeah.
The chutes coming back from the rocket to the ore processing.
Yes.
We can either run the chutes into the roof chutes that's already there from the advanced furnace,
Yes.
have them travel down the chutes to here, and then before they shoot off into production, have them hit a splitter and then fire off that way.
Yeah.
Or we can just put new chutes in the ground and have them just do a straight line and not have to worry about a splitter. Because then they can just come here up the back of this thing here and do the feed then.
See, I'm tempted to use the existing chutes.
I was as well. That would require a saucer at top here that would say anything that's an ingot, fire off that
Yeah.
way. The only downside is when we do start bringing ice in at some point, the ice has to go further down, and then go to the gas chamber. Go to the gas rooms. Actually, no, we can have the ice go straight to ice crushers over here, and pipe into the pipe. So that'd be fine.
Yeah.
We'll need a sorter over here for the ice crusher then. But that'll be later. We're not doing ice just yet, so I can definitely put a existing one. It just means that we'll need to have a sorter set up there to say anything that's an ore goes over that way.
Well, maybe we could use these 2 blocks here and add like an area in the roof up there for the sorters.
Yes.
And we could also put the ice crusher up there as well when we get to that point.
Well, the ice crusher could be done anyway because the waste pipe goes all the way down the corridor, so the ice crusher could literally be anywhere.
Yeah.
Wherever the most convenient spot would be. But as long as we get it, as long as we get the ores into that vent here, going into the arc furnaces, that's all that really matters. Now, that being said, we can either say, I'm happy to link into the existing network, but we just need to put a source up here to say anything that's not an ingot goes that way.
Yeah. I think we'll put a sorter here because there's not much space in the roof. So
Oh,
we'll like extend the roof over.
Oh, we can definitely do that. We can definitely make a little area up there to put the sorter on. Maybe we can put the sorter on the actual roof itself. It doesn't have to. We can take the chutes up for a second and bring them down again. But the sorter can be out in the vacuum above if needs to. Like when you see a building with an aircon unit on the outside of the building sometimes.
Yeah.
just have the chutes pop up into the outside world, go into the source, and then come back down again. If we want to do that. If it's easier. It's all about simplicity at this point.
You say it's all about simplicity, but I think it'd look nicer if it was...
Encased.
Yeah.
Right, well I have the chutes to go and start getting it connected. So I will head out and link the existing pipe conveyor to the existing conveyor network we've got. But we need to get the sort up running before we launch the rocket, because it's not until we launch the rocket it's an issue, so...
Okay, I shall start sorting the sorter.
Sorting the sorter. So if I go up there... Okay. I'm gonna need to...
You're a bit.
Alright.
Need 2 printers done.
I need to remove that there. And turn that into a junction of some kind. Ah! Wait, so junction, junction, junction. And I need to make sure that the output goes that way. I've got just tight space to be in here. Someone said someone put a hole in the floor or something. Can I have you go that way and so I take it there's not an actual useful junction.
No, a junction can have 2 inputs, 1 output, that's it.
It can, which is what I want, but I also want it to feed from the both sides and come out the middle. But apparently that's not an option, so they can apparently go straight through and feed in from one side as well.
Yeah.
Which is what I didn't want to do because there's a pipe in the way that way. Oh well, I'll just have to deal with it as well. Put that there and then flip you around so you face in the right direction. See, that's the problem. If I put it where I wanted to go, there we go. Then there's an entry point on this side which faces that wall, which I was hoping not to go through. I want to go through that wall. But I can put a curve there and route it, it's not an issue. And I'll use the black pipe for this. Oh!
Damage.
Ouch. Okay. Apparently I put that on my head, apparently. Even though I'm still below it, but apparently that went into my skull, so that hurt a little bit. What really confused me, I got the hissing sound while I'm in the atmo of the base. It's because my suit's helmet's on. It's like, we're leaking air. Like, yeah, but we're in an atmosphere. Don't worry about it. But panic. I think that's literally the only sound so far that's actually given me a scare. I need to make that sound effect into a command for people. I put that out the wall, and I can go find it outside then. Okay, where's the plastic for the roof? Right. It's literally the like second time I've broken this suit. Hello there, it's just Yogurt. How are you doing? Right, so now I'm going to get that up there. And I don't want to shoot through the wall because that's the airlock there. It's going to have to be sat away from the wall, sadly, because there's pipes in the wall. And these don't hide very well, so... Where's the wrench? Ooh, don't dig that up. Dig that out of my inventory first. Alright, where are we going to do this? Well, actually, the most logical place would be to stand it out there. That way we can go around the hydrogen pipe. Well, that's logical, right? This game wants to kill me with confusions. almost correct. Up, 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 up. Turn. Okay. And that down. There. Ah, right up, right up. There. 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 Grab that. Alright, and I've got enough to put a couple of window ones in so we can see stuff going through it from the rocket. So we know it's actually working. How'd that look?
Like a sore thumb.
Sadly, there's nowhere to hide it. Actually, that's not true. I could. If I dug the floor out from below the airlock and from below the... I could actually potentially weave it up the inside. It might look better. But I would need to take the floors out, so be very careful with opening and closing the airlock. Put that there. Alright, I'm going to dig up the floor in the airlock and hope that it's sealed around it. Right, so for me, I can see it's sealed on all sides, so if I cycle the airlock inside and then dig the floor up, I should be able to go through those two floors. And hopefully there's no cavity below it. Do not cycle the airlock for the next few minutes, the one near the advanced furnace. Because I want to do this floor up, if you cycle the airlock, you end up decompressing the base. Actually, I got a copy of this on me. I could stick that in the control terminal. That should disable it anyway, shouldn't it? Okay, looks sealed here. Looks sealed that side. Alright, let's see if we can do it. Right, remove that wall. I know there's nothing behind that wall. So I've removed it a few times to get behind there and do stuff. Let me in. Let me in. Thank you. Okay. Do. There. Yeah. I'll put that there. The best I can do to hide it is that. Put the plastic back in place. Drop down here and weld these steel plates back in. Okay, now put the floor back down again. Okay, good to know. You can still cycle the airlock with the floppy disk in it. It doesn't care. It's in programming mode. I was wondering if it would do or not.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Let's see if this 3D print is good.
Hydration
Ooh.
critical.
Are you good?
Yeah. I think this
Sounded
is
like
the most perfect print. My mom sent me a couple of weeks ago, I think almost a month ago, she sent me this like puzzle thingy. And she wrote this is cool. But
Right.
I've just like, in a sense, just like
Ignored it.
not told her. In a sense, yeah, ignore it, but also like kinda to surprise her.
Use that.
And where it's supposed to slide the puzzle thingy, it's actually smooth.
Nice. That's one of the hardest parts to get sometimes, is get that part smooth.
Yeah.
Okay. For those watching, I'm not dying of dehydration. I'm ignoring a buzzing sound for no reason.
Oh no.
Right. Ah. Okay. So the earliest I can get a chute into this wall is... Oh, I can go in there, but it'll be... you'll have to go up the wall a little bit, that's all. No one's going to notice that, right?
Depends. Wow. The finish, this.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, Cap, you go outside.
I can go outside.
And if you're not going out, don't worry about it. I thought you were going that way. Were you peering up?
No, well, I was going to get some more shoots.
Oh, I've got loads of shoots. Don't worry about that. Let me finish this
I
piece,
have
and
a few,
I'll. I've got like 20 on me, so I'm gonna almost have spare when I finished.
Okay.
Just need to link that somehow to this if I can get past that red pipe. Hopefully I can. Right, now I just got to take that off there, replace that with a junction. Not with a black junction though, because that's me. I'm using black for my ore pipe, it's not a difference. Junction there. Goes that way, feeds in from there, feeds in from there. Okay. Now I just need to head outside. Get that up, and then you can have the extra chutes in.
Okay.
In fact, I don't know where you are, but
I'm in production at the moment.
okay. Well, there's 17 by the airlock that I know are excess. I got 6 on me, which are probably excess as well.
Okay.
To watch it get blown over by the airlock pressurizing.
But yeah,
Right,
this
that
it's only needs a light sanding. That's all.
so. Cool. Right,
I
Cap,
will
you
call
have,
that a
to,
win.
you have to take a look at that when you get a chance and see what you think of it. It might either we paint those 3 pieces of chute white, or we're happy with that being black. Because they are black because they're carrying the ore material.
Okay.
Where do you want these chutes?
Just leave them in the arc finish room.
Okay, there's 20 of them by the way.
One away.
Yeah, there's 20 there.
Okay. Are they grey?
They're black because they were what I was using.
Fair enough.
But if you grab, yeah, if you grab one off the roof and you'll be fine. So. Need drink. Do 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 do. Whee. Right, now that logic circuit that's on the rocket, that won't launch the rocket by fueling, will it?
I don't think it launches unless you press the button.
Okay.
Don't take my word for it.
I won't bore you for a second though, see what you think about the colour scheme out there.
Just a second.
Yep. Meet you at the airlock. Whee.
I just want to place this chip down.
There.
Is that sunset or sunrise? I always forget which side the sun goes on this game. Sunrise, that's good. Make it easy if it's sunrise. Alright, saving.
Okay.
I'm just doing that before I turn the rocket on, fuel into the rocket on.
What am I looking at?
The chute on the roof above the airlock. How does it look? We've been black basically. So I can paint it white so it matches the wall, but obviously it's the extension of that black pipe going around. So I can paint it like that.
See, I think that would have looked better if it was just going straight up and in, straight in, rather than.
Well, feel free. You can change it. It's only I pushed it like that so it was like the smallest footprint. It's only the top one that matters. So
Yeah.
that's why I wanted your opinion on it. Because I was happy. I was personally happy with it going in and out, but also I was happy with it being black as well. So. And boop. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that works.
Alright. So paint it black again.
Are you coming in or are you staying out there?
Stay out here for a bit. Thank you. Can you just cycle the look back to my side when you're done?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Okay, where's my tablet? Fuel is now at 4.3 megapascals. Now, we want to chill this fuel. So I'm going to need a bunch of radiators, probably a portable tank or a couple of canisters of X for coolant, and yeah, just get a coolant up and running. The question is, do I go with an aircon, or do I go with the one with the radiators, just a cooler? Do, 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 do. I could just do a valve logic circuit, and then open the valve when the tank's temperature gets warm, and close it when the tank's warm, cold. Or I could put just an aircon on it and just say, look, make this cool. Stack as heat exchanger. We have an heat exchanger. We do have atmospherics, which will be the aircon unit. Which one to do? Well, there isn't actually a way of cooling anything in the pipe, is there? So the only way to do it is either open close valve logic circuit through the heat exchanger, or use a standard aircon unit, which quite frankly seems a bit convoluted for the sake of just to get the aircon unit down.
Yeah, I was gonna say the aircon unit's probably the best bet. If you can figure it out.
Yeah. Well, the aircon unit is easy. I just need a canister of X for the coolant side of it.
Yeah.
I don't really think it's a good idea to let the fuel side of it be the pressure that we did with the other stuff, because it's going to get to like several hundred degrees Celsius with fuel in that pipe if I did it that way around.
Yeah.
I will take that kit there of normal black pipes, and I need a bunch of radiators. Do we have any radiators in stock? I don't want to make them if we have them in, because they cost gold, so I know we've been low on that.
I just refined 500, I think.
Oh, okay. I still think they need to remove the paints from the tool machine, from the autoliv, because the fact that it costs steel to make paint, yeah, seems really weird. Especially when
It's iron.
It uses iron to make paint, but there are flowers you can get, and you put flowers through the reagent mixer and they make dyes, and you use the dyes to make paint. I think the recipe should be removed from the autoliv, so that you have to use an iron for the can and dye for the paint. It would make more sense, because you don't really need to paint anything until mid to late game anyway. We should have, by then you'd have access to dyes. Alright, come on, golden steel. Bam, 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 bam. It delivered exactly 3 grams of gold for a radiator that costs 3 grams of gold. There you go. Now you can make more. 2.
What's it?
Seven, 8, 9, and the last one. 10 radios on this thing. In the rare event that fuel actually gets into this pipe, I want to make sure it's cool.
Hello.
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 I shared that picture of Smudge passed out on your dad on the
Okay.
Facebook cat group, and I think I broke several people because they literally just got. It's literally got. There's only like 60 odd members.
You having
and
fun
it's
there?
on- Oh, it's pretty much every member loves it. Was your dad brushing him or something?
No, we've just sat there and given and he got on his knee and had a bit of a stroke and rolled over. So
It looks like he was enjoying it so much he passed out.
he was just asleep basically, and he stretched and twisted and rolled, and then eventually he rolled onto his back.
Oh. Well, that's a sign that a cat is well loved.
And trusted, because they wouldn't bestow the belly like that if they weren't trusting you.
Yeah, basically their belly is their weakest spot. So
Just like a DJ, their belly's the weakest spot as well.
yeah, my weakest spot is my legs and manholes and anything that I can get stuck in.
Like an elevator.
And- Yeah.
Give him a few minutes before he realizes.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. By the way, yes, the wonderful sprinkler installers, they've managed to break. Do you know how outside everyone's flat we've got a foyer, an indoor foyer before we go to the lifts?
Yeah.
Every single floor, the foyer lights right outside your flat are completely utterly gone. They're broken. So we've got it's basically pitch black. George says it's basically at night it's gonna be like that video, you know, the black cat on the front of the TV. You don't see it until it turns around and you look at its eyes.
Yep. Eyes,
Says
yeah.
that's gonna be me when I leave my flat when it's dark. So we've got no lights in the foyer, we've got no lights in the stairwell. You have to use a torch to get out the tower block. So
I think Captain is bored.
Why was he doing?
Oh, DJ, are you using the computer?
oh, it's live stream again, isn't it? Damn it! I always forget that when you're on the stream.
You can use it,
It's Friday as well. Yeah.
but
Not
I
using
need
the
that
code
check.
on there. Yeah, he can
Hello,
have
live
the check.
stream.
1, 2, 3,
Oh.
4, 5.
6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be
Can
all my
I cheese
radiators.
this by doing this?
Yes.
How's
Is
your
this
day been,
real?
guys?
Mine's been pretty good, thank you. How's yours been, RJ? Other than your friends with the elevators and powers and lights and stuff.
I've not been stuck in the lift today, or this week, I think. No, I was temporarily trapped for 5 minutes on Monday, but that's no. Yeah, it's been alright. I was supposed to do some shopping today, but my knee wasn't cooperating, so I've basically been hiding from the noise by wearing earplugs and watching YouTube and stuff like that.
Fair.
And I'm playing a bit of Fallout 4 at the moment. I'm doing the Sim Settlements 2. I found something that actually reduced the amount of bugs and lag
You
in
installed it.
Fallout 4, and it's amazing. Fuck off. No. Well, that would actually solve it, but no. Do you know there's this little thing called God Rays?
Yes.
Right, well, I found a mod that removes God Rays, and thinking, that won't do much, but I'll give it a try. It's only a small mod, so it won't really do much. Oh my god, the performance through downtown Boston, it is amazing. Like, there's not stopping and starting, there's no jittering or crashing. God rays, I don't know why, but it worked. So
Because they're very CPU intensive to calculate those things.
I can imagine, but anyway, the God rays were horrible because they made everything at the edges of certain things look very pixelated. So not only have I made my game look better, I have actually improved it.
Excellent. Canister.
Although I will say that having Sim Settlements 2 mod on the thing is
Caps,
yeah, it's
Yes.
are you okay?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What happened to him?
Can you guys just check live streams and just verify with me that Captain is actually okay? Because after RJ joined, the body is just gone.
Fair enough.
Don't look at me. I've already had something to eat today.
Yeah, we've seen picture.
Oh, it should be illegal, legit illegal, to put an L looking like an.
What should be
looks
illegal?
like an 1. So this whole time I've tried my best to figure out what is going on with my code.
Right.
It's apparently the fact that they have put a L that looks like a 1.
Okay, yeah, I know what you mean.
Should be illegal.
That sounds.
Maybe my code will run now.
Why
Okay,
am
that
I always suspecting
seems-
when bodies disappear?
I think when they disappear, mostly.
Now, don't mention the chat that we had last night, Peter. You're not allowed to mention that, especially in front of Toads.
Toad's not here.
Because
But I'm here,
you've not
and I'm a
told-
very good friend with Toad.
No.
Did you see my message in general chat, mate?
No.
When Todd said he
Okay.
is feeling very tired.
Yeah, Toad's not
Yeah,
very
I
well.
saw that.
I'm just gonna say that chat that we were having last night about the takeaway incident.
Yeah,
You don't tell Toad about that.
sure.
You've already told him, haven't you?
I actually haven't, no.
Okay, good. Because
Uh.
he already has enough. He already has enough ammunition against me. I don't want any more.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you tell me not to tell something, I will not say a word.
Good. Thank you.
Fine, no problem.
I also have a small chocolate bar.
Hey, mate, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See the stream.
Give me a second. Wait, no, no! Come on! Let's see. Yeah, I'm all good now. I just need to send it there, just for safety's sake, so I can copy later.
Alright, whoop, let me throw that. I need to get these pipes outside.
Let me just. I'm worried that you and mate are up to something because there's a lot of shenanigans and strange laughing
Pete
going on.
does not have any influence in what is happening right now.
Captain Carson's body disappeared.
I'm just worried that I just told Peter not to tell Toad.
I will never tell Toad.
Circumventing that. Yeah, but I'm now worried that you're circumventing that by telling Meta, who will in turn tell Toad.
I can guarantee I have not said a word to Meta about it.
Or Birdseye.
Nope, not said a word to anyone about it. Not said a single thing.
I mean, I didn't
Why
hear
do
you speak.
Why do I tell you trolls anything? I always end up having anxiety about it spreading.
What's spreading now?
Don't ask.
But I already did. It's kind of too late.
Will please be enough pipes? It's not gonna be enough pipes, is it?
I swear to God, on my tombstone, it's going to be
No, it
on
won't be
my
enough pipes.
tombstone. Here lies the victim of many a trolls, and the bane of many a manhole.
Oh my god. Okay, now I know why you don't want me to ask.
2 more pipes needed. 2 pipes.
Why doesn't it work? Why? Am I?
Hey, Abraham, how you doing?
Is that Set valve.
How's it
Bram, sounds like spam.
How's it going, Bram?
Wait, what?
Hey, AJ.
Pardon?
You might want to check the channel points redemption thing is in the live stream. I created the cat check one for you.
Woohoo! How many
Toad is
it?
awake. Toad is
1,000.
awake. I can confirm Toad is awake.
Toad, if you're watching this, please, for the love of all holy, go to sleep. Go rest.
Hey, wifey.
Oh, I'm getting frustrated right now with this.
It will actually be Toad will have just theoretically finished work. So once he gets food, he'll be able to sleep.
Was it you that pushed me
Cat
almost
check.
into the elevator?
Wow!
Yes.
Capped.
The cat,
Probably me, because I was just there and ran away. So
the cat check. The cat check is expensive.
1,000, not expensive.
Not at all. Let's see.
Most people have like several thousand points, so it's not an issue.
Okay, that is correct.
Yeah, but I've only got 4k points, but I keep spending them.
I know Chattuka said he had like 100,000 points like that, so I'm just pricing what people have. Alright, that's all good. Let's see, posture check. We have a hydrate, save the game, and a Toad did a cat check.
We need a cat check, of course.
Save
If
the
that
game,
is that.
saving, and then camera on. From the cat check. Whoop. No smudging in the box, sadly. Oh, what we do have, whoop, this side of the room. Toby's still in his little box, and Smudge on the windowsill over there.
Damn it, Toad. That was my cat check.
Okay, that should be correct though.
So we have, the camera stabilized a little bit. A Toby in a box, and a Smudgy on a box. There we go. And they're both completely unconscious. Okay, where is that? Okay, so far so good. I just need now. I need to move that. Not move that. I need to supply that with gas. Because if I turn that machine on, it'll start pumping fuel into that pipe, and that pipe then gets super hot. And well, you know what happens when super hot fuel happens?
No? Can you explain it to me?
Remember when Captain Cosper near the furnace at one time and everything was on fire?
Hey, before you come in,
Yeah.
you see that rock that I've just thrown in there? Could
Yeah.
you in the end of your chute so I can see if it gets processed properly?
Okay. Could you just make sure we get some wires in stock? I need about 20 or so wire, normal.
Okay.
And I'll take this right up to where the rocket is. Right, drop that in my inventory really quickly. Open the chute up here. Can I just chuck this into the chute, or do I need to?
I don't know.
Do I need to change the chute type to an inlet? Probably. Okay, give me a sec. I'll make it an inlet. They don't need power, do they, inlets?
No, they don't.
Okay. Corner, junction, bin, outlet, inlet.
Is it? Swear to God, is that has been messing?
Right, so it's away.
Okay,
Drill
that
now.
didn't work.
Yeah.
So it says, night all, gonna go lay down and sweet and freeze with fun. A few children, absolutely no side effects. Alright, so rest well, hope you feel better in the next day or so. You need to feel better soon. So get yourself some rest. Like I said on the in the general chat, don't worry about any modding stuff. We've got Mater here who can yell at me when I do something stupid. Captain Corsa can roll his eyes at me when I make a bad joke, and Raven will clip anything that Ardy does. We're all good. Community effort, you see.
Can I just use the HCF command in this? Because I'm starting to be very annoyed at this.
HCF command.
Yeah. Halt and catch fire. Why does... Okay.
There should be 20 now, Pete. I'm just
Fine,
using
you
the
got.
stack.
Okay, thank you.
A, not 0.
Right,
Okay.
the only thing left out there is to pressurize that pipe, the fuel pipe. Now, what's the best way to pressurize that? A portable tank or gas canisters?
Portable tank.
I'm hoping Mate has some portable tanks over here because I didn't see any in the production room. Do you have portable tanks?
Should be. What?
Tank connector, and
Is...
you should have some pipes I can nab there. What's the pressure of the pollutant tank at? 5 megapascals. That is more than enough what I need to do here, hopefully. Oh, where's that damn pollutant tank gone? Ooh, actually, what's that waste tank like? I haven't actually looked at the waste tank in absolutely ages. 11 kilopascals in that waste over tank. Not as much as I thought there would be, actually. Alright, so I need...
Oh,
to-
for fuck's sake.
You right there, Maya?
No. I'm causing myself pain. I've been sitting for half an hour trying to debug the code why it doesn't work. I've just
Alright.
forgotten to assign the values. Like, I've written in the box, but I've forgotten to click assign. Oh, I swear to God.
I need more pipe than that. What pipe do we have? Do you have any pipe in here? You have a ridiculous little amount of pipes over here.
That's because majority of it is my inventory.
I need to get X out of the pipe into a portable pipe, portable tank. Sorry, I got loads of pipes in the storage in the production room. I'm just gonna grab some from there.
Thanks. I swear to God, that caused me pain beyond explanation. Okay, please upload a code to that.
Right. Now, the easiest option here is to rip the floor up and make sure there's nothing below here that would be a danger.
What do you mean? Yeah, that's
To avoid
just
that.
bullshit.
Right, that's insulated pipe there, so I'm gonna have to temporarily disconnect the insulated pipe and run a normal pipe and then reconnect it afterwards.
Okay, I might have actually been able to make that digital valve thing now. Oh, I forgot the controller. When I finally actually started assigning the values correctly, like it helped. I'm just saying.
I can imagine that would be quite useful actually. Right, just be safe. I'm going to rip that floor up again. Make sure there's nothing there to worry about. Good, there's not. Right, next up is to drop a portable tank onto that. Put that floor down because we know these things will wobble all over the place and cause us no end of problems. Why did you put the dial outside? I can't see the jumping. Alright, 4.15 megapascals of X. Pick that up. Put that there. Whoop. 4 megapascals of X.
Oh, apparently I'm slowly dying.
Mate, stop dying. Don't recommend it. It's not fun.
When I tab out, sometimes I get the sounds in game, sometimes I don't. And that was majority of the time that I tabbed out to write a code.
Yep. Yeah, I see what you mean. So you end up running out of water, I'm guessing?
Yep. Hey, I would have died if it wasn't for the update. Are we out of copper?
Not I'm aware of, but check one of the machines. There might be copper in one.
All of them are purged though.
Oh, then yeah.
I'll
better
check
copper
the
then.
one upstairs.
If they're all purged and you don't get, and there's just hit the reset button, and it might send more if it didn't get some the first time round.
Oh yeah, I hope
Yeah,
so.
there is copper in the vending machine.
Okay, I'll hit the reset.
Yeah, it's on its way.
Takes a moment once you've requested it.
Hey.
There's loads of copper, 240 grams of it.
Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure we had quite a lot of it. Also, Pete, do you like my chest in there?
Hang on a minute. Can I grab 2 tanks at the same time? Question.
Yeah, you're just asking to die, aren't you?
I'm just waiting for a pop and like, guys, my helmet broke.
He dropped both of them.
And with those tanks.
If you don't mind, it'd be awesome.
I'm here.
When I grab the second one, it just flings the first one.
There's a cable coil here. Just in case someone was actually doing something with the cables.
No, that was just to use up some copper.
That barrel mate hit you and stopped dead in its tracks. Ejected from my hand.
God, this is scary because I can't actually see where I'm going.
It's fine, just
It's
run.
either walk backwards and see nothing or walk forwards and see nothing.
Right, just pop them in the airlock and we'll leave it at that. I'll do it.
I'd rather one at a time.
You what?
Do one at a time, I think.
Yeah, but I need to go and get the connector and some pipes to finish off my
I'll
next
drag,
treats.
I'll drag it through then.
Thank you. I just need to get a volume pump, some pipes, and stuff like that to make sure they're vacuumed into the pipes. So there should be a volume pump there. And I got the the cables on me, and just need a pipe to. Cause I left all the pipes over at the gas farm for me, so he's got more pipes over there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's trying to navigate here and try to make it look good. It's impossible.
We're trying to navigate.
Inside
Well,
the pipe room.
We're in the upstairs.
This is. Huh?
Or the upstairs part.
The gas. Yeah, like for oxygen, because now I'm gonna test the digital valve.
Oh, okay, yeah. Digital valve. When it opens, it will basically shove all the stuff that's in the tank into whatever's inside. There'll be no delay, by the way. It's not like a volume pump where it pumps it slowly.
Why doesn't it want to flipping fit right? Come on.
Damn it! I came here and I didn't mean the actual tank connector. I bought the pump and the pipes and everything else I needed, just not that one piece of information I needed. I'll go back and get it in a minute.
Why is it invalid? Oh, it's because of that one, isn't it? Fuck you too, then, game.
Having fun.
I will do some risky maneuvers now.
Sounds
Risky
like
as in like a...
sounds like you're having fun with the game right now.
No. Yes, but no. I need a... What? Oh.
Where did you put your tank connector, Pete?
In the gas farm.
Okay.
Okay. Now I need put my volume pump there. Maximum power. Risky maneuver sounds like a great idea, especially in space, especially in the gas farm where there's all these let's call them tank ship bombs.
I don't understand what you mean. Okay. Now let's try to find the IC chip. Oh yeah, if only I actually added in. Sake. Is anyone coming to the tank farm? Like, is gonna come here anytime soon?
I think Captain literally just ran past there and left.
I've just ran on from there. I'm at the other side of the base now.
Fuck.
I think you missed him by about 30 seconds.
Your tank connector's in the airlock, Pete.
Thank you.
It was more like, could you bring a memory chip?
You want a memory chip?
Yeah.
A RAM memory?
Yeah. Just don't boot it, just in case there was something on it.
There isn't a spare one, so I'll...
Yeah, I'll fix it later.
You want a logic memory chip, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll print one.
Can you pick me some spare cables if there ain't any?
Valve.
I'm on my way to get them,
Yep.
so
How many do you need?
probably about 10.
I've got 13.
Perfect, thank you. I'm just waiting up the volume pump and I was a few short and I've got to think some of it as well. Bram says, Mater, make the thing explode. Thank you.
It's a 50-50 shot if this works. I'm not sure exactly what type of values it will read.
And where are you, DJ?
On my way to you.
If you need a save before I do something, let me know and I'll do a manual save.
I mean, it will not explode because we have the whole pollutant system that it's just more we will destroy our filters quickly. Come on. Sure, that will work. Will that? No. Let's do that actually.
I'm hoping this is enough to do this. If not, I'll have to just be in the shorter route. This looks nice so I can get on the edge. Okay, this won't be enough to do the long route, the nicer route, but see how short I am with it, so I can come back later on and do it properly. So I would be... Oh. I would be exactly what I need. Even perfect. Right. In that case, for a moment, let's just half-inch these cables because I don't need these for this. No, let's not link those ones since they actually control the that. Let's turn it off first and then do it. Turn you off and turn you off, and then go and try it again. Now we're not going to try and blow the entire place up because I left the mixer turned on.
Pete, you can save now.
Saving.
Yep. Let's just fire it off and see what happens. What could go wrong? Oh,
Save complete.
Save it. Yep. Okay. Oh yeah.
What can I do there? Would require some pipes. I mean, I do have pipes. But okay, let's move that easier. I just perspective thought it would be easier there, but that's not where it would actually be easier. Do do do. Wire cutters. Just move stuff around because that is where I thought it would be easier, but that's not where it will be. I don't need that running just yet, so I can just steal your cables and pop this down there. Pop that.
Yeah.
I have 4 cables. Let's get the pipes down first. Need the wrench for that. Do 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 do. Right, put that there. Oh, need. Nope. That goes there, and then that one would go there. Hopefully, like that.
Someone have fun closing the doors.
Tank connector would go there, and then here we have to have the volume pump. That way. Okay.
Do we have a labeler somewhere?
I have one in my inventory.
I have one, just a second. I can't get it.
Where are you? There you are. Stop. Yep. Behind you. Thanks.
Right, put that there. Alright, that's now connected. So that I mean, I can put a tank on there, it can volume pump it into the system. Okay, let's grab the first tank.
Right, if anyone needs any cable, I've made 50 more.
Thank you. I don't need any more, but thanks for the cable.
Okay.
Okay, you're on there, good. Volume pump on. Analyzer. Check. Actually, I might not need a second tank of X. I thought it was going to disperse more than it did in the pipe. 2 megapascals right now at minus 33, and it's going to warm up. So I think actually it's best to leave it alone. Do, 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 do.
Okay, this code just doesn't want to work, it seems.
You might want to check the commands, DJ. I believe that under Raven's request, I renamed that one from Longthrow to Yeet or something like that. It'll be Bitbot for the basic ones and Bitbot Stationeers. Something like that. There you go. There you go. So the commands were altered slightly, but there is a command for them. Try and find my my dual tablet now. It's over here somewhere. No idea where it landed though.
Wait, what?
Well, I think that one's going forever as well. Like my other tablet with.
Not your advanced tablet.
Yep. I think I fell down these holes, but I'm not going down there to find it. I have no idea where it went. I saw roughly where it landed, but it ain't there now, so. Do 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 do. Did I make me lose tablet? Yeah, probably. It's critical to the functioning of the base, sadly. I don't know where it is. Landed somewhere around here.
I'm just wondering if it bounced.
That's what I'm looking for. Because I needed to see if that tank's about to overpressure, so. A lot of mining holes over this way as well, sadly. Oh well, no idea. Is that tank empty? I don't know. Hopefully you can point at that now. 0 PA, okay, I'm gonna say it's empty. Right, that one's done. Put the other tank on there. Grab that one. Right, that's going down. Right, so when that hits 0 as well, we've got that one dealt with. Anyway, points to give points. There's no problem there a minute ago, if it was. Yeah, you go, me. You find it?
No.
I thought you came back, I wondered. Because I was still here when it fired.
Right. I tried to figure out which way.
I was stood here and it went whoop, and straight over top of the gas logic thing over there. Da, 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 44.
I will just say this: I'm happy the command is not activated for me.
Yeah, same.
Ba, ba, da, ba, ba, da. So you know, Raven asks me if the things I'm holding are valuable before doing it. So it's only like wires and the occasional pipe. It's not like the whole tank farm or anything. You know, a lot of resource and stuff. But it's only a tablet. We can make a new tablet and 2 new chips to go in it and a big battery.
We can, but it's expensive.
Yeah, they're expensive, but I mean, I just ran into the pipes from across here today for no reason other than I could. So, you know.
True.
Do you expect DJ to ask? No, I expect you to watch the game and figure out they're expensive. No, I have no problem DJ to worry about it. My only problem is I can't see the pipe now. I can't tell if it's going to explode or not. So it's just a matter of... I know what explode with to see what it's at. So I can't do that now, so... We'll just
I
wait.
would borrow your mind, but I also need it.
I'll go look it up in a minute. I've been kept flying around looking for it though.
Can't find it.
Yeah, I know. I know from where I was. It came over here, and it either dropped before or after this piece of the hill, in line with where I was.
Sure.
But the problem that's where all the mining stuff is. So.
Yeah, it's going to be down one of those holes more than likely.
Oh yeah. All right, that is now done. So now I just need to disconnect that. Grab that off of there. Put you over with the other one. And then dismantle this entire system here. There. Alright. Drill. Let's remove that. Nope,
Hey,
yeah?
there's a present for you in the airlock.
Is it a new tablet?
It is.
Thank you.
With all the stuff in it as well.
The only stuff I needed was a tablet for the pressure and an electrical. Those are what we're moving for.
Yeah, there's an atmo analyzer and a network analyzer in there.
Thank you. Please go through. Oh. Okay, well it shouldn't go boom because there shouldn't be enough pressure to be able to go boom. In reality, there shouldn't be enough pressure for it. But without the tablet, I was no way of knowing how close we got to it. So we'll figure that out in a second. Because there's another one waiting for us. That's prepped there. Put that there. Put that there. That's all prepped ready. So. I can break those down. By the way, DJ, you might want to run Stationeers roll commands, I think it was. Because the yeet command does actually cost points now. Give me a second. The command is... Where's my cursor? There we go. The command I would recommend you run is... Yeah, just Bitbot. Just run Bitbot, it'll tell you what the commands are that you need.
Wow, we're out of hydrogen.
Yeah, I drained it. For the thing, remember? Making fuel.
Yep.
Alright. Tablet up. Network analyzer. Switch you over to Atmo. Okay, Atmo says 4.4 megapascals at minus 26 Celsius is what the X line is at. And the tank 4.7 megapascals at 7.8 Celsius. that should start warming. Good, and that should start cooling. 7.8. Dude, how many points? We'll run the command, I'll tell you. Uh, 7.7. Good, that's cooling now. And that X line is warming up. Just gotta keep an eye on the X line basically. It's a troll command, so it's expensive. The normal ones aren't expensive, but the troll ones are. Right, so that's chilling the fuel now. I say it right now to go down to like -50. I don't think we need to go that low. I just want to get it pushed down quickly. Exclamation mark bit bot. And then it gives you the two sets of commands because there's a lot of them now. So it had to be broken down into two lists: troll commands and non-troll commands. Okay, now to go and monitor that fuel tank. Good night, Chattucker. Hope you have a good night, a good rest, and a good weekend.
Good night, Jar.
Good night, Char.
What is chaos and why is it 100K? Chaos is basically jetpack turns on, elevate up, camera spins around, jetpack turns off, and basically messes with the control system, and I can't do anything for like 5 or 6 seconds, but it does it all. Hey, cat.
No, you can find that.
DJ
I haven't
managed.
even made the replacement.
What did you lose?
The advanced tablet with 2 circuits and an advanced battery in it.
Again?
DJ did a random change item and then yeet it across the map and happened to find the exact same item within my toolbox. How he found that exact item, I have no idea. It's random what he picks. Sit down here first.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
It'd be funny if it... Oh, you found it. Amazing.
It actually rolled down the hole. Well, we'll check the holes out. I'm sorry, but that's me. It was great that it picked that item.
One.
Any other item would have been like, fair enough. But for it to find that exact item was perfect. But I may need to increase the cost of yeet if it's going to throw me around tablet every time. 7.2 Celsius and 11. Good.
But why doesn't it set the value? Why doesn't it? Okay. Okay. It does it. Okay. Valve.
Boop. If that had been inside the building, that'd have been more. I'd my head on the roof and everything. Like I said, drops me up in the air, jetpacks around. I cannot control anything for a duration. Why is that complaining?
Just like my code.
I stole a cable. I could this into the tank and I forgot about this into the tank from the logic network temporarily.
I've literally just managed to replace that, by the way.
What? Tablet?
Tablet, yeah.
I found it. I found another one. Well, I found the one that was one of them in the hole anyway.
Another one? Duplicate much? Oh, come on!
Okay.
I was so close to managing to close you out, Capt.
I noticed.
There is O2, CO2, and N2 in the oxygen pipe.
Wait, what?
I've got the oxygen pipe.
Thing.
Yeah, but I'm just letting you know it's there, so it must be something must have been connected to it. Just as a warning.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
It's 0 moles.
Oh
but
shit!
It's enough to show up on the scan though. Because if I turn this on, it'll pump those gases into the fuel mix. Which, again, 0 moles, not a major issue, but
20.
0 moles and 0 moles. So it's a nothing issue, but it's something to be aware of. Something must be connected to the oxygen line somewhere, or was.
Yeah, in the oxygen, there's 1 centimole of N2 and 0.06 millimoles of CO2.
Yeah, so I don't think it's an issue. I think it's just something that be aware. It could be that someone accidentally had a contaminated oxygen tank and then did a oxygen switch over, because it would backflow into the system because there's no regulation on that.
Yeah.
Swear to God, if this works.
4,300.
Why doesn't it let it flow?
Let it flow.
Come on.
Do, 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 do.
Oh, that's why.
6.7 degrees. 4.3 mole. Okay, we're doing good on pressure. We're at 4.35. How do we do 4.3?
Equalize the pressure.
5,000. If I see it to be 5,000 and it's at 4, why has it turned off the pump?
Oh, let's try to put it down.
Is it because there's no hydrogen in the system?
No, it should still be. It should still be turning it on. I think it's because I turned it off earlier by hand and it just got confused, basically. It could still be on, but it just can't make anything until the supply comes through. But it should have been on still.
Pressure thing works.
Right, but I actually don't want it to be the highest. I just wanted to make sure it works properly. That's all. Where's my labeler? I actually want it to be 4,000, but I did 5,000 for a test run or something. There we go. Right, so that's at 4,000 now, and that means this should have turned off the gas mixer. It has. Okay, so it was just maybe I turned it off by hand and it gets confused. If you turn it off by hand, it will turn it back off again. You know. That spin, DJ. I was moving something around, and maybe because I shoot to edge of screen because it's the same turn. Okay. Yes, Maida?
The pressure thing works. The issue, however, is that we have that it has equalized the pressure, so I can't really test it. It equalized the pressure. But it
511.
should work because I put it at 2,500.
64.
It turned on, but it didn't want to purge the tank.
Nice try. Tried to eat my tablet again. Look, I was facing the fuel tank.
Should have clicked yeet, then spin.
It was trying to get a different random angle.
Yeah, but if you did it opposite, then it would actually cause issues. But yeah, the pressure system works now, Pete.
Pressure system works.
Yeah, the pressure regulator, the digital one.
Excellent.
We just have a pressure issue in the the waste pipe.
What was the waste pipe at?
2.5 megapascal. Oh wait, I found the volume pump.
There's some volume pumps in
I knew there was a volume pump somewhere. I just couldn't remember where.
Wrong one. All right. I have fuel at the right pressure. It's now being chilled. I don't think we need to chill it fully for this purpose. I think we can just now.
Pressure critical.
Oxygen
critical.
I think we can just
Pressure.
start filling the rocket up if we want to start pressurizing it. Right, I've got the pressure for the rocket set to 5,000 right now. We'll drop it down to 1 megapascal. Just start pressurizing the rocket with 1 megapascal. There we go.
What's going on? Oh, that's going on.
What's going on?
I could not understand why the pressure, like the pressure in the waste pipe, would not go down. Because yeah, the pressure in the pipes.
Alright.
I'm actually proud of this code. This is the best code I think I've done.
Okay, rocket is now filling with target is 1 megapascal of fuel. It's about 6 degrees Celsius, so it's not cryo fuel, but it will give us hopefully one of our first potential launches anyway.
Amazing.
I wish we had a readout what the fuel level was like in the rocket though. Can we get that easy enough, do you think? Just maybe should we get a readout of that? Cause I don't know if it uses moles or whether it uses something else for the fuel gauge on the rocket.
Wait. Oh, that's the issue. 40,000 was the thing I was going to set it to, not 4,000. That's not correct.
In the fucking face with a giant shit.
Light on.
The megapascal and pascal conversion is just confusing me.
Pascal to megapascal, you mean?
Yeah, like pascal to megapascal.
Okay, remember all of the logic circuits and stuff read it in kilopascals.
Yeah, I'm still confused. That's like the kilo and mega and all of that.
It's so if you're reading from an analyzer, like a pipe analyzer, for example, 1 would be 1 kilopascal, 1,000 would be 1 megapascal.
See. So 5,000 is 5 megapascals.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. That's why. That's also why there was so much pressure in the waste pipe. Because I set it to 4,000, which is 4 megapascals, which is we have way more oxygen than that. So, but hey, I got to test the. Honestly, the code is, yeah, it's good.
Okay. Off to the store, be back in a bit. Alright, wait, Pete, have fun. Okay, that needs to be 100,000 points.
What now?
I think the Geek Command needs to be 100,000 points. There's a fuse on the main feed wire.
You think that it would be an issue for Crumbles to have it at 100?
No, but the amount of time he's using it, it'll bleed up his points, wouldn't it?
You should be more like 1 million.
But then nobody else will be able to use it. I have to tailor everybody else as well as him. Bleed my points. See? Right, so I need this. I need a fuse. So I have a fuse there. That fuse will check that line coming in, make sure we don't burn that out. And I believe we need one down here. Probably on this tile. Number 6.
All my points go into
There,
the
I
stream
gamble almost everything. Yeah. But I'm also trying to not lose too much. red line down there. Okay. This one I can do. Need the fuses. Need to put the fuse on this line. 100 kilowatt fuse there. Right, so that's 100 kilowatt fuse. Those aren't what we have to worry about. Ooh. So those aren't what we have to worry about. Need the welder and the arc welder.
But Pete, do you want me to purge the oxygen tank to get the contamination out?
I mean, it's 0 moles, so it's not exactly an issue.
Yeah.
If it was like 50 moles or something like that, then you'd have to do. Because it'd be contaminating the fuel lines to the rocket. But given, like I say, it's given that it's a 0 mole situation, I wouldn't worry about too much. Right. Okay.
But have we used a lot of oxygen?
I use a fair bit in the fuel tank for the rocket.
Oh, okay. That explains it, because I'm pretty sure
I drained off like
closed loop.
I drained off approximately 4 or 5 megapascals worth.
Yeah. That explains it.
Into a big tank,
Also-
so probably I say I drained 4 or 5 megapascals into a big tank, and you're holding a small tank's worth, so I probably drained off nearly half your tank probably.
Yeah. Because I'm like looking at this and it's like 6.5 megapascals, and I'm pretty sure I had a closed system and I did not blow all oxygen out.
Yeah.
So now it's to do this all over again.
Right.
Which it honestly isn't too difficult.
Yeah, so let's go.
Pressure critical. Temperature critical.
Everything's critical.
Oxygen critical. Low pressure.
Right, get my tablet out. Let's go check the rocket. Modular rocket fuel tank is at 300 kilopascals. Okay. 300 kilopascals. Does that mean that fuel line is 300 kilopascals? It does. And that fuel line is 4 megapascals. So the back pressure regulator is very, very slow to do this job, which I kind of knew it would be, but I didn't think it'd be this slow.
Let's see.
Yes, DJ. The command with Trigger is inactive. It is indeed. I'm holding a very expensive tablet and you've lobbed it twice. I had to turn it off so I could actually do some work.
Do I dare to ask what that sound was?
What sound?
I said clink.
Probably one.
Oh, sorry, that was my phone on my desk.
Oh, okay. It wasn't someone punching a monitor or anything.
Temperature critical.
No.
Oxygen critical. Low pressure.
In the first time I saw this bot in use, the person was using it with bits.
Oh, RJ would literally kill you with that.
So they had it in Tarkov, and when I first saw it used, and it was 300 bits, 350 bits to just throw a grenade randomly, just throw. And it was 900 bits to throw every grenade they had, and they always carry like 5 grenades on them. And it would just go literally on the keyboard, it just goes G G G and just throws all 5 grenades. And when they ran it, somebody they logged in. They had a team, a full team of 5 people playing with them. And at the spawn, when they all spawned together, someone ran the 900-bit version and started throwing 5 random grenades at spawn.
Oh, that sounds painful.
Yeah, no one died because they were able. Nobody died because they were able to point in random directions and get them to go a distance rather than hit people. But it was interesting.
Has anyone done a farm run yet?
Not since it's
No.
first. I did one in the very beginning of the stream. It probably didn't do another one. Crops are looking healthy, but I can't see anything else from here.
I'll go in and have a look after I've done this ice.
Right, and the farm's at 24 degrees Celsius. So I think the cooler kicks in at 25. So keep an eye on that temperature. There's random iron and silver upstairs, next to the centrifuge.
That'll be recycled.
Yeah. Figured that would be next to the centrifuge.
Iron and silver is probably a medium filter.
Yeah, I would say so. What's that silicon? I'll take all this to the outer furnaces. Lock them in there.
I'll just start with making what I need for making a new one of these.
New one what?
Pressure regulators. That's digital.
Digital pressure regulator.
Yeah.
Are they faster than normal ones? I've got digital valves. I didn't know the digital pressure regulator.
Yeah, I mean that, but like it regulates the pressure basically for the system. And I can put it at 40 megapascal instead of 20,
Excellent.
so we can hold.
I didn't know there was a digital pressure regulator, so.
No, I meant valve, but
Oh, yeah.
it still kind of regulates the pressure. That's what I call it.
The only downside to the valve, it's the only downside to it, is when it's open, it flows in both directions, I believe. Or if it doesn't flow in both directions, it's one, even if it's one way. Let's say you've got a tank that's at 40, just about 40 megapascals, and you trigger that valve. The tank will drop down to 30 megapascals, and then the other 10 will shoot straight through the pipe into whatever.
One thing I can fix that is literally by either putting a normal like pressure thingy, like pressure regulator, or put a volume pump.
I think probably, if you're going to try and control it, we don't lose a large amount quickly. Your volume pump's your best option.
Yeah.
Because the volume pump will turn on and start emptying until it drops below that pressure, and then you can turn it off automatically.
Yeah.
But a valve will open and the pressure will instantly disappear. So let's say you had 2 big tanks side by side with a valve between them. When that valve opened, both tanks would immediately become 20 megapascals. Immediately, no delay. If you had a volume pump there, you'd open one up and you'd be able to fill one up and empty one until it hit the desired amount. So for that, I would probably really recommend going down down that route. So
you want me, instead of using these valves, you want me to use the pumps?
I would think so. I would think personally, I would say that the valve is good for dropping pressure rapidly, but for what you're trying to do, when you want to hit a threshold, then bring it down slowly and hold it, I think you're better off with a volume pump at that point.
Okay.
That's my thing anyway. My thought on that one. Speaking of which, I do need a valve. I need a pipe valve, normal one, not a fancy digital one.
Because at the moment I've just tried with digital valve and it works.
Oh, it will do. It'll work. It's just that one thing where I said it's just the once it gets the information, it can't do anything. We can't do anything but vent the tank and uncontrollably. Hey, Smudge. Hey, Moo. Hey, Smudgy. Smudge Smudge! Hi.
So I believe it will be still working if I just switch out the unit. I'm not sure.
You would probably, if you're using
Does it
a valve, does valve you have open and close? I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And
One
the
is around 1.
yeah, but they're outputting to the open and close setting, correct?
I think yeah.
And the pressure
Yeah.
regulator would have an on and off one, so you might need to tweak the code basically.
No, but I will read Wiki just to make sure doing stuff correctly.
I know when you're using one, pressure regulator is an on and off. I've used that a few times in code, but I don't know about the valve, whether it's on and off or whether it's open close.
I think mine is on and off.
If it's on and off.
Need to.
If it's on and off, then you're great because it's. I know the pressure regulator is on and off, so. Right, I'll be back in a sec. I just need to go to the bathroom, but also, I'm going to put a pipe valve on that rocket to bypass the pressure regulator, so we can quickly fill it when we want to fill it quickly. Back in a sec.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello.
There we go. Should have a pipe valve in there, hopefully. Yes. I came back to see my camera spinning and the chaos command running.
Let's
Ooh, I need
see.
some pipes.
Make this as
insulated pipes have to be as well. Doo-doo. I think he knows. I walked back just in time to see the end of the spin and then the drop to the floor. do, 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 do. Ba, 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 da.
I'm gonna sell some of these soups.
Yes,
To make a bit of space.
well, also, which soups are you about?
The ones in the fridge in the
Yeah, that fridge.
plant area.
Yeah, I mean, all of our soups are pretty much dying now anyway. They need to be replacing. I think it's
Good
getting
point.
time where we need to probably sell all the soups and then and make a new batch of soup with like just 2 or 3 tins, one each maybe. One in that room, one in the thing. We don't need a lot of basically we don't need a lot of tin food, but it could last absolutely ages. Now I know you have silicon because I put silicon in there.
Everything that was below half health, I've harvested and replanted.
Hey Pete,
Yeah.
it works.
Excellent. Pressure regulating itself properly, is it?
Yep. And it's actually pretty quick with the emptying.
Right, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. There. 2. Ba, 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 ba.
Pete, do you have some volume pumps?
Not on me, but there's one here behind me.
Okay, I will just make some new ones then.
Pressure regulated. Oh, saying that, I said there was one here, but it's gone now.
Yeah, I took it.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Pressure critical. Temperature critical. Oxygen low.
Critical. Everything's critical. No. Some orange paint as well for a valve. I've been painting all the valves and stuff as well because I don't want to have the valve be the wrong colour. Oop, I didn't grab. There we go. Da, 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 da.
Actually, we have quite a bit of pipes now.
So this should be 4 pipes should be enough here. You just need to have the wrench and these pipes. I should be able to put this volume pump in there quite easily then. Just put it here. Da, 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 da. Traders arrived. Ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba, da. There we go. Okay. Ba, ba, da, ba, ba.
Pete, do you want that pressure?
Dr. Drones, hello, welcome. How are you doing today? Bro. And thank you for the follow, much appreciated. So what was that?
Do you want the pressure code?
Sorry, the pressure what?
The IC.
Oh, pressure good. No, we're good.
Okay.
Okay, so let's have a look. Our current pressure for the pipe is 3.19 megapascals
Pressure critical.
and 4.9.
Critical. Low pressure. Pressure critical.
Okay, we are.
Oxygen critical. Low
I'm
pressure.
well, sir. Thank you. I'm doing very good, thank you. I'm doing good. Move back on. Is on cooldown. Can't be done. Cooldown's like 1 second. How much? Oh, you try to do it twice really quickly. Okay. Cooldown should be like super short on those. 3 megapascals on that though. that tablet is the reason we don't have a E command anymore. Alright, say it's up to 5 megapascals. .19, 4.6, open that. That is 4, and that should be going to 4. There we go. And then close that valve. So that's done it rapidly, and now we're and now we're open. I mean, I don't like the fact it sits outside like that, but not much choice with the power cable being there for the pressure regulator. Okay. Oop, come on. I know what I can do here, actually. Make it look less horrible. Give me the
Is that
drill.
possible?
Yes, because I can move the pressure regulator this side.
Oh.
Wire cutters. There. Put the pressure regulator there. Pressure regulator there. Spray paint to orange because for some reason it went yellow again. There we go. Bing. Cat check, you say? Cat check we can
I think
do.
that's a new hot command. Cat check.
Standard cat box number 1.
Pressure
No.
critical. Oxygen
We have
low
we have a
pressure.
Toby in that box, just there, and Smudgy is running around my ankle right now. Also, DJ, I have heat. I know when mail me opens.
Aww. Smudgy.
Smudge. Right. Whoop. And give Smudgy a treat. Since he's here, first treat down. So open a brand new packet of turkey flavoured treats. Go there, Maida?
No, because I'm trying to put circuit.
All that box is aka luxury cat apparel. Exactly. That one over there is currently his favourite. The one over there that the Toby's laid in, that's actually a Felix cat food box. That is like a really good size for him. He just loves laying in it. Drill. For that.
I'm trying to figure out where I can put the circuits because I can't put them next to this because it requires a wall. And this pipe mess is starting to get in the way. I'm not sure if the basement has space for all of the circuits.
Might you need to put another area then? We can put another floor on if you need to.
What I'm thinking.
Oops, put that running. Put that back in there, put that back in there. There we go. That looks less crappy now. Da, 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 da.
This is so weird because it doesn't want to be placed on the floors. It doesn't want to be placed on the walls. So it's like this. Some places are like a place I can place them, but most of them are not, like nope.
3.7, 4.3. Trigger that.
Pressure critical. Temperature critical.
All right.
Oxygen critical.
That's all set
Low
now.
pressure.
Okay. We are making fuel whenever we get the ingredients for making fuel.
Just
Attack
do like
is-
SpaceX, just buy it.
I mean, we could actually, but it's really expensive to buy it. Alright. Rocket is fueled with just over 4 megapascals of rocket fuel.
And how much is it supposed to?
I have no idea. Never flown a rocket before. I suppose Cap would know from that script you grabbed what fuel should be put in there, do you?
No. I didn't read that far.
Right, mate, you need a hand, or you alright?
I need a hand, yes.
I
In
can go on the console.
assessing the situation before I start tearing down shit or moving stuff around.
Alrighty. Why is your person an Aussie?
G'day, mate.
I'm confused by what DJ means by that, but
Okay, I'm on the
yeah, okay.
technical floor. There. This is like, this will work because it's a wall.
Yeah.
And I was lucky with the oxygen one, where it could stick like that. But everyone else will not do that.
Well, the thing is, you can't put them in here because you got this. Because you're using frames, you can't put stuff inside a frame.
No.
Get rid of the frames and do what I did here, where you put a wall on the outside and just put plastic on it. Then you can stick stuff to the wall. These stuck here because they're on the outside of a frame.
So how can I do it where I can keep the circuits close, or?
Well, first of all, you just have to get rid of these frames you wanted to keep for now. Because they're stopping you from. For example, this wall here, you could use this side of this wall if you put another wall up here. But because you had a frame there, you couldn't. This knocked off these 4 sides. So, your helmet, lass. Why is she an Aussie? Just because she's what? What made you say an Aussie? That's what I'm curious about.
Okay. But
Right.
will I be able to put a wall on this side then?
Yes. So if you were to place a wall here, this facing inwards, up against this one here, you don't need to weld it. You don't have to fill it with plastic or anything. You'll be able to put a circuit on it straight away. So you just get 5 walls and place them all on this edge here. Don't weld any of them up, and you can place it all down that wall.
Okay. Because I kind of want to keep the circuits close, like
agree.
this one.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, if you take like this wall piece I've got here, so I put a P for ammo pressure behind you. You just put the wall there. Don't put the plastic in, just the wall itself, and then you can stick circuits to that side.
Okay.
So on that back wall there, there's already 5 walls facing outwards. You just put 5 walls facing inwards on that side, and then you can put your circuits on it. That's why you kept them on the floor, because the floors are actually walls facing down, and you need to have them facing up again to put your circuits on it.
It's so weird how the system works. That like I understand circuitry, but it's just like I can't wrap my head around the whole wall floor situation.
To me, once you put it in, you should put some on both sides. You shouldn't need to put 2 items in, flipped around. I agree with you.
You usually don't put stuff on the outside of the wall.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that in the real world, once you put a wall up, it doesn't matter what side of the wall you're on, you can still nail the stuff to it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Do I have anything in my inventory I don't need anymore? 1 pipe, 1 cable.
Light on.
Ooh, is that full? It is a full stack, okay. 1 cable, and 1 paint can I don't need to be carrying around with me. There we go. Why is that not a command? What? Kill Maida.
Because Pete doesn't have a handgun yet. Wait, what?
Did this game not work? Try to set it up ahead of time. Stream elements are going to be awkward, isn't it?
Wait, what? Where did I put that wall? Where?
Points. Yep, Stream Elements is having an issue today. It's not responding to command right now. What is next game? Next game is basically the message that's in the announcement channel, asking people to vote on the next game we play after Stationeers ends, which will be about 3 or 4 streams away, I think. The idea is once we launch the rocket for cargo, we're going to launch a rocket for passengers, and when we do that, that's when we'll be involved not on this base anymore. Hi.
Hi.
And then there'll be...
In that fridge.
Thank you. And then there'll be a
We
small
still have
gap
that.
between Stationeers and the next game.
Yeah. Do we still have that, like the movable lamp thingy?
No, we recycled it. No one ever used it, so we got rid of it.
Okay, because now it would be perfect.
You can make another one,
Great.
they're cheap.
Oh, Peter's a dick.
What channel? Announcements, where announcements didn't happen. So when daytime comes, should I give this rocket a launch? So now it's got nearly 5 megapascals of fuel in it.
Sure. Just give me a heads up.
Well, when daylight comes, basically.
Oh, it's soon. I can see the daylight coming up.
Do, 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 do. Well, I have no idea how
the
well.
door is too slow.
I have no idea how the script works. So whether it will return quickly, whether it will return slowly, I have no idea. Let's go. Have a look. Do, do,
Can I
do.
change this script on this computer?
The mate was doing the programming, so you have to ask him.
Mater,
Huh?
have you saved the script that's on this computer?
I have it on my desktop. So no worries.
Okay.
Okay, I'll button money. Already.
And also, I can copy from the one that's working. So
Temperature critical. Oxygen critical. Low pressure.
We need a new name for this, really. Previous gas farm, now RJ Hole. Really needs like a rocket launch site name to go with, you know, RJ Hole. Well, we should paint. We should probably paint the rocket as well.
Storm warning's just activated, but I don't know what the time yet.
instead of Fort Canaveral, Fort Canaveral. You know.
Alright, Cap, do you want to launch this rocket?
Second.
I'm not, but, I mean, it's daytime now, but the most important part is do it before the storm hits. Otherwise, we have to wait after the storm then.
Okay, we've got
Uh,
300 seconds.
there is a storm inbound, I think.
Yeah,
There is a
Cap,
storm inbound, it's 300 seconds.
you see the flashing light on the roof, mate?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Or maybe I do not want to stand this close. Or do you think it's safe to stand this close?
I mean, we have a safety fence, you're fine.
Oh yeah, okay, sorry, I didn't see the safety fence. I don't see safety, you know.
I'm not even playing in the background. I'm literally, my heart jumps every time you do that, DJ. I know, right? Every time he opens my helmet, it. I just immediately go for the I key to reclose the helmet again. Okay, I'm gonna do a save before we do it. So saving now. So Dr. Drones, it's a bot called what's it called anyway? I can't remember now. Instruct bot or Bitbot as we've been calling it, and it's it allows chat commands to do hotkeys on the keyboard. So I set it up with the jetpack. I've set it up with the helmet. Right, we're good. Since you got the script from the thingy, you have the honors. 10,
Yeah,
9. It's going down faster than seconds.
Pressure
it
critical.
is.
Oxygen critical.
3, 1.
Low pressure. Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
Seems like an SSO,
Pressure.
single stage to orbit, or SSTO.
Well, there
I
it
don't think
goes.
it's going to orbit.
I hope it comes back.
Especially- I lost visual of it.
Yep, it's despawned now. So phobe in mode 4, I'm guessing,
Yeah.
which is, I believe, searching. Ah,
Pressure.
Or is
Oxygen
idle at destination.
critical. Low
So yeah,
pressure.
searching.
cool. We need a sign like this one over here that has a list of what the stages are, so we know what they are.
Yeah.
Anyone coming in? Okay.
Oh, sorry, no, good. Just cycle it back towards when you've been.
Yep.
So is it going to do anything when it gets there? Because it's flashing like it's lost its rocket.
That's
so
worrying. That is rather worrying.
That points to the rocket, right?
The only pin that shouldn't be assigned is D2.
Maybe because we don't have a... module. It's flashing because we haven't got the automation module. I wonder if we need to have a transmitter on here, but you never said anything about transmitter, so...
Pressure.
I mean, the fact that it knows it's on stage 4 means it's talking to the rocket, right?
Low
Yeah.
pressure.
Let's hope so.
Ditto. I like it. Did I mention I'm sadistic? Did I mention that we're a community of RimWorld players? You know what I mean. I had a layer of excitement, and you had a bot command that would play all the audio alerts, but not actually open the helmet. That was something we could do. I was thinking about doing that as well, actually, because I still think the most terrifying sound is that crack of your helmet, and when you're doing mining, and then you have to grab the duct tape really quickly.
I've heard that sound way too many times.
I just wanted to double it so you can open it. That's a cool down. Plus, I do have eyes. I can see the interface of you when I lay you out. Oh, it's not flashing anymore. We've got a countdown.
Why is there a countdown?
When it comes to the base and hits it.
Is it 2? What's 2? What's
2 is travelling.
Alright, did you change the dial link times?
Critical.
No, I didn't.
Oxygen.
Okay, so
I took the
feature.
chip out and put it back in.
Okay, so 4 I'm flashing.
4.
I'm flashing.
Oh dear.
Go.
To 0. And 4. There's definitely something wrong with it if it's flashing.
Oh dear.
Well, for example, my chip says one of the lines is wrong, even though it's not wrong.
Yeah, but we're getting weirdness. Should be repressurizing that line now, right? Yeah. 4.66, it's aiming for 5. If we need to reload the save until we figure out what's wrong with the script, we can do.
Yeah. Can you just find out what the error is? Line 68, was it?
Yep, 68. So I assume it should be doing something other than just...
It
waiting
should be
destination.
doing something other than 4.
It could be because we don't have an ice crusher on it.
Could be.
That
So
helmet command...
Do
would
you
be on
guys
Vulcan.
know what's on
That it would.
on that specific line?
That's what I'm going to find out.
Okay.
Do you want me to reload the save or do you want me to wait?
Just a second, I'll in the code now.
Storm.
Yeah, mining module 2, which we don't have. That's why it's throwing an error.
Okay, can we modify the code or...
I could probably try and remove that.
I jumped the launch pad because of that.
Do you think Elon does that sometimes when his Storm just like jump the launch pad?
Temperature low. Oxygen critical. Low pressure.
Oh. That jump though back over the launch pad, that was actually quite interesting. I knew it was in the air, I had no idea how far. Hi.
Hi, I'm going back out.
You got fixed it, have you?
I'm thinking if I just toggle the pin that's unused into the mining module, it should work.
Oh yeah, I could do it. what it's saying now because I can't see the screen. 5. What's... It's not
5
counting.
is returning to launch.
Oh! But is that so good during...
Well,
Storm.
that'll be interesting.
Jeez,
I heard the
everyone
bang.
wants to...
There it is. .52 apparently, or whatever that means.
I don't know what that means.
Counting down.
Unloading, that's what it means.
Hey.
9 is unloading, 5.2 is how much it's got, I think.
So there you go. So we did get something then. Let's go check the app finishes out. If they did unload something, it'll be in the app finishes, won't it?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. And the app furnaces are active.
Ooh.
I have no idea what's in them right now, but they're active. So that launch worked. Okay.
Okay, so the point 5.2
Yep.
is the percentage of the silo that's full.
Okay, so it comes in at probably 5.99 and then empties down.
Yeah.
Excellent. So, if we could get a gas, an ice pusher version, we can add the module later on.
Yeah.
So what would be nice then would be to replace these chutes with windowed chutes so we can see what's in the queue behind the arc furnaces. And then we'll be able to get an idea what's in.
I'm thinking we could have just a slot reader saying what the item is and then a hash display.
You know, I didn't think these actually had a slot reader thing for that, but if they do, then yes, definitely been better.
'Cause
Well-
I'm using slot readers at the moment to read the import.
Oh, well, in that case, yeah, let's do it. Get some hash displays up there. What I think I'll also do is I'll replace a couple of the chutes on the output, just so we can be nosy and look into the chute when we're outside, not inside. What we can also do is possibly add more silos if we think we need more silos. But that's I assume we could do like a silo, couple, and then have them stack through.
Yeah.
Since the circuit doesn't seem to care about the silos too much, does it?
No, I don't think it does.
Right, do we have chutes in storage, or did we use them all? I don't see any. Do you have any on you?
No, I don't have any shoots.
Okay.
Yeah, I did use them all actually.
Is one of you in production?
Yep. What do you need?
Cables, if possible.
How many?
Bundle 50 would be amazing.
Alright. There's already a 50 stack in there, so I'll bring them to you.
Yeah.
Light on.
Boop, boo, doo, boo, doo, boo, boo, boo. 23 temperature is holding nicely. Hello there.
Thanks.
The oxygen's never been that low.
Hmm?
The oxygen's never been that low before.
Oh, it's because test running circuit, so it comes
Okay.
out. So, actually, it's some of my fault.
Okay, allow you again.
There we go. So what pressure do we want to keep that? These things.
Yeet is reactivated. Do. Time to eat your tablet. What did he do? So have you tried throwing anything in the game? I'll show you what it does. Inventory. That's 1 second. Let me go find something bright to show you. It's more than a normal throw. It's a long throw, basically. Do you find something bright and colourful to work with? The 8 plastic will do the job. Okay. So, let me spacesuit on.
Pressure critical. Temperature critical.
Oops.
Oxygen low.
Right. Meet and throw what's in and verify. Yeah, so there's 2 throws.
Pressure critical. Temperature critical. Oxygen.
So throw number
critical.
1 is hold down the Q and let go. That's throw. The yeet one is hold down the Q, jump and let go. And they go a lot further. So if you throw well in a jump, it goes a lot further.
Critical. Temperature critical. Oxygen critical. Low pressure.
When I first found out that space and throw combined together is a very powerful throw, it was like, that's entirely unuseful for most stuff, but fun to play with.
We ended up
The
getting
funny
some-
thing is when you found out. You found it out, I think it was 10 minutes after we both started playing that together.
Yeah, in the creative world. We got some uranium.
Yes.
The cobalt.
Did
Some
you
gold.
change the script at all, Capt?
Why?
No, I'm just wondering. Did you
Nothing
change the
active.
script?
No, I didn't change the script.
Okay.
Only active.
'Cause it was just that you talked about if I...
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't press the. Never mind. I didn't press the apply button. Never mind.
Oh, you mean on the computer upstairs? Yeah, I
Yeah.
changed that to the code that I was using.
Okay, because they're showing my code.
Fair enough.
That's
Okay.
just...
I never sent it to a module, so maybe it was there anyway.
Could be. Oh, that could actually be why.
What do you do with the uranium anyway?
I
Hide
have
it
no
under
idea.
someone's pillow. Just as a prank.
I just flew a lot.
Oh. Let's see.
See, it doesn't glow enough to use as a light either, does it?
I don't think so.
We can do a dark area of the base.
Come where I am. It's pretty dark.
Coming up. There you go. Got night light.
It doesn't even light up the area.
I
It's
know.
just
So
glowing.
bad. That help.
Did you just kick? Honestly, it did not help, but I will give you.
Wonder if I have to put uranium through the recycler. I mean, it's a centrifuge, right? Can we make it like a weapons grid?
Are you looking for the uranium? I just you gave to me.
No, the I know that you can't actually do anything with the uranium. It's not in the. It's not actually a function in the game yet. What were they plants, by the way? What were they like? Were they good to go?
I harvested half of them. The other half had more than half health, so.
It's still pumping stuff out.
What stuff?
Mostly uranium and cobalt and coal.
Yeah, it'll reject those because they're not usable by the furnaces.
Oh yeah, I get that. I'm just saying it's still ejecting them even after it's been here that long. We're making dumplings at some point. I'm going to take this uranium stack through the recycler, see what happens. I'm assuming uranium will come out, but I'm hoping for something else.
Light on.
Hey, if uranium came out, we were in. My helmet's not even on my head, DJ.
But hey, he wasted points.
True. He did indeed waste some points.
Why is there cobalt and such coming out here?
That would be the rocket still unloading. Because it's not organic material. It's not usable material for the furnaces, so they dump it.
Hmm. I think I stick to the pressures and all of that. I understand that better.
I have no idea how the script works, but I know it passes everything through this. I think the app furnaces are still running. Ooh.
Go. I understand my code better than that. Was the red pipe volatile?
Yeah, so red pipe is hydrogen, white pipe is oxygen.
Okay.
Do these need me to program with a floppy disk, Cap, please?
I do need to program them, but I've not finished the circuit yet.
Oh, didn't you actually circuit? Can't just use the floppy disk and point about the.
No, unfortunately not. It's a different thing I need to look at.
Oh, that's a shame. Just gotta keep an eye on that pressure regulator back here. We're at 1.76 megapascals right now. Looks like we've actually finished processing though. But back furnaces are turned off now.
Woo.
I will, if everyone's alright, I'll send the rocket off another flight and get it processing so you, when you're ready for that thing, we'll have materials to process.
Pressure critical.
Yeah, go ahead.
Temperature.
I don't see a problem with that.
I'm trying to turn the torch off. Yeah, the torch is and the L button for light, and I haven't got a command set up for light. Okay, we could need to set up another coupler and another tank and see if it fills both tanks up. I don't think we need to. Countdown is in progress.
Good lord, that made me jump.
Same. I can hear it in where I am.
Was it loud, was it?
Yes.
Because I'm outside the base, I have the standard Atmo sound.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
It's a loud thump.
Low pressure.
8.7, 8.07, 8.8. So that means it's filling up, right? 8 point something. Because the 9 and counting down is the emptying process. I still want to put some of these as windows so I can see stuff going through them. You know what? I might be able to get back in time, right? Just need a couple of shoots. Open. Open. Shoots. Make. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Light
1,
on.
2, 3, 4. Right, I really want to see these stuff come through so that we can get there in time. I need to break the chute and put the window chute in place before the. Okay, fairly sure I cycled that inwards, but okay. Do 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 do. 8.5, I think that says. Hit the fence, DJ. Although you almost screwed up my one attempt to see something fun. But yeah, you suck and you missed.
So the 8 stands for it's mining, and the 0.5 stands for how much the silo is full.
Yeah, I figured that might be the case, actually. Let's go that one and that one. Put them in there. Give me the window version. There, there, there.
DJ, can I have my labeler back, please?
Give me a second. Where are you?
I'm heading towards gas, if you're there.
I am there. I am.
I need that one to be normal, straight there. And then this one to be window. Alright, we have a couple of windows in the chute. Might remove those two later on, but I just wanted to see them. And we've got these two here so we can stand here and see them go through here. I probably will remove those two. I don't actually like the look of them up there. I will remove those two, I don't like them. I'll probably put the other two over here. In fact, there. Let's see, remove 1, 2. Well, I can't do those ones, you can't see through the dirt that's there. Alright, it'll have to be these here. So, 1, 2, 3. Put window ones there.
We are quite low on hydrogen.
Yeah, sadly we do tend to burn through a fair bit of it with the rocket.
Yeah.
We're at 4 megapascals right now on fuel, so we're not planning on making any more fuel for a while. But obviously when the rocket lands it'll start draining a little bit more. Put the tablet away. Oop, rocket should be coming back. It says 9 on the scale. Yep, it's on 2. Should be in its way. I mean, 2 is RTB, I'm assuming.
Pressure critical. Oxygen
2 is travelling.
low
Okay.
pressure.
9.04. Longest cooldown ever. 5 minutes. Because DJ was doing it every 30 seconds, so... It actually was, I think it did the yeet about 3 times in a minute, so it's got a 5-minute cooldown now. And only on that one command, because I lost 2 advanced tablets in the hills, so it had to be tamed, and the only other way to tame after the 5-minute cooldown is to switch over to bits, and I don't want to switch over to bits if I can help it, so... Or remove the command, just to keep him with a normal throw. But I can't keep running into the mountains to find my advanced tablet when I'm trying to build a rocket silo. I need to be able to do other stuff as well.
Oh, imagine if Crumbles did that during a storm.
What?
The yeet.
That would be interesting. I mean, you never get the item back ever because it'll go forward and swing 90 degrees to the other direction. But yeah, 9.3. So it's 30% full. I love this rocket silo. The lights on the outside have really made it that a bit nicer, especially at night time like now. That's a blame DJ. Hey, you even found the hashtag we use. Shame the other bot's not operating right now for some reason. Believe it or not, I do scroll down and read stuff on Twitch streams. Hey! Somebody reads the panels. Also, DJ doesn't actually know that's on the panels. He never scrolls down to have a look. Asharash, hello and welcome. Testing mining rockets, indeed. This is our first rocket. Captain Course, who is somewhere in there, found an IC script that's doing it automatic for us. So we're just kind of testing that now. I'm waiting for it to come back because I want to see this stuff go through the chute.
Oh, night landing. Let it be a night landing.
We're at 69%
Well, already had a
full.
storm landing.
That's true.
At least it didn't go like what they did with SN11.
Nearly did. I mean, we launched it and we lost control for a short while.
I mean, more like they blew up.
I mean, we lost control. Imagine what happened if we didn't get control back before we ran out of fuel.
We could do with a fuel readout, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming the script will automatically bring it back before fuel runs out. But I would really prefer there was this much fuel remaining on it. I haven't been back in the game in the last 2 updates. The last 2 updates have been quite major ones as well. So the big one was the water update, and that's when I started playing, so I didn't really notice it as an update myself. And then the next one was the food waste update, but that's a bit controversial for most people. I love the water update though. I started playing with the water update, but it's really good. Here it comes.
Good lord, that made me jump again.
Alright. It's landed. It's full. And we should start seeing stuff go through this chute. Again, so we'll see how fast it... I want to see how fast it empties, so obviously I'm in the air now. Okay, that actually unloads really quickly. Yeah, that unloads very, very quick. We might need a sorter somewhere just to filter uranium out. Because obviously we're getting I can see quite a lot of uranium coming through the system right now.
Well, we just had silicon in there.
I know what we can use the uranium for.
Uh-huh.
Sell it.
A good point. We could.
However, one of the uranium pieces you dropped me is somewhere in the roof tile. I don't know where.
Could you code it to not mine uranium? Not familiar with it. I have no idea. I have no idea if you can control it, what to do. That script there, all I know is that Captain Course found it and it works. So, but we could sell it. I mean, we could be automatic here. We could have it continue down the line and put the uranium straight into the vending machine, or we can carry it by hand.
Either is fine. We've just earned money. Buy it. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, but yeah, we definitely could sell the uranium. That's not a bad idea at all.
I find it to be a better thing than trying to remove it, since either way it's gonna, yeah.
I mean, when I said remove it, I did just mean get it off the system. It didn't matter how it was removed. So
Yeah. 3 out of 5 tanks are now regulated with digital.
Hey Cap, did you manage to sell that food earlier, or did it not get sold?
Yes, I did sell that food.
Excellent. Did it sell for good value, or was it bad because it was degraded?
It was a decreased value.
Okay, I wonder if they actually would decrease it or not. So that fuel, the hydrogen's very low.
Extremely low, yeah.
Yeah, oxygen's low. I don't think we need to launch a rocket for a while, so we're good on that.
Yeah. Come up. I kind of want you to look at this.
Light on.
I know it's like somewhat cluttered, like OCD type clutter, but it looks very nice still. Just lined up against the wall.
I mean,
It says unknown at line 14, but it's
just so
it's working.
The the memories. You could have one memory for the whole lot and just set it to 40,000, and they all be from the same memory.
Yes.
But yeah, an IC memory. Yeah, it's nice. I like it's nice and simple.
Hmm.
I say nice and simple. Like there's not a complicated code behind it. Obviously, I'm aware of that. But
It's not complicated when you actually know somewhat more than what I did when I started tonight.
yeah,
I know programming in a sense, but it's still like,
it's a new language though, so.
yeah, exactly. It's a new language for me.
I'll say what you could do with these. I'm not saying do it. I'm saying what you could do for aesthetics. Have one memory on the wall, and because these housings don't need anything inside of them, you could actually have the 4 tanks here, 5 tanks. 5 tanks.
Yeah.
You could have 5 of them touching side by side, with a chip in each one, and cables coming at the top and bottom, and we could do one memory.
Yeah,
that would actually fit on one wall segment as well, because it's 5 wide.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, I mean, like it is now, it's fine. I'm just saying that's something because it's an IC and it's not really compact, isn't it? It's not like these things where you have to have loads of wires and space between them for cables to run.
No. Like, for example, this one I could compare, or probably, like, compact down, too.
What is my out? I can't remember. Gas mixer. Yeah, all this does basically is turn this gas mixer off when the pressure reaches a certain amount, so that we don't end up blowing the base up with too much pressure.
I mean, it's basically the reverse of what I have done, where it, over pressure, it turns something on.
Yeah, we're trying to under pressure. We don't want. Basically, we want the base to be at a set pressure, and the base is fed by a pressure regulators.
Yeah.
But the problem with the pressure regulators are when they're not putting into the pipe, they're taking from the pipe would back up. So it reads from this analyzer here and says, okay, we want to keep 2 megapascals in the pipe, but no more than that. Pressure regulators can put it into the air, but we don't want this gas mixer constantly adding more and more to the mix, and the pipe exploding somewhere. Then it's all that script's there for, really.
Yeah. Because I think to fix it, I think
assembly is not a common way of thinking in programming, at least. MIPS actually, but it's quite similar. Yeah. You could go into the menu.
most people don't know assembly. Like most programs don't really know much about assembly because it's not used.
It's used at the like hardware level. It's not used by the average programmer.
Yeah.
The average programmer like me will work in a higher language like C or C++ or C#.
Yeah.
Me myself, I work in C#, so I work at quite a high language. Where assembly is one of the lower level languages that you can get to.
It's
MIPS is a higher language.
Literally.
Yeah, MIPS is a higher language, but it's somewhere between your high level languages and your low levels. It's quite a medium level language, I would say, based on the syntax they're using on it.
Like every program can, if I remember correctly, be disassembled to the level of assembly.
Well, that's what they do basically. Most of them will disassemble down.
Yeah.
And need to get rid of that.
And that's how, for example, software crackers manage to do it. It's literally by disassembling software.
Yep. For the most
That
part,
is,
yeah.
yeah.
Reverse engineering, basically.
It's quite fun. Yeah. Quite fun to reverse engineer.
Alright.
But yeah, I only need like 2 more IC housing and 2 more chips, and then I'm done with all of that, and
Excellent.
1 more volume pump. But did you want me to make you that code
Which code?
for that pressure thingy?
That's up to you. It's in your gas farm. I just put it there because we had nothing, and you weren't here to do the regulation, so I went and did the regulation in the language I know the fastest, which is the circuits. Every complicated language is basically assembly once called. Yes, I mean that's the thing. The anything that's a framework-based language, like say .NET, it will compile down to a .NET compatible common runtime, we'll call it. It's not quite assembly, but once it hits the common runtime, that will knock it down to assembly. Any native application doesn't require a framework like C++ and all that. They definitely compile down to assembly. It's the way that they can run the fastest. It's very depending on the level of the language. It can be a lot harder to reverse engineer because the ones that use a higher language that compile down to a framework are easy to decompile. They leave debug hooks sometimes in place. We're making lead. Ooh. The right furnace is not outputting, by the way, Cap. Not there. You go. And it's off again.
Now it's on?
It's on now.
Okay.
I'm just looking at it for there's an indicator saying something in there, but it wasn't burning. What's our pressure gauge reading for the tank?
Oh.
Which one?
1.72
Ah,
megapascals.
we're good.
Loads.
Yeah. I mean, we're basically venting that room constantly, and it's not going to produce much gas, but it would just boost gas.
Yeah, so it tells you, this one tells you what this one's doing, this one tells you what one is.
Yep.
All done with one chip.
It was only one one output you needed.
Yeah, just turn the
There's
gas
only
mixer
one
off.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it literally just turns that gas mixer on or off depending on what the pressure of the pipe is.
All I have to do is, I think all I have to do is just like flip one byte around, and that's it. I'll need to test a bit, but yeah.
I think the biggest test on this machine is having gold on both sides, because I believe gold draws the most power to act furnace. Just imagine if we had this going through the advanced furnace instead. You have to monitor the pressure so it didn't blow up. You'd have to adjust the pressure sometimes for some reason need a different level. It'd be so much hassle to try and regulate it.
Yeah.
Right. I think it's in this one, the silos. Is it in this one? Apparently not. Maybe it's in this one then.
I think Silo's an electric printer.
STB silo.
Okay. Code is correct then. There you go, Pete.
Hi, thank you. I mean, the thing you have to operate in there, feel free.
Okay.
Pointing to more shoots for this to work. I assume I don't even get an idea how this thing works.
What now? Me?
No, me. I'm building a silo.
Oh.
Yeah, our death count has been quite stable over the last few streams.
That's because I have not moved a single box.
Oh, okay. I mean, me and Cap moved two boxes ourselves today, and that didn't try and murder us at all. Alright. Uranium. Silo. How big are these things? Okay, so we're gonna go with bloody huge.
I think like 3 blocks tall or something like that.
Yeah, I knew they'd be quite big, I just didn't know how big they'd be. But I need some chutes now, because I'm gonna put one of these in line with the rocket. Let's see if we can get it to load into a good place, somewhere that would get it to load into somewhere big storage that can be intermediate storage between that and the arc furnaces. And I think it might be able to consolidate them a little bit then. What are you working on? We've had the rocket working, so we launched the rocket today. Which is out there. We've got fuel for it flowing, we got it launched and tested, we've got it bringing resources back. Right now I'm looking for an intermediate storage system. Because right now, when it unloads all immediately into the base, which is fine. But it between small amounts, and I'm wondering if we can get it to change that a little bit. And also, if we don't want to pass it straight into the system for some reason, we can turn it off and not have it eject into the system. how you doing, wifey? How's your week been so far? It's a small, but it's I love you. But it's a small then.
Hydration critical.
Hydration.
Never heard that before. In this game.
It was critical as well.
No. That's insane. How, Pete?
Pressure critical. Temperature critical. Oxygen low.
Come on. There we go.
Can I make a bigger version of this thing anyway? I know, you know, C2 was doing a variant of it. No variants, but look at that. Okay.
I really wish you could get a drop-down list of all the options for a screw.
Okay, where to put this in the chain of systems? You know, I honestly thought DJ you were asleep. So the question is, do I put this near the rocket or do I put this near the base? I think near the base makes more sense. Because you won't put something tall near the rocket itself, would you?
Is the sensor for this called Steve by any chance?
Any reason?
Because I'm trying to find it on list of long list, and it's called Atmo Pipe Analyzer Steve.
Maybe. it may be called Steve.
Shall we talk about
Naming conventions to find out.
Mary? Then
If I open this tube, it's going to send all everywhere. It's going to be annoying.
oh, hey, it's working, Pete.
Capped.
Holy cow!
It's empty now.
Yeet.
What the hell is that one? Oh, nickel.
Oh,
Oh.
amazing. But Pete, the code works.
Yay! Oh, I needed to get to the pipe to put this silo in place, and I thought, yeah, I'll cut the pipe, it'll be fine. Right? No problem there. And it just started spewing out into the air. Any more cobalt? Yep, there's some behind you. Oh, that was a great sight to see though, just injecting into the air. Okay. Can I? I need to now remove some of the chutes. More cobalt.
I'm kind of feeling risky today. I'm going for 25%. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, the Streamlabs bots are being a bit iffy today.
Good. I can't
Okay.
do my gambling.
Right, put that there. Do we need power to this thing? Oh, without power is a question I need to know here.
It does need power.
Alright.
Oh. Crumbles is back.
Put it there. Okay, 10 steel sheets. Cap, before you cycle there, looking at this, you already done it. Never mind.
No.
Only thing because there's some ore outside that I can't pick up for me, which is full.
Pressure critical. Temperature critical.
Alright, so
Oxygen
so's ready.
critical.
Just
There
need
is no
to.
storm nearby, so it's fine
Pressure.
for now.
Yeah, I just need to know where the output and input is. So this, I can't remember where they were without building it up. So 10 steel sheets and probably some more as well. I'll just have to grab that, put that there. Put that in there. Grab the uranium. Grab that. Swap that out with gold. All right. Cycle the airlock again so I can get in. Oof. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Hi there.
Hi.
Do-do-do-do. Ba-ba-ba-da. Stationeers plural.
Oh, takes forever to print this.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Good to got these in the in the inlet line. I'd like to launch a rocket a few times and have some of it built up in the silo. It'd be nice to see it build up a little bit.
Oh yeah, Pete and Captain, did you see that what IBM managed to do?
No, what are they doing?
The 2mm chip thingy?
No.
Posted in Tech Talk today. It's really interesting. They managed to go down to 2mm.
You mean nanometer?
Yeah.
Hopefully. Over that, they're behind everybody else.
Yes, they managed to go down to 2mm. They're so ahead.
Okay, silo. Silo. The SPD silo requires 10 steel sheets, 10 plastic sheets, 5 cable. So 10 plastic sheets and 5 cables. What I need extra. Need some more plastic sheets. We're a bit short, and we are short in cables. All right. You make cable. You make plastic sheets. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da.
There's no way. Okay. Do you need a cable?
Yep. Are we getting any
What type?
don't we? Normal. You got some?
I have some, yeah. Oh, wait, no.
Is the rocket fueling up?
Yep. Why?
Okay, I've just built the fuel display.
Okay. It should fuel it to, I think it's 5 megapascals. Thank you for the cable.
Yeah, no problem.
There we go. Plastic sheets. I've got everything I need now to finish the silo off. Yeah, there's a pressure regulator on the back of it that says keep the rocket at 5 megapascals.
Yeah. There you go. Quantity display.
Yay! So do you know what it's actually working? Is it pressure or is it something else?
It's quantity.
Oh, it's quantity. So is that is that you?
So
Is
when
that
I drop down to
moles?
500, it should return.
Yeah, but is that like moles or is it?
I don't know. It's reading quantity from the fuel tank.
Okay, so it's not actually like a normal value we use, basically.
No. The logic reader reads quantity from the fuel tank, which then outputs that display.
I mean, you can do the yeet, but if I'm doing stuff with the mouse, DJ, it kind of blocks it. Sadly. Plastic sheets with the welding torch. And then 5 cable coils, just cable coils, nothing needed with that. That's not cable coil. There we go. It's up and it's built, so now we just need to give it power and need to give it the chutes to feed it. Black chutes are the ones we're using for the feed. I think then I can remove these and make these the straight ones again, and I can put the window ones on the actual silo now then. Bloop.
Pressure critical. Temperature low. Oxygen critical. Low pressure.
Move window one there and there. Just need 2 window ones really to get an idea of what we need to do. That can go there and there, and then a turn would be needed. There and there, and that would. Well, actually, it could, rather than having a turn, let's just stop the turn of 1 square earlier. Ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba, da, ba. Da, 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 da. Corner goes there, and need to turn the corner around. There. That can be a window unit. There, so we can see it feeding in. And the output's here. One, 2. Probably want 3 windows. Probably won't see it very well, but hey, why not give it a start, right? Get a corner there, corner there, and corner there. Okay. So you can see it feeding in, we'll be able to see it feeding out. We just got to. Can I walk up that? No. Okay. Yep. Yep. Gotta get a power cable into that now. Power cables are over here. So if I grab that power cable, take it round, that should be fine. I got 44 cables from Mater, so that should hopefully. You need to cut your power cable, get the colour off it, so better shut it down for a minute. There we go. Rocket's back up again. Da, 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 da. Ba, ba. Now where is data on this side? So power's on this side. Cable. Cable. Come on, Cable, you can do it. I believe in you. By that I mean I really, really don't.
Very positive of you. Go.
Oh crap. Okay, you can't put cables through these things, can you? Okay. Can't go through that because the pipe goes into the wall there. So I need to bring the cable up. There. It's kind of weird to go that way, but I kind of feel like it should go that way. I need to go over top of that. There's no two ways about it. So, cut that, cut that. It's going to go over that. At some point, it's going to go over or under. I can go under. Try and go under. Not sure we can get it far enough down to go under, but we can try. Ah. Corner. Wait, is that still down there? Oh, got it. Right. Damn it, I need to get that one little square. There it is. And go up, across, towards, down. And once it's down there. Oh, God, the angle on this is so difficult. Oh, there we go. There. Then straight across. Then bring it up. There. There. Around that corner. Straight forward there. Straight forward there. Straight there. Straight there. Straight there. Straight there, straight there, and we should now be able to connect up to here with a corner. There. Alright. That should be able to turn on. Okay. That there, that there. Get me the wrench. Oh, I thought I had an ingot on me. Oh. I must have dumped them all earlier. I was going to test it with a thing. Well, so they could launch a rocket, I suppose. I'd test it. Rocket ready to go?
If we have enough fuel for it, sure.
Captain, rocket ready to go?
It should be, yeah.
I just saw that
Famous last words.
There's an ingot of a thing on the roof, actually. 5 items just out there. Alright, launching.
Fuck's sake.
At some point, I need to be inside when that happens so I can actually hear it properly, because I've only heard it from Mad Atmosphere. Let's see. Yeet. You need 10,000. Yeet denied. So I saw the yeet coming through, but I was actively dragging something at the time. You gotta. Because it does the jump and then the Q, if I've got like alt down and move the mouse around, that kind of counters it because it doesn't let me jump or anything. So, sadly, it does occasionally get a little bit caught up in stuff. And once I forget what the command, there's a redeem command. Not redeem. Restore command, something like that, that credits you your points back for a free grab. But I can't remember what it was now. So So the rocket is expensive to build, but you get so much for it, basically. I mean, look what
It's worth it, yeah.
yeah, I mean, look what it's giving back right now, resource-wise. We probably don't even need to go mining ever again.
What we need, like, sure, the rocket is a blessing in that sense, but what we actually need now is also higher production of gases.
Well, that's the other thing as well, because we haven't got it installed yet, but there is an option to have an ice mining module, which will bring back the volatiles, the water, and the oxides.
Yeah, because we need that now.
Yeah. So I will start prepping those so we can have it do them as well.
What the fuck am I stuck on there?
Rocket. So we'll need a gas mining module or a ice mining module. Which do we go for?
To me.
Well, we can do.
Chicky, the loves chicky.
I can do a gas mining
Either is
module.
fine.
Do I need to? Can someone boot in from the server if Nick doesn't shut up for a minute? He don't come in and say hi or anything. It's just like chicken, chicken. I love chicken, 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 chicken. I love chicken, chicken. Nah, seriously. How you doing, RJ?
Hello.
Right.
I've got chicken nuggets.
Where do you get them from? What type of chicken nuggets are we talking about here? The one from a freezer or one from a shop or what?
They're from.
Okay. So mate, we can do ice mining, or we can do gas mining.
They were delivered by a midget.
Oh, okay.
Nom 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 nom.
So-
Store yell in the background like last time.
But yeah, we can do gas mining where we bring the gases back.
How do you know about that?
Everyone knows about that.
I am DJ. I know about food.
Module.
Yeah, but I only told Peter about the takeaway prank last night.
Everyone
Yes,
knows
but
about
I know
takeaway.
food.
Well,
Peter has
Did
not
you
told me
tell me-
anything.
Did you tell mate about what the restaurant owner said last night?
I have not said a word.
I
You're
just
the
know
only
about
one-
it because I love food.
I like food. I
Yeah,
prefer
then
food.
you also know about it.
I
Everyone
prefer-
that
I
loves
prefer-
food knows about that.
I prefer.
We're going to head out to find some food. Thanks for the entertainment, Pete. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you very much, Dr. Drones. We stream on Wednesdays and Fridays, Stationeers at the moment, and Saturdays is a variety day. So if you feel like another stream at some point, that's our current schedule.
Peter
thank you for
is
being
a
on.
good streamer. He needs to be a bigger YouTuber. So
DJ Crumble, was a pleasure assaulting the stream with you. Yeah, DJ's one of my mods, so he knows how to do stuff that's weird. Right, and later for this
and I'm not the tame cannibal. Ignore anything that might pop up as a link or out like that to anyone.
definitely drop
else.
it back.
The wrong
Excellent.
spam.
Oh yes, there is a Discord. Thank you, DJ. There is a Discord, but sadly the link doesn't work. Give me a second. I will drop the.
I'm playing the colonist and I have a problem with too much meat.
There you go.
Thank you. I was just double checking it before I sent it. But yeah, that's the link to our Discord server if you wish to join that. Yeah, so Meta, we can either send out a gas mining module, which will come back with tanks of gas, and dump it straight into the wasteline. Right?
Yeah.
And dump it straight into the gas line, into the wasteline. Or we can send it out to get
That
ice,
can work.
in which case it will bring back the chunks of ice, which can then be fed into an ice crusher. Benefit of the ice version is you'll also get water, whereas the gas one you won't get your water.
I think we go for ice crushing.
Okay.
Don't be making another RJ creator.
Yeah, we already have one.
I still can't get over the fact that you named a creator after me.
I can't believe you made a creator. Thank
At
you
least
for
it
the
wasn't
links,
the cup
but
this
I had it from the panels, and I'm the one guy on Twitch that goes down. That is true. It is in the panels. I forgot it's in the panels.
That's why I managed to get the links so quickly. Does anyone have a labeler they don't need for like
Oop,
5
crap.
minutes?
We start that one up. Big fan. Yeah, I got one in me. Here you go. On the floor in the production room. You should make your own, really. They're not expensive to have one each.
Yeah, I've been debating about it, but I keep forgetting about it.
It's just
like,
yeah, they're so used to have, but and they're not expensive, so.
Oh, I can almost have trains.
How is
See.
the rocket unloading when it's not even here?
Yeah, I noticed that on the on the counter. It's not actually unloading. That's the thing. It's just saying it is.
was blue nitrogen?
I don't know. You have to check the Trello board for that. But I think it is. Yes.
Okay, see it is done.
I mean, you're in the room with all the tanks and stuff. You can see what tank it goes to.
Yeah, but that requirement is to go up a floor.
Okay, see the bottom of the tank and just point at it. If you point a label underneath a tank, it should tell you where it is.
Okay, it is.
What's that? Uranium ore. We're getting close to the point where we're going to have to start selling the uranium soon. Our excess supply box is getting full. 37% on the production there. I don't want it to make it a second one, so I'm going to set that to make the coupling. Which I did cancel by accident earlier, but it won't actually make anything, it'll just sit there, so.
See what's that?
Here they kept.
Yeah, I was just looking at your logic, that's all.
Yeah, the logic link is pointing at the memory that's on the near the tank that says what the pressure should be in the tank.
Yeah.
There's a standard pressure regulator on the side of the rocket tower that says how much goes into the rocket. Which is actually the one you want to be looking at to compare your fuel gauge.
Yeah.
Down that one guy, alright. I don't even know if that's the right amount of fuel to put in there. I just set them to values I know wouldn't explode. How long are you? 69%.
Oh, the rocket's about to return.
Ooh, I'm inside. I might actually hear everyone.
Heads up.
It won't help you. You're still gonna have a panic attack.
No, because I knew it was coming now. This time it wasn't allowed us.
Right, it should unload into that silo this time around. Which means I'm going to head out there and investigate that silo.
Pressure critical. Temperature critical.
Yeah, the contents is going up.
Does it say what's in there as well?
No, it just says contents 7 of 600.
Oh, that's nice. I would probably be able to put your cursor over and see what it was in it.
Yeah, you can see the stuff going in the back as well.
That's why that's literally the reason I'm coming out. So we can launch the rocket several times, have that silo fill up. That's not a problem then, and we just open the floodgates when we want it to go. What I want to see is, will it consolidate it for the output? It's going quite slow actually, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Probably going faster than that actually. I can see there's a thing on top, a hatch opening and closing.
I wonder what you get out of the data.
Do you have a configuration chip on you?
No. Right, you get activate, clear memory, error, export count, import count, lock, mode, on, open power, prefab hash, quantity, and required power.
Rocket's still at 58% to unload. So that's gonna be a while if that's full.
The rocket was almost full when it came back.
Yeah, yeah. That lever empties the silo out into these ducts, obviously. So
Yeah.
right now I'm leaving it shut to see if it'll consolidate it into a continuous batch of gold, then a continuous batch of where it'll come out in the same way it's going in right now. Because if it does it the way it's doing it now, then it'd be benefit just leave the lever open and use it as a buffer.
Yeah.
Because it can still take stuff in probably faster than the arc furnaces will be able to. Or maybe it can't, maybe it could be...
It'll be the same rate because the limiter for the arc furnaces will be the sorters.
Yeah, but there's 2 arc furnaces that are processing the material, so there'll be a backlog when they take something and they have to process it. So
Yeah, but there's only one sorter input.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the sorter might say, put something to that arc furnace, then put something to that arc furnace, and I have to wait now 10 seconds for them to finish processing the material before I can send them to something else.
Yeah.
The arc furnaces themselves are a bottleneck because they don't just take it and spit it out again, they have to take it and then process it. So, even though the silo is the same speed as the sorter, the arc furnaces themselves are slower than the sorter because of the processing time.
Yeah.
Right, so that should be...
The other problem we're going to have, the vending machine. It can only take so much.
vending machine.
Yes.
Oh, that vending machine. Yep. We have to go through every software and do a sorting on it.
Yeah.
You right there?
The fuck?
What would be a script that could be useful then would be the ability to have a script that says, okay, give me all the iron, route it through purposely do it, route it through the to a sorter that's set to 500, which is the maximum stack size, and then move to the next item and say, give me all of that. You can just have that go through a loop, basically. Well, I'll have that. I'll do it by hand, but I don't think you'll do it by hand, do you?
No.
I think my ice mining thing never completed. I don't see my ice mining module I asked for. Because I didn't make an ice mining module, it was like 70%, and then I ran out to look at the rocket landing, came back and it's not making anything. There's nothing in the actual output, unless it's stupidly in the vending machine, which I don't think it would be.
Don't underestimate.
Rocket ice mining module needs astrally and something else. I'll leave that to process until I check it. Copper and astrally is what's needed right now. We may be out of astrally.
From that trip, the rocket got 189 items.
Oh, feel free to pull the lever if you wish. It's just unloading then. So we know
I'll
what.
leave it for a minute.
Okay.
Because I think the vending machine capacity is only 100 or something like that.
I don't know if it's 100 or 1,000. Can't remember. Because I cut the power temporarily to the to the launch pad. I think I cut the power. I think the fuel cooler is turned off now. Just gonna go there and fix it. This cladding you put around the launch pad.
Yes.
Do we want to change the colour or do we want to leave it as white?
I was going to change the colour, yes.
What we're going with?
I don't know.
Oh, the cooler's still on, so no problem there. Well, the whole rocket system is orange because I did the fuel colour. We could go with a dark grey. We can go with black. We can go with red.
Red. Like the old NASA ones.
What, NASA painted the lamp sites red.
The launch site. I thought you meant the tower.
No, the launch site. The rocket and the tower we haven't painted at all yet.
I mean the tower itself. Okay.
The tower tends
have
to get
fixed-
coloured with the rocket, so I think. You
I
fixed-
have now fixed that wall thing you talked about with the code.
I think
you
there's
wanna
a
look.
jam somewhere.
What's that?
I think there's a jam in the system somewhere.
Well, it's giving me 19 astrology, and I think we actually run out of astrology.
No, I mean a jam in the chutes.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna regret this.
You can just open the chute. It's going to shoot out at you if you open that chute. Pun intended.
That's the request line. So if I cut it there. Holy crap.
You right there?
Yeah. We definitely need that stack to stacks of 500.
There just needs to be something, a button we can press that triggers it and just sends the vending machine through a cycle, basically.
Yes.
We would basically shut down the vending machine for a short while, but it would, it could do it.
But yeah, now the pressure thing is done.
Yay!
And now it actually looks nice.
Fancy an interesting time making astrally.
Me?
We haven't blown the furnace up in a few weeks.
That's because I haven't been there in a few weeks.
I know, that's why I said it.
There's a
I'm
jam
not so sure.
somewhere, Pete. Don't request anything else.
Mate, I request something. Alright, I have an inventory full of coal, uranium, and cobalt. We'll go selling.
Just sell all the uranium. But there should be something in the roof tile, but I don't know where.
Don't worry about it.
Like-
It's only a occasional piece. It's like 7 units or something like that. It's not worth anything.
What should be worth like 1,000 each?
I mean, my credit card currently has 8 grand on it, so
Oh damn! I'll just
I-
quickly get
I was
something.
testing. I was trying to sell something, and I found that there was a bug where if you sold food, they didn't take the food off of you, and then but they give you the money, and then left the food in the vending machine.
I found the problem.
Okay.
The vending
Okay.
machine's definitely full.
That's fine. I will just quickly go and get something to drink.
I just popped to shoot and literally everything fell out of me.
So we filled the vending machine.
Yes.
Okay, so we definitely need to get the thing up and running then. We need definitely to get the sorter up and running. So I think it's 100 stacks, not 100 items. Whee. Ba, ba, da, ba, da. Come on, 73%. You can do better than 73%. Or maybe you can't. 84%, 83%. Look, wrong way. Come back. Hi. You waiting for someone? He's trying. Bye.
Pete,
Yep.
your ice mining module's already here.
Excellent. Where was it?
It's stuck in the system, by the looks of it.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical. Low pressure.
65. Come on, you can get us. You can get that one. No, we're going to pass it again. I mean, to be fair, I have 8 grand in my inventory. I do not need the money, so if you want to sell when it comes up, you can do. You muted. Yes, you are. Oh, there you go. Did you invite them? I'll say there seems to be a void in the sky there. That's our solar panel array. Do 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 do. I'm guessing not a communication, not a trader, sorry. Hey, Joyous, how you doing? Everybody doesn't mind DJ.
Is DJ muted?
I've asked him a couple of times, he hasn't replied to me, so I'm assuming yes.
Oh, I thought I said it was an infosat
okay.
response, so
Yep.
I was just drinking. Fetched a drink and then
Yeah,
put
no
it
problem.
myself.
Pressure critical. Temperature critical.
Mm,
Oxygen
another
critical.
infosat.
Low pressure.
The infosat's got to do something at some point, right?
Yeah, I would believe so.
There is a research module to the game, so either the for research purposes, or they're not in the function's not in the game yet. Hey Pete, not just been looking. Hey, hope you've enjoyed yourself. Do 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 do. You found a trader yet?
Nope.
Hey, mate.
Hmm?
In the airlock, with some more ores that were stuck in the in the processing. Just need to be tucked in the back of that vending machine. There you go. On the way to you.
Yeah.
Do, 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 do. Ah. You having fun vending everything?
No.
you should have said twice. I played Hunt with you, said DJ. To be fair, probably didn't think you were around. Are you actually vending everything? Are you vending certain things?
I'm vending gold
Oh, okay.
at the moment.
Can we see if there's any more gold in here for you?
I think I've got it all now. Start on silicon next.
Okay. Something requested something and it flickered at me.
No, that'll be something going in. When
Oh,
you
you
vend
put-
something goes in.
Alright. Well, I can't do it for you because DJ won't let me stay facing the screen longer than 5 seconds, so. There's a pile of random ink blankets over here.
Yes, that when I burst the pipe up, that just came out. I thought, sod it, I'll just let him down.
Randy's ready, Mayor.
Nope.
Make sure you're pressing continue and not reset every time.
That's if it stops with actually finding a trader, not only go to 94%.
It's not even does that, doesn't it? It needs to be like 95 for it to actually grab a signal.
Yep. Hey, there we found a signal. Let's see.
Hey, Cap.
Yeah,
There is a faster way to do this.
yeah.
We could dismantle the vending machine.
We have found a trader.
No.
Just imagine what happened if you took into that machine.
Oh god, that's full. That's full.
Oh, I could have bought an energy rifle, but that's like 17,000.
No, our base is using a lot of power at the moment. It's almost as if we got like an act finish running constantly. The furnace room has drained through all of one big battery and half of the second big battery. Furnace room's now at 50% power. The furnace room powers the rocket, the furnace room, the advanced furnace room, and I think the thought actually powers down that way. And that airlock maybe. Also, I'm happy to have a DM asking me even if it says away because either I'll give you an answer or nothing. Nah, because I don't like playing Hunt alone unless I'm in a sniping mood, so just on Football Manager as a side game. DJ is off work for 2 weeks, so expect many game requests.
Hey, Pete.
Yep. What do you buy? Anything nice? Mac 2 duct tape, nice.
It was like 63 per, so
Yeah, I don't even know. I didn't even know looked to see what it cost to make it actually. I'm actually curious now. Look at the machine. What's the ingredients for advanced Mac 2 duct tape?
a double layer duct tape.
MK. An MK2 duct tape would cost us 2 iron and 1 electrum to make that. Honestly, it was much better just to buy it off the trader at that price than use electrum.
Exactly.
At least now I know one thing, Cap. Now I know why the stream I watch has a vending machine per ingot.
Yeah.
They probably have a stacker behind it to make sure it's always like quantities as well, like 100 or something. I know they have a room with a vending machine per ingot type, and they just vend it and put it in the machines by hand. They don't have the automated grabber. You still got that ducts in the roof on connected, disconnected?
No, they're connected again now.
Okay. I'm not going to request anything. I'm just asking.
Is the Mark II branch anything good?
Just faster than the normal one. Same volume of Mark 2. They're just faster than the Mark ones. You know, Captain, if you want to make it easier, we can put the temporarily link the output straight to the stacker. If you're going to request by hand the same item.
Well, my thought is, I do this. Rest all the silicon.
You have to keep hitting the button for that. But yeah, I'll say if we link this straight to the stacker, and just keep spamming that button like you were doing, then it'll stack it to 100. You have to put it in there by hand, don't you? I can do that. I can do that for you. I've got shoots here.
Light on.
It's only for a second too, so. And then we'll have to do it afterwards. So give me a corner. I'm gonna light off so I can see what the hell I'm doing. Ah! Turn the wrong way around. Oop, where's my wrench? There you go. I should go straight to the stacker now. Just look back into the system and then request them again.
Sir.
We had an explosion. Can you even reach those two?
Mess.
There we go.
Beat. Robot.
Oh, there you go. Can hear you again now. You are breaking up a bit. Oh, White Horse is really bad quality. Stream's okay though. There we go. Hear that now?
Yep, that's good.
Yep. I saw the Discord server quality go down to like 1 bar, so I moved it away from Europe to the US East server, and it seems to be okay now.
What chance do you think it is that it's DNS causing that problem?
Oh, getting stuck up there right now. Good evening.
I'm sure it's DNS problems.
Alright, I'll have to take that thingy out
Yeah.
and put it on an actual. I was hoping to just link onto it, but apparently not. Do you grab that silicon before There we go. There you go. I didn't want to remove it, so I wanted to just sort of attach to the end of it, but apparently it's not a thing you can do.
Light on.
It's like I feel like most of the times when Azure is down, it's just because of DNS.
Yeah, I think it usually is. It's not always their control as well, so. But when they mess up their own DNS servers.
When I push an update, I forgot to click no restart. I feel like we've done a lot of progress today.
Oh, we have. We've made loads of progress. Oops. Grab. No. Grab.
Hunger. Caution.
Hunger
Pressure.
caution.
Critical. Temperature. Critical.
But man, if you don't try making all the Mat 2 tools and see if they're any good, you can do. We've got resources for it, so.
Sure.
Probably start with like the Mat 2 welder, because that's usually one of the slowest things I find, and the wrench are the sort of slowest two things I find. Hey, Maya.
Hmm?
Rocket launching.
This time it didn't scare me.
That was
Did
all
you
thing.
put the ice module on?
No, not yet. I just want to get it going with some bit more, just get it flying.
Yeah, because I think the next launch we need to put the ice module on.
Yeah, I need the other parts to finish the modules, the bits that go onto them.
Ah, okay.
But I think Cap's messing with the thing. I didn't want to start requesting stuff and causing chaos at his end. But I will have it when it lands. I will be taking the nose cone off and adding the extra modules on.
It's a 3 electrum and 3 iron for a Mark II wrench.
I mean, we have the materials. It's just a matter of, for the most part, it's just maybe having to make some advanced materials every so often.
Fuck. Oh, my phone didn't break, so I'm fine. Captain, can I request the materials up here?
Just a second. Go on then.
I mean, you can come downstairs. It's all on the floor.
I don't think those exact things are on the floor.
There's Inconel on the floor.
I need electrum, invar, and solder and steel. Well, I found the steel at least.
So when are we automating this process of Caps? I feel it'd be faster to automate it than it was to just do this.
Feel free to start automating it.
I mean, technically, you already have the code to request ingots of a particular type, so we just need to have a way of getting to do it. I don't know what it would be. I ain't got a clue.
I'm not 100% sure either.
Oh, we have a lot of invar.
We have a lot of most things. I think we're just short on something like astrally.
Right. So I need 10 shields. Okay. 10 steel sheets, 10 plastic sheets, and electronic parts. So, steel. Okay, steel sheets. Okay, so what's a couple don't require anything else. So it's just a couple of plastic sheets and 10 electronic parts. Do we have any of those in? No, I don't think we do. So if I get queued up.
Ooh,
Right.
Mark II armor. Thank you. Isn't the Mark II structures for hot temperatures?
I have no idea.
I don't know. Just testing it out. So, Pete.
Yep.
This is the Mark 1, the normal arc welder.
Yep.
This is the Mark II.
Nice.
I think
I
the
thought-
Mark II looks so much better.
Yeah, it does actually. It looks really nice. I like it.
And that's the wrench. Mark II. This is Mark 1.
Right, we need 10 and I have access to 6, so 7, 8, 9, 10. And I need 10 of these electronic components. Then I'm done for manufacturing for a while. Problem is, it's making them in small batches because it's getting like 1 and 2 gold at a time. Because we haven't done we haven't managed to stack it all yet.
Stage 9. Stage 2.
Which is stage 2? The RTV. Is that return to base? I can't remember which one return to base is.
Oh, no.
The
I
grid
was just
next to
looking
you.
from the inside.
Oh, so there's a panel next to it that captures all the codes down on.
Yeah, but that requires me to actually go outside, you know.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were near it when you were reading it, that's why I said. Six. 7. 8. 9. 2. Need literally one more electric part. Come on, copper. Copper there.
There's some behind you.
I don't mean just me and the full.
It has arrived.
What? Need
Copper
one
has
more.
arrived.
Yeah, I just need one electric part. There we go. That's everything I need to put the ice miner on there.
Oh, is that all?
I've got everything else in my inventory. Or ready to go. So that's 10 electric parts, and there should be plastic should be over here, and 10 plastic, and 10 steel sheets. That's everything I need to make it. Now, it made it. Do you want to do me a?
Do what?
I'd say do me a favour, but
Sure, depends.
well, we're
No,
gonna...
do you need help with eating up some food? Okay.
Well, we've got the situation where when I put this ice crusher on, we're gonna get ice. Full enough.
Yep.
And I've got two choices when we want to get ice. We either need the ice to go to the gas farm into the ice crusher through ducts in the ceiling or the floor, which I won't recommend because it'd be a pain in the ass to do. Or we need another ice crusher over here somewhere that can take the stuff in and crush it.
I agree with that. Having an ice crusher close.
Yeah. What we'll need though is a water pipe bringing down from here down to the end of the corridor, so that we can tap that to the ice crusher when we build it.
Yeah.
If you can do me a favour and run a water pipe down for us, because there's already a gas pipe down there for the waste gases that'll come from it. There's just the water we won't be able to currently store. So.
Oh.
Rocket hasn't returned yet. Come on. Thought it was on its way. It's on number 2.
Light on.
Cycle. Bam, bam, ba-dam, bam. Why was that? Oh, so rubbish. What, the one when we were outside with the vent? I have no idea. I thought I went up in the air while running and it went with me, so I have no idea why that was so weird. It's number 5 right now. 5 is returning. The rocket is returning. I'm not letting you throw any of my very valuable rocket material, DJ. I saw the scrolling and I hit the alt button. You were denied on that one. Right, rocket has landed. It just start filling the silo up again. There we go. Now it's filling up. By the way, how much was the uranium worth? Anything good?
Not the most valuable. Cobalt was really valuable.
What was cobalt?
Yeah. That was valuable.
Okay. So, let's try this. I'm going to need my toolbox and... Let's see. Probably the grub actually. I'm going to start dismantling the cockpit basically. A wrench to start dismantling the cockpit. Then there. Grinder. Next up is deconstruct. Ooh, that there. Alright, that's the cockpit removed. Now I can put on the coupling module. Need a downward facing version. Coupling module goes there. And then the ice crusher. Well, ice module goes there. And then the cockpit goes on top of that. Then we need to do these, which will be welding torch and steel sheets first. Welding torch and steel sheets. Then plastic sheets. Then electronic parts. And electronic parts. Okay. Now I just run some pipes to the appropriate places. I'm going to need about 10 insulated pipes, which I didn't bring with me because I didn't think I needed them. Could you please craft me some?
Yes, just give me a second.
I'll need a handful of power cables, normal power cables as well. But that would be the ice crusher, the ice module added. Uptime break. Yeah, the stream element spot is having a bit of issue today. It's just refused to do commands. It did them earlier. It's a weird thing. So it's a recent issue. But you're right. We should take a break in a moment. What time is it anyway? It is 1:23 AM. Did not realise it was that late. Steel sheets can go back in there. Oh, I have the cable coils. That's fine. Cable coils there in the thing. So it's just the insulated pipes that need now. Right there, Maya?
Yeah.
Sorry, you're saying your machine's not processing, that's why I was confused.
The issue is that I have 2 FPS for some reason.
Oh, okay. I'm at 14 right now.
I'm at 3.
You might want to give it a quick reboot if you're that low, because I'm getting 14, and you should be getting roughly what I'm getting, so server-wise anyway.
Yeah, but it's just weird how it just randomly happened.
Well, just sort of like right now, just sort of random.
Yes, right.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. If we both of you are getting it as well, maybe we give it a full reboot. I can even reboot mine if you want.
Did someone open up a chute?
The rocket just started unloading. Maybe that worked.
That could be the issue. But I'm wondering if there is an open chute somewhere.
Not that I'm aware of. Cap?
I've left any open.
Right, let's give this a try. Do, 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 do.
Oh, good lord.
What?
Look at the farm.
Did no one go to do the farming? I'm guessing.
I can't look.
I've got a freeze frame of it.
Farm looked fine to me.
I turn around and all I see is the back of the helmet, if that helps.
On my
All I
screen,
can see is a massive pile of rotted food.
okay, I'm gonna save. We're getting some kind of desync here.
Oh, I saw the edge of that. Yeah.
I am restarting.
Yeah, I'm saving, and we need to get to that farm quickly because there is a bug. Once food starts decaying in the farms, it will just exponential grow and you get a massive amount of decay food. And that will cause your game to crash. So we need to do that quickly. I'm going to reboot my end as well. Which is why we need people to go into farm at least twice a stream. I did the first one, but
I have been in there.
yeah. But apparently we even need to go a bit more often because twice a stream is obviously not enough if it's exploding now. Hopefully they'll get that bug fixed out because it's no bug, and I know a few people have said they turned off the food decay system because because of the decaying bug. Or it might have been all the crops were fine though, so it might have been a decent thing you're in, or maybe it was rotting by and didn't know about it. But mine's a server, so it's kind of weird otherwise.
Yes.
If it's all decaying straight away, I will reload the autosave, as you said. Which is like 10 minutes ago, but it's just because we can't have it crashing the game because of it. Bam, bam, ba-da, bam.
It was just like so random. It was literally out of the blue. It just.
Yeah, I mean, if it was like rapidly decaying, that would make sense. Oh, yeah, it's the pumpkins. They decayed. I'm above the farm right now. I can see the pumpkins are gone. The rest of the crops look okay. But we need to get in there and harvest them. You should be able to reconnect now.
Has it stopped doing that?
Well, it was never
Oh.
doing it, Pete, was it?
No. That's why I need you to connect and let me know. I can also reload the autosave if we need to.
I'm loaded in now.
I can see the pumpkins are there. I think maybe the auto reloading the save stop the replication bug. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't see the replication anymore.
Excellent. So yeah, if we can give that farm a quick harvest, so it doesn't do that. We don't have to worry about planting the pumpkins again. We've got a couple in storage that we can cycle through. Alright, need that and that, need the wrench. Let's get that fuel line connected.
Yeah, now it's good for me. Now I can actually do stuff again.
Excellent. Right, rocket fuel lines are back online. And wire cutters. And then to there. That one there.
Did you say how many pipes you needed?
I got them all.
Those things.
Yeah, I made them when you were sat there because I knew I had a bit of trouble doing it. I didn't know why, so I made them myself.
Yeah.
And then both you and Cap both announced that we had the same problem. So 3.7, 3.4.
I have the water pipes at least.
Right, so the rocket is now ready to do ice mining. So we have two choices. We can either send the ice to a different tower, a silo, which means having to sort it outside, or we can send the ice into there and have it come out in line with the ores as they get processed.
Whichever will be the easiest for us.
Either way, we're going to need a sorter to take ice out of the system and put it into the crusher.
Yeah.
Can put a sorter out here and have another silo that stores all the ices, and then they can be fed into the crusher, or can go straight bypass that and go straight to a crusher. How big is a sorter? Because I've never actually built one because Cap's always on the sorters.
I don't know.
A sorter is 2 small blocks wide.
2 small blocks wide, okay. Then we need. You have to take them to a computer. You can't program them from a disk, can you?
You can't program them from a disk. You can program them with a chip or a computer.
So I can just get like an IC chip, I'm guessing, and pop it
Yes.
in. And how would I program that in the computer? How do I program that chip?
You program it with a whitelist.
Okay, I'm gonna need you when you are you in the farm? I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm just tidying up.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to walk me through that because I've never done it. So
It's needed for harvesting. By the looks of it.
how close were we to needing it?
They'd all decayed already.
For everything.
All the pumpkins, yeah.
What the ones are they okay?
I've not looked at ones in the fridge yet.
Fridge should be fine, but what are the plants, the tomatoes, the potatoes, the.
Oh, the rest is at a half health.
Oh, I would have thought the pumpkins would have decayed at the same rate as everything else, wouldn't you?
I'd have thought so as well, but obviously not.
Yeah, obviously. Weird. Can you bring the decayed material over here? I want to see if we took that into the centrifuge. I want to see if we get fuel out of it. Just disappears.
I've already put it into the centrifuge. It didn't seem to come out.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking that it just didn't do anything. Okay.
Pete, can you put on some more water pipes or liquid pipes?
Sure. I mean, needing or to just let it go.
Just let it go. Coming soon.
Liquid pipes. Make pipes.
I've sorted out those pumpkins anyway and planted 2 more.
Okay, excellent. Do we have any more in storage, or is that all of them?
That was the ones in storage.
Okay, so we've got to keep an eye on them. If we lose those, we can't make pumpkins anymore.
No.
Okay. Right, Cap. If you got a sec, I need to see how to program a chip for a thingy.
Right. I'll show you the code that I've been using.
Because all I need to do, I need to make a sorter that will filter out the different ices. But I've not used one. I know you can plug it into a computer and put a chip in the computer, but that means building a computer right down by the far end of the building. So
Yeah. So let's go edit library and where is it?
I assume your frame rates are back to normal now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, excellent.
Where is my code?
Wait, where did we want the wall pipe to end?
Well, we need to put an ice crusher somewhere, and then the ice. So if you know where the airlock is down that end of the building, 1 square before the airlock, there's a 1 square before the airlock. There's a panel with a APC on it. That panel behind there is basically empty, but with a the chute coming up for that. What I think about doing is having the ice crusher in that wall, and have it pipe up into the roof automatically with the waters and the stuff.
Okay.
If there's enough room in there, there should be. The only thing in there right now is some wires and the chute. So once I get the splitter, I can then have that divert any ices into an ice crusher.
I'm just gonna say it's been nearly a year since Dave died, and I'm still getting trolled by him. I don't even know how that's possible. George has just texted me, and I'm guessing by the state of the text, it's like junk. But he's basically saying, you know, we should call all the cannibals jokes that we cause. We should think of some way of what we should call them. So I text back to him and says, "You're drunk, go to bed." He says, "I know what we could call them! Meatheries!"
Nice. I like meatheries. Meatheries are a good idea.
Right,
Don't
anyway.
encourage him. Don't encourage him, and don't be clipping that. Meatheries is not becoming a thing.
Would a Meathlopedia be better? Right, what's this code?
Import from that chip.
Import from the chip, sorry. You say?
Import from the computer housing middle.
Okay, so click on that. I need to change that to computer housing. Import. Okay, code says alias sorter D, sorter 1, sort mode 2, sorter, pass or. Sorter output or, okay.
So, ore
Hi,
is.
bird.
The ore class is 10, so it's just looking for all ore at that point.
Okay. What's the one for ice then? Or do we need to
And
take one?
you would need to find out what the prefab hash is.
Okay, so hopefully that's in the F1 menu. Let's have a look.
Hi, birds. Hi.
Ice.
Good business.
So ice water
Hello, RJ.
has a prefab after a really ridiculously large number.
Yes.
There'll also be ice volatiles and ice oxides. Those are the 3 ices.
Yes. So you need to load them into R1, 2, and 3, and then list them.
Okay.
Birds, you don't have to sound so depressed when I say hello to you.
Right, if I tell you the numbers, you know, type them.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready for the first one.
Ooh, I've got someone else. I've got someone to greet on your Discord page.
Ooh, excellent.
Just got to go load the.
Don't scare them.
You ready?
To drones has hopped into the server.
Not quite.
Okay. I don't
Okay,
scare
go
people
for it.
that much.
Okay, 121 748 94948.
Yep.
Confirm that one as 121 748 94948.
Indeed.
Okay, that's the ice, water, ice, oxides, ice oxides. Ready?
As I'll ever be.
Negative 180 539 4
80 539
4113.
4113.
It's a negative number, that one.
Yes.
Okay, and then the final ice will be the volatile. If there's any other ices, is there? No.
Yep.
The volatiles, positive number, and it is 125 310-2035.
Okay.
125-310-2035. And then when you've done that, I'll have a nosy how you've linked them up.
Hey, Pete.
Yep.
Hydrate, posture, stretch, and cat check.
I'll save when the cat's on that. But here you go. Here's a cat check for you.
Oh, wait a minute. I need to get Twitch working. Whoa, Twitch, work.
Also, some good news for everyone interested in space. NASA JPL has confirmed that Ingenuity has done its 5th flight successfully.
Woohoo! Excellent. Hey, Toby.
They're starting to get more and more ballsy, just like more and more flights.
Well, the mission's complete, so anything now is a bonus.
Exactly. They actually had quite a lot of speed in one of them, where it was flying side to side. But Pete,
That's annoying.
I have put the water pipe there, where you wanted me to.
Excellent. Right, we'll get some food really quickly because my character is now complaining about hunger.
What? Does actually other people feel hunger?
Have we got an ice crusher in stock?
I apologise for the noise I made when I saw your cats, Pete.
Never apologise for that noise. The cats are adorable.
Yes, we do actually have an ice crusher. I don't know why we have one in stock, but we do.
We had one from ages ago, and we had one near here for drinking water, and one out by the gas for the volatiles.
The one I blew up.
No, I think one in the base for the drinking water in the original starter base, and we had one out the gas farm.
Yeah, but that one by the gas farm I blew up.
I thought we dismantled that first.
No, we dismantled that one in the base.
Oh, okay. Cap.
Crap, I pressed the wrong button.
No, we say cap, not crap.
Did you erase all the code by any chance?
Yeah.
Give me the big numbers out again.
Give me a minute.
What part of the base is draining? Furnace, apparently.
With what?
2 of the big batteries is blinking red, and the third one is like 4 bars. Like,
If you want to go and lob some of the charcoal we've got spare in the centrifuge in the farm, it'll power that generator up. But we've been using the arc furnace a lot recently because of the rocket, so
that could be the reason why it's drained so much.
yep. But yeah, if you took that one of the 200 stacks of charcoal into the centrifuge in the farm, it'll go through to the generator and it'll power the generator up. That produces like 20 kilowatts per cycle, so that'll recharge the batteries quite happily. Kind of reason why I keep the charcoal around. This is just to lob in there when you need it for power.
So where do we have the?
It's in the production next to the autolave. Should be loads of charcoal. Stacks of 200.
There.
Yeah, I should really go out and get a sorter made because we haven't got one made yet, have we? Can I put this chip straight into the sorter then, or does it need a housing next to it?
No, I need a housing.
Okay. Right, so if I make a housing and also get a sorter queued up. One button. Copper required there. Okay, you got that. Oh, one of you got something. Which one was it? It was you. Right, just making a housing and a sorter now, so we have them ready to go. Okay, that's the sorter. And there you go. The sorter and the housing both done. Do 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 do. Pop that on there. Pop that on there. I think we have nice cushion in stock somewhere. The atmospherics. Unless you already got it, mate. Have you? You got the ice crusher, or is it in?
Yeah. Everything is next to the where we're supposed to place it.
Oh, excellent. I just need. I've got
All the
the.
pipe.
Yeah. So let me come down there. I mean,
Hey. There you
hey.
go.
Got a sorter and a housing. Just need to wire them up, connect them. There, that plastic panel here with the thing on it. That's removable, basically. So it's in there. There's nothing but that chute right now. Try and get the sorter in there. Have that go into the sorter and come out the two sides. One goes into the ice crusher. One goes into thing. So I need. So sorter should be here. Get that in there somehow. But I need the. I need to know where the coordinate the bloody. Actually, no, I don't. I've got the everything I need here to start it with. So the sorter's a key one. So if I can get in there and right.
Hey.
Is the airlock set to inside or outside?
I can walk into the airlock.
Okay, can you take the panel down so I can walk through the gap as well? Hi, thank you. Just gives me a bit more flexibility in here. So, this is the chute coming through. This chute needs to go into the sorter, which comes from the floor. And then, when it comes in, it needs to go up and then into the roof with anything that's not nice, and then to the ice crusher if anything is nice. So, where's that? There we go. So that just needs me to put that out there. I need my wrench. Dig down to the floor so I can get access to this material here. I hate it when you get the sounds. Ooh. Alright, I need to dismantle these ducts.
Famous last words.
Alright. So these ducts here, these are going to want to come back here. And then, Get myself in a position where I can actually connect it into that tube there. There we go. Going upwards. And then up. There. And then one more to there. I put it at the back of the system. So then I can weld that floor back up now, so now it's in a better position for what I need to do. There we go. We'll watch everything just fly around. Where's the sorter?
Oh, go.
There it is. Got it. Oh, no.
there.
Right. Yep. Right, so the input for the sorter is on this side. So I need that to turn there and there. We get out of this gap now. Ugh. Trying to get my head in there and just enough to put the sorter down now. Sorter goes there. I don't decide to which, so we can't connect it up to which side. Which side needs to go to the ice cushion, which needs to go to the housing. Probably do a wall in there to put the housing on. Probably try and sheet it onto the floor, maybe. Is there a data pot on that side? Can't see from here. Trying to put that ice cushion, that sort of in a really tight place, basically. Data pot this side? Oh, we set the data pot on. In the back, I suppose.
What should be under?
It's either on the back or it's on the side, but I can't see from here. Cap, the the sorters, is there a data port on the side or do they not have a data port?
There's a data port on the side, it's combined with the power.
Oh, okay, it's all in one. Okay, thank you. In that case, try again. I mean, oh yeah, daytime power. Good, thanks. There we go. It's a tight fit, okay?
Sound effect.
Alright,
You
so
guys
put
want
that.
to clip that?
Do we not have a spare chip?
I thought you had a spare chip. That's what you were programming with.
The one I was messing with was the one from the arc furnace.
Oh, in that case, no. I left it alone because you. I thought you had the chip you were working on.
No. And it's like we're out of Electrum.
Okay, you can make some electrum then.
Yes.
God, it's a really tight place to fit in this one. When I could put it on this wall, that'd be giving into defeat. So
Never mind, we have some Electrum. It's in one of the other machines.
fair. That can go there. It's not a problem there. And then the cable can go there. And I need my wire cutter. Wire cutters. Send that around the side there. And then that can cut across there. And into that blue cable there. There we go. I said.
If you jump it would actually help.
I was jumping, but I had to jetpack at that point. Alright, that's prepped and ready.
All I saw was just like you running straight into that.
Alright, that's prepped and ready. I don't know which side's the ice and which side's the ores at the moment.
I don't know.
But we won't know until we get until Cap tells us which way it goes, basically. So where's the ice crusher gonna go? In the roof up there, or are we gonna put it down in here?
I don't think we have space for it up in the roof here. Wait. Right here it. Fuck. What the fuck am I stuck on? There. Nope. There. Nope. I'm stuck. Can't get. Anyway. Well, anyways. I don't think there is enough space up here. There.
So you can put that there. I could put the ice crusher there, but we'd need to then vent the pipes at the back. That was just an idea placement. That's not the actual placement. It's a very tight space to put it, basically. Basically, one of these two is going to come out of ice, and one's going to be the chutes. And then once we know where that is, we just need to know where we're going to put the ice crusher so we can connect it. So wherever that goes, it can either go at the back there, and then have the pipes go into the roof, or it can go, or it can have to go somewhere else, basically. The front two spaces will be taken up by chutes going in, with the chutes coming out. The two at the back are taken up by the chute at the back. So literally, it's like
You
if
can actually put it on top.
will it fit on the top? Will it actually place on top?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Let's do that. As long as it don't take up the roof, that's alright, because there's stuff in the roof that can be an issue.
Hi
Yeah,
there.
they kept.
There's your chip.
Is it okay? Is it programmed?
It should be.
I mean, is it wired into it with the dials?
Yeah.
Which one's going to be the output for auto, you know?
I don't know without actually taking.
Okay. I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think the machine's turned on yet. That's sorted, so just power it. Oh, that was a. Yep, that wasn't quite. Wasn't,
Tutorial.
that wasn't quite an ice or an ingot.
If you squint hard enough, you might be able to see like something out of
Yeah,
it.
they all came out the that side here.
The ore comes out that one. The ice should come out the other one.
Okay, so if I can you grab those finger the ores, please, Maya.
I
Yep,
can't
that's-
reach for the other one.
Ah,
Uh,
I got it.
Just jetpack. Maybe you should get a body. That might actually help.
All right, that one goes up to that one in the roof.
See this?
DJ, does it make
Yeah, now I can see your body.
Right, I need to get some more chutes for the top. If we can get the ice crusher in place, we can try and route that to the ice crusher then. You got any chutes on you, mate? Yeah?
No.
Okay, I need to make about 4 or 5 chutes then. I'm really glad I left that entire space empty at the back there.
We need some iron sheet and such.
Iron sheets. Iron or steel?
Iron.
Okay. What do you need iron for? Oh, the ice crusher. Yeah.
Yeah.
I completely blanked when you asked me for iron sheets.
Never heard of such.
It's been so long since I've used iron sheets for anything. Right, should be able to make this sheets. Go. Right, so I've got the chutes. That should be enough to get the. Right, I have the chutes for connecting the ice crusher. The chute I already started building goes up to the roof, so.
It's so much quicker.
Ooh, we can't put it there though. You have to turn it around, I think.
Yes.
Because that chute is right there, that's got to go to this one over here. It's got to cut across. I can get my hand in there as well. I can get this connected. I want to know where we're working then. You need to be corner unit going. Ah, no, sorry. Going that way. Then you. Oh, God, it's going to be. Oh, there. Right, that's the ore chute. Right. And I can put this.
So which one is?
The one that's not connected right now is the one for the ice, but I need to know where the ice crusher is going to be to route it to it.
You can put it there.
Can you? I need to know where the input is for it, so I can run to shoot to it.
Give me a second.
Yeah. No rush. As long as I can get a shoot to it. I have 5 shoots on me right now, but I can make more if needed. Right. You've got power cables here.
Yeah.
I need to get that connected to power, and I need to run a shoot to that. 1, 2. I'm gonna need more shoots basically. I'll run off and get some more shoots really quickly. Then we just need to test it by chucking some ice into the system, which I'll go and get in a moment. But maybe some more of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 should be the last one. Eject. Right, I'm coming down. I've got the chutes for the the ice. Are you still in there?
Yep.
I don't want to jam you in there, so ice crusher
There.
wired and turned on.
I don't think it's turned on, but
But I
it's
can do
wired.
that. Yeah. Right. So send that down. The chute below that needs to point down. Can't go down because it's awkward and doesn't go through wires like the wire pipes do. Right, so we need to be corner there. There. This wall is going to be annoying as hell to deal with. Send you towards me. Send you down. And then in front of this, across, you come up. And then the straight one there. Right. That's the ice crusher connected to the sorter and the ores connected to the sorter. Now we've got to get them pipes linked up into the ones in the roof.
I can't do it from this side.
Oh, I'm
I
aware of
need
that.
to do it from outside.
Oh yeah, if you put plastic on that side and plastic on the airlock, then we can cycle the airlock then.
You wanna come with me or?
1 sec. Yeah. I'm in. I was rubbing me out at the same time. Alright. So now we've got that set, we just got to get those pipes linked up. And what I'll do while we're out here is I'll go and get some ice so we can chuck it through the system really quickly. So we can give it a test run. I'll get normal ice, so if it does fail, it doesn't like contaminate the base with anything bad. I need my mining belt.
Let's see. That's normal gas, that's water.
Alright, I have some standard sorry, I have standard oxides on me. Ah. It's nice and compact in there now, isn't it? Considering in fact when we first started I could walk in there.
Yeah, a little too compact.
I might come back later on and reroute that so it's not stick up in the air, but we'll do that later on when it's not a priority. Doop. Doop. All right.
There you go.
All right. So if
I need to hook up the gas pipe first.
Oh, okay. Fine. That would be connected already.
Well, I wasn't sure
Yeah.
where it would.
Yeah. What I'll do now is I'll just disconnect this silo for a second, and I'll put an inlet on it so we can. I can put this ice I've got here into it.
Oh, talk about perfection. Jeez, that is too perfect.
Hmm?
It comes exactly where it needed to come.
Excellent.
From
Right, let me know when you're ready, and I'll chuck some ice in the inlet, and I'll see if it goes into the ice crusher.
I just need to try to get up there, which I can't.
Absolute worst case scenario, it goes down the chute into the furnaces and just export, and will just burn up as ice in the ice furnace anyway. But we could go to here and see if it goes into the ice crusher. Needs number 6. Put my
There you go.
that. Oop, not that. Put that away. All right, I'm gonna put the a piece some ice in. Ready?
Yep.
There you go. Coming through. Did it go in?
I'm gonna check the ice crusher.
I can put more in. I've got 26. I can chuck them in a single. So as long as it's nighttime, I can do it. Another one. Hey, Rack. Thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. They got another one away.
Might have gone in, I'm not sure. Okay. Can you try to chuck a whole bunch?
Yep, I do a half my stack, which is 12 pieces. There you go, 12 pieces on the way. Break the pipe if
I
you
don't
want to
see any.
If you break the pipe and see if it pressurizes a little bit.
It doesn't. No change.
Have you looked at the front of the sorter to see which part's opening and closing?
On the.
If you look at the sorter itself, it'll have doors open and close when something passes through it. You'd have to dismantle anything within the wall. Right, ready?
Give me a second.
Because I'm very, very short on time because the sun's coming up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I do this in time? Nope. Okay, I'm putting my 12 stack through. I'm not even sure how much will make it, so find out.
It goes to the correct one.
Okay, so it goes to the ice crusher.
Wait. I heard it go vrr.
Excellent. Yeah, sadly the sun's up now, so I haven't got in time. I can't do it again anymore because of the. It'll just melt when I drop it on the floor to try and split it. But that worked, so that's good. That means we've got the working thingy. Window there.
Wait.
Corner there. Corner there. Corner there. I mean, we could, if you wanted to, you could always remove some of the straight pieces and put window ones in. You can see what's going through them, but I don't think there's many straight ones to do it with, is there?
I got an idea!
I'm just wondering if it's still in the ice crusher or not. Those.
In the fucking face with a giant
Because I don't
shit.
see any changes.
Is the pipe connected to the base, or is it just a dead-ended pipe?
No, it's connected to the base.
Well, you won't see anything. The machines would suck it dry anyway, immediately, won't they? That's why I said disconnect from the base, so you can see the pressure build up in the pipe. Can't do that now
If it's
because
water, then it should not
it was
suck
oxides.
dry instantly.
It was oxides. That's why I said it was oxides.
Yeah, then.
Which is oxygen, not water.
Yeah, I thought it was water.
Yeah, I didn't have any. I said I found oxides nearby, so I'd use oxides.
Yeah. Or else I could air it off for you.
Thanks. But if we went to the right place and the machine's on, it should be fine. Only real test now is to launch the rocket again. I just need. So, Rack, how are things going myself? Oops, I forgot. It's Friday after work. I received from Madonna 2. I have yummy Chinese for dinner and living a good life. Nice. How are you doing? Crowbar that.
I mean, the pressure is going up over here.
Nothing should be happening over here anyway because we don't have any ice going through. Screwdriver. Alright, which one of these?
No, it's still filtering.
Turn that off.
I think.
No device. That's. So that D0 is set to no device. D1 is set to the mining module. There's no alias on this chip, Cap.
The what, when?
That should be good to the ice module. There we go. I was just saying D2 to the ice module. D0 is your module. D0 is set to nothing. No device. Is that correct?
D0 should be something, yeah. It should be the command module, D0.
Ah, okay. I remember to dismantle it, so yeah.
If you
Please
switch
zero.
it on and then switch it back off, it'll give you aliases then.
Find the command. Automating rocket silo module, mining module, ice module, rocket automation module. There we go. Turn on. I didn't get any aliases though, so that's why I had to go by guesswork.
That's a bit strange. Maybe take the chip out and put it back in.
Yep, now got aliases. It's weird. So that's rocket, that's the mining module, that's the other mining module. I'm assuming it makes no difference which one it is. That's the launch button, that's the display, and that's the silo. Okay, that's good. Let's give it a test flight with the ice module attached now. Bye, Rocket. See you later. Hope you come back. It's only got one silo still, but it should bring back ice and ingots now. How goes the sorting system, by the way?
I think I'm almost finished. I just need to.
Can I pull the lever?
No.
It's only got 373 items to send your way. We could do like a sorting room that just literally sorts all the ores before they go anywhere. All the ingots. With like 15 different sorters, one set to each different ingot and material type.
I don't see a problem with that.
Right, I am gonna go very quickly to the. Oh, I'll be back in a sec.
Yep.
I am really surprised my helmet's not open. I mean, I purposely put myself in the.
It's not here still.
That's what I'm saying. I put myself in the airlock and I hit the cycle before I left, and I expected to come back and find my helmet open. It's the only reason I didn't actually. The only reason I didn't actually stay outside was because I knew if Cumbles was around, my helmet would be open by the time we get back. 8.99. Somehow it's unloading still. Why is it unloading in space? Seriously. I love how there's actually a value for lost. Fun 2, which is traveling. See, the only way we could do this better would be to sort it before the silo, and that way they'd have a silo for ores and a silo for ices. But that would have meant putting a little building out here, which I didn't really feel like doing.
That's work.
Also, it wouldn't look very nice having this little block outside with a sorter set on top of it. What's our volatile supply like in the base, you know? If you're anywhere near it.
Give me a second. I will give you numbers. We have 338 kilopascals and 3.5 megapascals of oxygen.
I don't think we need to have that much fuel in the rocket. I'm going to lower it down to 4 megapascals instead of 5.
Okay.
I don't think we need that much fuel. I mean, if we do need more fuel, if we don't come back, if we don't fully load, then we can always deal with it later. But I'll basically put the rocket's fuel is now the same as the giant fuel tank's fuel amount. So they're both 4 megapascals now. Saying that goes through fuel pretty quickly though when it's up there. That's only temporary. I'd rather have the rocket have more fuel than it needs. Alright, 9.99.
I'm still so happy about
10.
my programming.
2 travelling. I'm glad your programming worked because it's nice to be able to store more gases if we have the option.
Yeah. It does work because I programmed it wrong and it emptied basically everything, almost everything it had, so...
Cat, what does 10.07 mean?
I don't know.
Because your little no 7's
The only
lost.
Is it's maybe 9 overfilled?
Because it's 9.16 now. 9.17. 10.17, sorry. 10.2, 10.21. Have an extra 4,000 tons of fuel for my ship. Ooh, excellent. Is that for the carrier or for your actual ship? Backfire that's mentioning it. I don't know what 10.36 does. Is it still going there? $10.45. Carrier. No one to get it stranded. Excellent. I mean, that's true. You don't want to get that thing stranded anywhere. It's traveling again. $10.56, $10.57. I have no idea what 10 is. It's got a 10 value.
I don't know.
Do you want to come and check the wiring because I messed it up? Well, I don't think I did, but I don't like the fact it's got a 10 value.
Let me finish this.
There's 1800 fuel left anyway. It needs like 500 to land, so we got a while yet. 50 litres a second. Well, no, that should be part of the status list, and the status list stops at 9, and it's 10.83 and going, so I have no idea what's happening with it. I'm hoping it's like 11, then just does a returning or something. Then I'd be happy it's back traveling. Come on.
Maybe it's on the way.
10.95, 10.96, 10.97, 10.98, 10.99, 11, 11.1. I think something's broken.
Ooh.
I think it should be coming home by now.
If it doesn't start coming back by the time it gets to 550, I would say hit the button. That should automatically come back.
Okay, so hit the button, we'll call it back.
Yeah, I believe so, yes. From what I understand the code.
Okay.
Let's hope so.
I'll do that if the hits 1,000, because I'd rather have it back early. Although I'd like it to come back by itself, as it's now at 11:32 on the status panel. Traveling. 11.4. 11.41. So whatever it's doing, it seems to be thinking it's doing something. Pressing the button. Returning. Yeah, the button definitely tells it to return. In that case, I don't like how close we got on that, so I'm putting the fuel back up to 5,000.
Okay, I'm watching here.
Okay, that should start unloading. 12.51. And unloading. So it's now doing 12 for the unloading. Again, get the ice. Oh, don't forget ice and some volatiles. I definitely see volatiles in the system now. And ices. And uraniums.
I can confirm that it seems like the oxygen went up.
Well, it's not been processed just yet. It's in the silo, but it's not going into the base yet, so. As soon as Cap gives me the go ahead to pull the lever, the silo will start emptying to the base, and that's when we'll start seeing potentially processing. I wonder if because we got the ices on there, it's storing more. But right now, for example, we're showing 11.4 and dropping.
Weird that I keep seeing oxygen going up.
Natural oxygen from the Atmo, maybe?
Might be, I'm not sure.
Oxygen in the base went up because Peter was holding his breath. Indeed.
Yeah.
Minus 10 on the fuel will be fine. What's the fuel pipe at right now? 3.59 megapascals, and we have 4.3 there, 3.6 there. Let's open that valve up. There we go. And the pressure regulator will just increase that to 5,000 if we can. But yeah, we're definitely seeing different ices going into the system now. Just need, like I say, when Cat gives me the go ahead to pull the lever, I can send nearly 600 units of whatever it'll be into the system, which will then panic the the
Poor cat.
well, I'm thinking that the first of all the power system's going to complain about all the power draw from the furnaces, but also Cap's going to be crying when his vending machine gets clogged up again. Let's go down. There is no scroll down because that's all there is on this data screen. How are we doing, Cap?
Yes.
Are we ready for me to present 600 individual items at you?
No. No idea if this is working.
So what's it supposed to be doing? So just so I'm. It's supposed to be stacking.
It's supposed to be vending, yeah, to stack.
Where would it be sending it to this machine over here? Oh, in the roof.
It just does a circulation.
Okay. And there's a stacker somewhere up there for it to stack in, I'm guessing.
There is a stacker up here.
Okay. Do. Random or 2 filter.
Can you do me a favour?
Yeah, sure. What?
Vend something.
Vend something. Boop. Ah. Vending. Boop. Vended. Hello, Shouts Kazaa. I've not pronounced that probably. Can I ask what you have in your base? Sure. We have. Where are we? 38% O2, 60% nitrogen, and 3% carbon dioxide at a pressure of 53 kilopascals. Our target is 55 kilopascals, using that vent and a pressure regulator.
Why is the lights flickering?
Could be hitting the power limit, I'm guessing. And we've got back pressure regulators sucking the air out again, circulating it. How's that batteries doing? It could be hitting the maximum for that circuit, or it could be... Well, the furnace system is now out of power. All 3 batteries are drained.
Is it on the charging circuit?
What charging circuit?
Our solar panel.
Solar panels.
Weird.
Well, we have
I've
that.
not used that in a while.
Yeah, they're all completely drained. Check for fuses. That fuse is intact there. And let's check this one down here. Can I put a couple of fuses on the line in case we were to overload it? That fuse looks intact. Where? Can't see something down. Yep, that's intact. Our fuses are intact. Check it with the analyzer. We're producing 7 kilowatts right now. 5 kilowatts right now.
I found it really weird that it suddenly started sucking absolutely all power. Oh, that was just that.
But yeah, the other batteries seem okay, and that one just seems like it's a big draw. I mean, the analyzer here says we're drawing around 5 kilowatts on the line, just over 5 kilowatts, which is this for the atmospherics, and also the one for the actual output for that.
Still find it quite a lot.
I mean, yeah, they shouldn't be empty, basically. I mean, even with the batteries doing what they're doing, these shouldn't be completely empty. We haven't used the app fences in a while. Yeah, no problem. Happy to help. But you're right, we shouldn't be having power low issues on that line, not at the moment. So we're producing 7 kilowatts right now. We're gonna kill the power to the farm, to the yeah, to the furnace system for a moment.
Yeah.
We those lights up as well.
Could it be the rocket?
What's that?
Could it be the rocket?
Rocket, I don't know actually how much power that rocket's drawing. It's on an analyzer. It's on a transformer out there. On the outside of the base. Okay, when I turned that off, one of the batteries started charging. So we're definitely just drawing too much power on that circuit.
I'll have a look.
Back on again. With DDMate in there, I would think your base atmosphere would be higher in methane levels.
That's with if RJ is there.
So when I turned off the transformer, it temporarily boosted our battery from 2% to 6%. So it does charge, but we're not charging enough to deal with the draw.
Out here, I saw a spike of like around 1 kilowatt, around 61, like 600 to 1 kilowatt on the rocket thingy. So it could potentially be the rocket that's drawing too much power.
Well, we're drawing 4.6 kilowatts on that line right now. There is a single transformer out there that's fluctuating. If you want to rename that transformer that's attached to that rocket, just call it rocket transformer, then I'll be able to tell you if it's the one.
I can't. I don't have a label. But I can tell you this much: it's fluctuating here.
Turn it off. There's a switch on it. Okay, it's that one there. Turn it back on again. The one you just turned back on again, it says it's drawing 0. It says it's drawing 0 watts right now, which I know is not true.
Drawing 1 kilowatt.
Which I know is not true, because if it was, it would be drawing at least the logic circuits over there would be drawing something. Let me just refresh my. No, it still says 0 watts. It must be.
It should say 1 kilowatt.
Oh no, it should be reading more than that, definitely. There is a transformer there drawing 3.25, and I bet that's that one there. Let me rename it, because I should have my label on me. Yeah, I do. Transformer Atmo. Because the Atmo one is all runs off this same system as well. Yep, so that Atmo one's drawing 3 kilowatts. If I kill the Atmo one for a minute, like that, turns all the lights off basically from the base. And then check you now. We're drawing roughly 2.6 kilowatts, and there is something fluctuating quite a bit.
Yeah, it's that. Most likely not the rocket thingy.
The rocket one doesn't show me any fluctuation, it shows me 0 watts though, which is kind of stupid. Turn the Atmo back on again. I need the Atmo one anyway. Yeah, the transformer out there, it just says 0 watts, which is stupid, basically, because I can't tell what the draw is of the system.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey. So I think it's a combination of Atmo and rocket facility.
Well, yeah, I mean, Atmo draws around 3 kilowatts at most. I mean here. Have you got your network analyzer on you?
Yeah.
Right, one sec. If you monitor that wire there, you can see the transformer for Atmo, which is this one. I renamed it. And if I leave you with that, if I go rename that rocket one outside, we can. What does it say for the number 9? I think it was.
Furnace battery writer.
Okay. So I'm going to rename that transformer because the transformer is, for me, I couldn't see what it was. It just, when you turned it off, I saw it go off. When you turned it back on, it just said 0 watts on the back on again. Give me a sec. I'll go rename that transformer, and you can tell me what power draw it's using. Open. Cycle the yellow back in because I won't be coming through that one. Okay, I'm at that transformer. Renaming it now. Transformer. Rocket. There you go. Should I see it now?
It says 0 for me. The fuck?
I mean, no, it's not 0 because if it was 0, I mean, there's a cooler on it over here. There's logic circuits over here.
Yeah.
So we know it's
I
not
know
0.
for sure it's not 0 because I was over. When I was looking at the transformer there, it said.
Yep, so if I do confirm that now for you so you can see what I'm reading. I'm reading between the. Oh, that's why. Got a lot of errors on some of the stuff here.
Yeah.
Automated ice rocket mining error. Because the silo's full, I need to dump some of this stuff basically. I think he's trying to unload the rocket still and constantly erroring because of it. We can't unload him because the silos full. Because it's I know the rocket hasn't emptied yet. I still got 35% left on it. Well, what I'll do, since we're not using the rocket until it gives us a go, I'll turn off the entire circuit out this way.
Yeah.
The rocket's all turned off now. That should also help with that power grid a little bit as well. Celsius. Okay, just double checking that the doors were closed by a person because these doors are set to auto close if a fire breaks out. Transformer. I'm also renaming Arc Furnace. ARCH, isn't it? Or is it ARCK? Just ARC. If I didn't look right when they put the H on the end. Rename that transformer as well so it's easy to detect them.
Yeah.
And then back we should start charging a little bit now if that was the issue. Oh yeah, look at that, it's already got a yellow dot on it. Crowbar. Let's have a look at your stats now. Rocket unpowered. And Atmo, there's another small one, I don't know where it is. Probably out by the advanced furnace, I guess. Advanced furnace is there. Yeah, there's a furnace transformer, which I think is one by the advanced furnace, drawing 0 watts, which is weird as well.
Yeah, that's what I had with some of them, just showing 0 watts, even though I know they're drawing way more than that.
Yep. See, an option is to bank all the batteries as one big bank instead of having individual banks of batteries. The downside to that is we won't be able to diagnose this sort of issue. We won't know where the draws come from.
I don't think that would be a good idea.
Exactly.
Because
That's why I haven't done it, because it was like it'd be simpler to have all the batteries go through one and have their own transformers. But they were just looking at it going, okay, we can't do that because if we did that, we'd have no way of being able to tell which one, if any, are drawing too much power.
But like, for example, arc furnaces and such could potentially kill off our farm.
Yep, exactly.
With, drawing too much.
Exactly, which is why we haven't done it. How's it going, Cap?
Not very well. Every time I try it, it jams the stacker.
And if it jams it, it fills up mostly and stops, or fills up fully and then just doesn't eject.
It just doesn't eject.
Weird. Because once the stacker hits maximum, or a new item comes in, it should definitely eject, shouldn't it?
Yes. I think it's because I'm trying to use one vending machine and the code requires 2.
We can build a second one if it's easier. I mean, we got the resources for it. Resources aren't an issue. If a second vending machine makes life easier.
I'm just trying to figure it out.
I'm gonna go and harvest those pumpkins so we've got some in storage. Before they explode into rotten again. Who'd have thought building a rocket would have jammed up the entire system we had running for ingots and stuff?
No, it was working fine until you ruined it.
It was working fine until we give you a lot of resources.
Yes.
I'm just curious if my system for the gases will work.
Well, one way to find out. We get some gases. There we go. We planted that. They're okay. They're okay for now. They're okay for now. They're getting low and they're okay. You're okay. These will all need a full-on harvest run within about 2 or 3 hours. So really an extreme, basically. That would have been interesting. There were 99 ferns on the floor of the farm, right in front of the centrifuge, but they were like 5% health. But that should send a bunch of power your way, because I just dropped them because they were so badly health. I just took them straight into the centrifuge.
It has so little power that the LED screen cannot even show a number.
Yeah. The generator jammed because something must have gone through the centrifuge that wasn't organic. Because I can see reagent in the generator tubes. All right, there we go. Time for an explosion in this room. Where's my wrench? Turn that generator off before it starts doing anything. Break that. Reagent everywhere. Coal everywhere. Oh, all right. Give me whatever's in that generator room. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Okay. Give me that. Give me that chute. Put that chute back in there. I think that's why the generator wasn't producing any power, because there was reagent in the chute for it. Alright, so now give me that one. And you just pop a inlet there. Right, now to break that one, it's a drill. Give me a window there. And break that one. And that one. Give me an inlet, a window, inlet there, facing me. Alright. Ah. Let's put it this way, there's a lot of charcoal that's going to be processed by this generator, so I'm going to turn it on. I think that's probably one of the reasons why we've been losing power. I've been topping up all the time with the generator, but if it got jammed at some point I didn't notice it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all looking good. Just need to dismantle that now. And then reconnect that back up to the furnaces there. Whoop. Well, that charcoal's not going through. Put that there. Then put that one. I have enough for a couple of windows. So if we put a window there, I can see what's happening in that chute as well, potentially. Right, put that there. Get me a corner there. And a window. there. Okay, so we can see those going up, we can see those going there. Those 200 charcoal and those 200 charcoal can come with me. That looks good. Turn the generator back on again. It should now be producing 20 megawatts of power. If not 25 megawatts of power.
We'll have a look.
You can turn that rocket back on now if it's going enough, making enough power for it. Right, put the charcoal in there.
We might have enough power for that, but we have no use for it.
When charcoal goes through, does charcoal go through as reagent or as coal? Is the question. Maybe it was the charcoal that I asked you to throw in earlier. I'll just
I
put
threw in some charcoal too.
Yeah, so I asked you to throw charcoal in because I'm still checking it's not. No, charcoal goes through as charcoal.
Okay.
So it must be something else that got in there.
Yeah.
Something that was loose, basically. I wonder if it was the. Maybe I wonder if it was the what do you call it? It's the crap, the waste product. Oh no, it went through as nothing, didn't it? So I don't know. Wait, I'm gonna put the charcoal back in then since that went through quite happily. Just a lot of extra power. But yeah, that generator's running now. And I've been this reagent being now just get into the advanced furnace, we'll see what's in that reagent, shall we? What should be something like iron and Inconel or something weird like that. Right, there goes the charcoal, that should hit the furnace and go straight through. It did, yep, that's on its way to the generator. So the generator's got like 3,000 or 4,000 charcoal to burn now.
Yeah, we are at 6% on the battery now.
Hi.
Light on. Light on.
Yeah, it's 4 AM basically for me, so
Yeah, you get some sleep. I mean, to be fair, I would have probably stopped earlier, but we've got interesting conundrums happening.
yeah.
I'm gonna turn the
Like,
rocket
yeah,
back
I've
on.
been up since 7 AM, so almost 24 hours now.
I'm lucky. I
for sleep.
for me, I said I don't. Have you gone to the bed?
Yeah.
Do you have anything in your hand this time
Oh.
round?
Oh fuck! I forgot that.
Every single time you get into bed, I have to pick the items up on the floor because it's like rolling around in the thingy room.
No, I forgot to even go to the bed. I just went to the gas room and just stood there.
Oh, okay, you'll die then if you don't look awake and go into bed because you'll starve and suffocate, whatever it'll be first, dehydrate most likely. So yeah, if you don't just log back in, get yourself into bed, then actually I think I might be able to put you in the bed. Give me a sec. I might be able to see if you have to log back in.
But I still have something in my hands.
Oh, I can't. They might have dropped on the floor. Give me a sec. I'll tell you if I can grab you. If not, you'd have to get yourself in and just put yourself in the bed.
Yeah, I have loaded the game up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wrong button.
Yeah, you dropped your tablet on the floor when you passed out.
Yeah.
If you're logging back in, I'll leave you in peace. I won't just grab you by the ankle and drag you over the base.
I'm loaded now.
Yeah. At least I was just going to grab you by the ankle and drag you through the base and lob you into the bed. In a very dignified way, obviously.
Of course.
Oop. You right there? Said you've been unconscious again.
Did not join apparently for some.
Yeah, it told me you fell unconscious. Oh, ah! I was picking you up when you joined and you shot into my face.
Only I broke your helmet. But yeah, did you look at the IC circuits like the integrated circuits I did?
Not the programming, no. I actually looked at the things I have
No,
looked
I mean,
Ooh.
like the changes I did.
Like put them into a row like I suggested. Nice.
Yeah,
Nice and compact, looks really good.
and also the circuit you had, I compacted that.
Yep, with an IC, nice.
There is no response. Come on, game. There is. Apparently, you can sync and all of that. So why do you say that there's no response?
Let me just tuck you in the bed. Maybe you can go sleep.
Yeah.
We can figure it out for next stream.
Yeah.
If you look, I am dragging you by your foot in the most dignified way possible. Look, see, look, dignified.
By walking on top of me while you drag my foot.
If it makes you feel better, walk backwards like this. Look, is that better? Does that make you feel better? Does that make you feel better now? I don't know what happened with your helmet being open, but we'll figure it out later on. I need to just get you to stop putting your foot in the way. Maybe get your foot out of the way. That's fine. Don't worry about it. By the way, watch this. Nudge. Woohoo! Hi there. We can give you push you over that way. Look, and then push you that way. You were still technically in the bed. I can do a take and pull you out. So it's just a graphical glitch we know about from before. I will put your tablet PC on this table for you.
Good.
Right, now see what this reagent mix was made from.
Yeah.
You're in the bed, so although your helmet's still on, so it might still cause a problem. If worst case scenario, you'll end up dying and we'll have to recover your stuff.
Yeah, won't be the biggest.
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking.
I don't think I have the visor down, so...
If I just not down, it's not wrong. Carbon and biomass. That's what's the items are in the thing. So basically, it
might have reacted to it after all.
Basically, the carbon from the charcoal and the biomass merged in the arc furnace somehow, rather than fully burning, and then injected them both together.
Could be. But yeah, I will head off.
Yeah. You get yourself all done. I am gonna chuck this biomass into the arc furnace and into this, and see if we can get anything out of it.
Yeah. Keep me updated if you start letting the gas into the systems.
We're gonna get this sorted out and then probably stop, and we'll do the actual the rest of the stuff next time.
Yeah.
So I don't think we've got any plans to open that chute this stream. So as long as you're around on the Wednesday.
Very silent, so I don't think so.
I'm hoping to get it sorted in the next few minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, have a good one, guys.
You too. See you later.
See you.
Good night. I'm kind of the bottleneck at the moment, aren't I?
Well, whatever the problem is with that that circuit, it needs to be solved before we shove more stuff through it. So
yeah,
it has to be done and it has to work. And is it making it easy with that second thing?
it should do. Because I managed to correct the code, but it just kept going through a loop, so I need to adjust it.
Okay.
Slightly.
But say it wasn't like we have a resource issue, so you can definitely just chuck another thing in there if you needed it. So. Biomass going to the furnace. Furnace says can't do anything at this temperature and this pressure, so I'm guessing we need to increase one of the two. There we go. Rack Fallon says, Capt, you should come back to Elite Dangerous. Your ship misses you.
My ship is at the moment about 600 light years out of the bubble.
Rack's got himself a carrier and he wants to. He's amassing an army basically of people.
Yes.
And I know he's asked if you and Char would be interested in landing on the carrier. And that way you would, when you log in, you'd be at a random location basically.
I am interested in playing it again. I've just not
At the time.
at the time.
That's literally what I told him about mine. I said I like the game, I just don't play it enough to get into it. But it's a fun game. Can I help at all?
I don't think there is much you can do. I'll tell you what. Here, shoots.
Okay, shoots. I'm down by the advanced furnace, but I'll be up there in a second. So, what do we do with shoots?
Just a second. I'm getting more shoots. The output that's on this sorter needs to be linked to the input of this vending machine.
Output of the sorter needs to lead to the vending machine. Got it on the way. You got the shoots already up there. Do you need to make some?
You'll need to get some more, but there is some up here.
Okay, let's get it. Request the material, and then I'll make them when I need them. Ow! Looking that way. I have one shoot on me. That'd be enough, right?
There's about 10 up here.
Right. So the output of this sorter here needs to go to the.
Now, this chute that's already on the sorter needs to go to this chute here.
Roger that. Nothing needs to go behind it, I'm guessing?
No.
Right, so I can take it to the wall if I need to. Hi. I needed more shoes, honest. That's what I came down here for. 2, 4 should do it. One shoot. 2 shoots. 3 shoots. Alright. Ah. Go there. There you go, connected.
Right, and then the other output of this sorter needs to go into this chute here.
This one here, okay. We're going up or down? Going down, I'm guessing, because that's also the vending machine. Okay. Just need about 10 or so.
Actually, Pete, yeah, carry on.
Do. That's only like 10 jumps, so it's kept right. It's only one jump if you take your cruiser to him. Okay, that's 10 shoots. That might be enough to do it. Right, out one. Turn that away. Well, it got there. That count. Ba-da-ba. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Carry only jumps 500 light years. How far away are you from it? Say 1,000 light years? 2 jumps. There you go. Problem solved. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Ooh, that's an issue.
What's the issue?
That's where my other shoots went.
Okay, need the wrench. Need to pull that one. Need to put a junction there. Facing downwards. Feeding from the side there. I'm best to back that off a little bit because it's too close to that ladder, I think. Give me a corner. Oh, give me a corner down. Give me a straight, and then a turn. That to put away from the wall a little bit. Do 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 do. Bong! Something terrible. Da, da. There you go. That's connected as requested. Tell Captain Course the fleet carrier doesn't have a mail slot to get stuck in.
I don't get stuck in mail slots. Right. Yes.
What is that point here?
Light on.
Where's that black bit there?
Where?
Oh, it's the bottom of the stacker. Just pure black block. There's no like texture to it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Right. Last bit, I think.
Let me find out if it works.
That needs to route into the back of that new vending machine.
New vending machine. That's the one that's upstairs, right?
Yes.
Is this all going to the back of it? The hole in the floor. Is this not going back of it already? Or is it going to the front of it?
No, that's the back of it. Where the cables are is the back of the vending machine.
Alright, so I can put a junction here and feed up to that, okay.
Yeah.
We're out of shoes. Second. We can't go straight there because it needs to have a junction here. Oops, I took my wrench off my belt for a second. Right, so I need a junction to go there. That points up. Oh, up would be nice. There we go. And I can feed from that side there. Can't feed from there, there's a blue cable in the way. In that case, feed from that side there. Can't feed from that side either, there's a blue cable also there as well. Those blue cables are going to be annoying. Feed from the front for some bizarre reason, then everyone will be happy. Where's the junction? Junction. And take that one out. You get any more shoots? Because I'm having to divert around something.
There's a stack behind you.
Thank you. Yeah, because pipes you can go through cables, but with the shoots you can't, which is actually quite irritating.
Yes.
That way. That way. Wait, they're connected.
Have the rest of the shoots. Thank you.
You're welcome. If I asked you to trace these shoots, you'd be really, really annoyed. You need to junction that, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Luckily, they should junction up nicely.
That way. Right. In theory, that should work.
Right, so is there a button to test this, or is it...
It should all be automated, so when something goes in...
What's the version of this you have in the... yeah, in the arc furnace that has shutters and you just click something rather than throw it?
That is the pull lever one.
Really? It does it automatically though. Never had to pull the lever down. The hidden lever?
Oh no, it's yeah. What's that one called?
I'm trying to find its name right now. Unloader.
Unloader. That built in and it unloads everything.
Yeah. It's just easy, so you can just walk up there with indicators and just throw them in. You don't have to actually do the throw animation.
Yeah.
So it might actually be a good idea to replace that at some point in the future. Not really, not today, but... How do we know if it's working, by the way?
Yes.
If we request something, we don't get a small amount, basically.
Should be.
There we go, that's all the ingots that are down there.
Yeah, it's sorting it out by the looks of it.
I'm guessing it goes through like a really long loop of stuff, or is it doing it like smartly? I can see the machine up here from just freaking out and scanning and bending and scanning and bending. Somehow I've got higher frame rates when that's running. I had 12 FPS, now I've got 17 FPS.
That should have been set to 500.
Don't say it seems to go in and out, 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 in and out. Yep, it's taking stuff into it and it's not ejecting them at the moment. That's good. That means it's stacking them. 449, 465. It's lead and it's at 472. I ejected at 477. And then took one lead extra. Now has 1 lead in it. Interesting. Now ejected that lid automatically, and it's on nickel now. It's holding at 46 nickel.
Now, looking at
12 silver right now. Ejected it. Now in copper. 21 copper and holding. I'm guessing I hold it for something in seconds and ejects it if we don't get any new stuff, I'm guessing.
yeah, it should do.
Yeah. So how often does this thing cycle?
It cycles until it has a full stack, and then I'll eject it.
No, I mean, when this is completed, everything's been stacked. When will it next stack everything again?
When it receives a new item into the vending machine.
Okay,
It's
so
not the same value as the item it's just vended.
okay, so let's say it receives an ingot of copper. I'm guessing it then requests copper from the other vending machine, gets to that one, stacks them. Like that, does it?
No, this is only for stuff that's not in the system, so this is for stuff new to the system.
Okay. So if I were to open that chute and it's then copper, iron, lead, copper, would the 3 coppers stack, or would the 2 stack and then eject, and then they wouldn't come in separately?
It would stack up to 500. If it's not 500 stack, it loops back into the machine.
Alright, so if it's less than 500, it goes back into that machine up top.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing, because right now we're holding copper, we're not ejecting it right now, by the way. So if I wanted copper now and the main vending machine doesn't have copper, and that stacker's holding on to 21 copper, are we getting screwed?
Maybe. I've not worked out the intricacies of this machine yet.
I mean, it's fine for normal stuff, but when we start making the alloys, we're not going to have 500 of the alloys, I'm thinking.
No, that's not how.
We should definitely have like 500 of coppers and stuff like that with the rocket, but the alloys we're not going to be storing 500 of everything. Incanal right now is at 24, and that won't go to 500. I can guarantee you that.
Come on, output. This is where I got stuck last time.
Yeah, they did that with the copper. It sat there and just not doing anything once it got the copper because nothing else coming through the system. do. Ah. Damn ladders. Yeah, so we sell that at Oop, they just ejected randomly, and now it's locked, so I can't touch it myself. So I can't see what's inside it. Once it's locked, I can't see what's inside it. So.
Yeah. If you look at the sorter, I'm going to eject something. See which one it goes to.
The one nearest ladder.
Okay, so that went back into the.
And that one went to the other side, this side, so nearest us again.
So if I go there and request a copper.
I have no idea what's in the stacker right now. It's locked, so I can't see it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want, I can go flip the switch on that silo and send some stuff through, and then turn it off after maybe 5 or 6 items go through it.
Yeah, why not?
I won't let too many through because it'll clog the system if it's not ready. But I'll let it pass a few items through and then I'll shut it off again. That way you've got some fresh stuff coming through the system to test your system with, haven't you?
Yeah.
Because they'll hit the arc furnaces first anyway, so it'll be a bit of a slow feed, but you get something. Okay, let's see. Going outside. Okay, opening the valve. Cool. Cool. Oh, looks like they're getting a load of similar stuff in the row. There's some copper, some gold. Well, let's wait for some more copper and gold to see if it stacks properly. There's some more copper. Some ice. Gold. Okay, the second lot of gold comes through. That'll be helpful for your stacker then. Okay, just one more bit of gold or copper would be perfect for you, please. There's some gold, perfect. Alright, shutting it down. That should be enough to get you a start.
Yeah.
I'm just going to let it run until the rocket's empty. The rocket's at like 7%, so. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and idle. Perfect. Right, shutting down the silo. That should be, yeah. Silo's still got like 600 items plus some in the tube, so Silo's still gonna be busy when we do decide to open it, but that should be enough to test your system out once it goes through the arc furnaces. Da, 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 da. Ba, ba, da, ba, da. Do, 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 do.
The vending machine.
What's about the vending machine?
The vending machine's sorting through things, and this is processing stuff.
Excellent. The arc furnaces are arcing away. I can tell you when they eject off as well. Should be lead and gold coming up next. They're just processing right now. Do, 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 do. I said that will work fine with the normal ingots because we have loads of that coming through. It's just the alloys we have to worry about.
Yeah.
Just to make them in large batches, that's all. It won't be a problem. Still doing lead and gold right now. Right, gold's on the way. Yeah, gold's on its way out, and copper's now being processed.
Okay.
So you should see gold go through your loop, basically. Lead on the way.
Light on.
320, 13.
It did some processing then.
Excellent. We've got 2 sets of copper coming in a minute. Copper on the way now. Interesting. It was processing copper and then stopped and started doing
Caution.
uranium and then injected some reagent.
Yeah, this has received reagent.
I didn't think the Agfency could make reagent.
No, I didn't either.
Right, there you go, some copper on the way, and then we're now processing gold and iron. So if it's processing, we're good. Yeah, right. The stream elements bot has been down all stream today. Anyway, we'll leave that running now, so that's working fine. That seems to be sending the materials to you quite happily. And reagents are a weird one to be getting through from an act finish, though.
Yes. You're right there.
Well, that's because you can't make alloys in them, so you shouldn't be able to get anything. You shouldn't be able to get that in material anyway.
Well, everything that's come through has gone to a single stack. So there's only a single stack of nickel in here, a single stack of silver in here.
Okay. So it's stacking properly. It's doing what we want it to do.
It's doing what we want it to do. So what I was thinking is, if we need an item out of there to go to the main vending machine, we do a similar sort of manual override.
I mean, we can always. I think if in the rare occasion where we need something out, we can just go up there and break to the vending machine itself and break the chute.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to say we could do a switch like this, just to force it to go through to this vending machine instead.
Yeah, we can do that as well. Could be useful for. Like I say, it won't be a problem for normal ingots because we'll always have in this machine like full stacks and loads of them.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the alloy, that's the only issue, really. Because unless you're going to have 500 Astrolly just lying around.
Yeah.
290 seconds to a storm.
Right, yeah, I need to go to bed now. I can't think straight.
Well, I think it's safe to say you've got the main problem solved.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do the thing so we can eject into this machine.
Yeah. But I think it's amazing what you've done. This is way more than I would have ever thought about doing. Me, I'd have just put a vending machine for each ingot and then had to manually feed the machines. So
A lot of it isn't my code; it's code off the.
I'm aware, but do you have to assemble it all, get it all working and debug it and test it and everything else?
Yeah. Right. Eat and drink and go to sleep.
I need to do the eat and drink thing and then head to the other side. I left Mater just laying on the couch, it's fine, don't worry about it.
I empty my pockets as well before I go.
Pockets are fine as long as it's not in your hand. This vending machine is still going strong. Trying to stack the reagent. Might need to have that sort of get rid of the reagents down at the other system.
Yeah.
Because if it stacks reagent, we can't smelt it. You in?
I'm in.
Alright, I'll start the saving process. Save game. That one. Override. It's been spotted today. Yeah, the bot itself has been, I'd say hit and miss, but mostly miss. And
Right.
save.
Right.
There we go. I was really worried about that save for a second. It was like hanging and. Anyway, thank you for joining Capcom. I hope you had fun so far. And we got the rocket working. And just gotta figure out what the hell's wrong with the rocket. We went off and started counting way above the normal amount.
Yes.
But that rocket's ready, basically good. And the next stage after that, if we don't have any other projects on, which I'm hoping to projects, is to build another rocket, which is just a crude rocket, which will have storage for us to put our own items in there we want, a crew capsule on top, loads of fuel, and then we can set a destination of another planet or moon. And when that's built and we jump in there and fly, that's basically this series over, done.
Yeah.
So we're getting close to the end of the series. We just need to know if there's any projects to do, because projects are the key part, really, aren't they? If no projects to do, we have to end the series and play another game for a while, and then come back to this game again, because I like this game, on a different world with a new save.
Yeah, I would suggest doing the Amy's, but now I've got a rocket, we don't really need to.
Well, that's the thing. From what I understand, the aim is I'm gonna quit the game, otherwise it'll just keep playing in the background. From what I understand with the Amy's, they're good, but they're highly buggy. They get stuck in craters. They get lost. They just stop functioning. And you have to go out and rescue them on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And I'm suddenly going, okay, but there's a rocket there that seems to do the job really, really well. You know.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, it's a lot of expensive material, but I mean, a rocket engine, a rocket fuel tank, a minor couple of silo cockpit, done. It's not that expensive if you dedicate your resources towards it.
Yeah.
Especially if you see what you get back out of it as well. Jeez, because so much stuff comes out of that.
It more than makes up for itself in
Oh, yeah.
probably two.
And then once you've got some resources, you just add a gas or an ice one to it, and you've got your fuel supply out of it as well.
Yeah.
Because I saw it unload quite a lot of bauxites and volatiles into that chamber where it was offloading the first batch of ice. I mean, it might be a good idea instead to have a rocket dedicated to doing ice and a rocket dedicated to doing ores, and that way you can launch the one you want to launch. You know, that's might be something we do instead as a project. Just say, okay, with that rocket we've got, we'll make that an ore only one, and we'll get another one set up for ice, and we'll have him go to different silos, and if we need ice and gases, we'll launch that one.
Yeah.
Because the infrastructure's already there for everything. It's just about changing the outputs and building the launch pad. So all it would be resources, which we've got a lot of now. It would just be a matter of building an extra rocket at the side of it for. That's our ice rocket, that's our gas rocket, that's our ore rocket, and then we build we do a SpaceX and we have like 15 launch pads next to each other. Anyway, that's all for next time. But thank you, of course, for being out. I hope you've had some fun with this as well so far. Especially when you've been, like chasing the bugs in the logic.
Yeah. That's making my head hurt.
Stream day for anyone else? Hopefully not so much, but we are ending the stream anyway. Let's get rid of that desktop capture. Maybe the desk is just causing an issue. But anyway, thank you all for coming out, and we'll see you all in the next time round. There we go. Alright, hope everyone has a good weekend, and I'll see you all either for tomorrow's stream or for Wednesday's next Stationeers run. But thank you for coming out. I hope you have a good evening, over weekend, and I'll see you all next time. It's stuck in a buffer. Oh, I know where it is. Steam being Steam. Close the game so it's to upload all of its saved files. Good night, everybody. I hope are we back? No, we're not back. Bye, everybody.